Okay, let's use one of those time
Oh man.
extensions. Adams is thinking, please just fold. Sucks to play out of position.
Sounds like a call. Yeah.
4 million in the middle.
Biggest spot so far.
Big Al trying to see if he can hit his hand. Does not. So is Adams gonna do a block bet? I think it's reasonable if he thinks that Big Al might bet, like, say Big Al has like a flush draw, he just bets like 3 million. He's not looking to call 3 million.
That's an excellent point, because if you check here and your opponent shoves, you know, maybe even if you think, well, I could be getting called by a jack, but whatever, I'm just gonna bet 500,000 again.
And there's a reason he bets small on the flop and turn. All in from Big Al.
Oh, he wasted no time.
I love it.
He wasted no time. We didn't even know it was his turn yet.
Now some players you might be thinking, this guy's got a flush draw or he's got pocket jacks. No. Big Al, he can have 6-7, 6-8, 6-5, ace-6 suited. Even a 4, because when you bet small on a flop and you bet small on a turn, someone's got good odds. He's going to lay down.
What a bluff by Big Al. Shows it too.
Ooh, Alfred DeCarlo.
That is incredible.
Don't call him Big Al for nothing.
Big Al taking the kids to the streets. I gotta get some appreciation.
Yeah, no, I opened the
So, not strong pieces for anyone.
He raised the small blind.
No. I folded.
Flop came blank for me. Bet I folded.
520 with queen.
I was thinking about it.
You got a nice hand pre-flop
I
there.
know that like 400 million.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, it's 6 of tens.
So it's going to check around.
Yeah, he had 15 big ones. It was
Okay,
like
now
all
that's
line
the
was-
dicey card.
Ooh. 2 spade draws out there. Big Al with the worst of it though. Brinkany also with better gut shots as well. So both players have a straight draw and a flush draw. Meanwhile, Chidwick checks it over.
It's a tricky card for Kenny because he does pick up extra equity, but also it's hard to get everyone to fold. He's going to fire just hoping people have hands like 8-9, pocket 7s, pocket 6s.
It's a dream spot for Kenny.
565.
But then again, what if you miss and you have to fold and you have to check the river? We know what Big Al is capable of. Well, there's only one way I can win the spot.
Big Al's trying to think, can he maybe represent a big hand by raising? We saw last time we had a flush draw, he kind of called to see what he got there first and did make the big bluff.
565.
It's gonna give him a lot more credit for hands like Jack 10, King Jack here. Maybe just some Ace Jack. I think he's gonna be much more oriented towards those kind of hands than towards a flush draw. Kenny's mind.
Oh, that's actually gives both players straight.
That's rough.
I don't think Kenny thinks that Big Al has the under end of the straight too often. Besides, what, 10-9? 10-9 probably wouldn't even call a turn bet. So he might put his opponent on like a 2-pair type hand.
Yeah.
King Jack,
Call.
Queen Jack. It's a quick call.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think we could see from Bryn's sizing there too. He went with about a third of the pot. Exactly for that reason. He's like, I need King Jack and King 10 be able to call me here. So Brinkany moving on up. 8.5 million. Means he's getting, he's the same stack as Steven Chidwick now. He might even be in second.
Yeah, this can really change the tone at this final table.
You hit it straight too.
I was straight and flush draw.
At least you didn't get the...
From center spotlight. You're in the center spotlight.
I am the center spotlight.
For sure. Especially with that outfit and the hat.
I mean, you could say I want to be on TV for a couple hours. That might be the reason, or it could be the money.
Nah.
I want to hang hang around.
It's just like a good or bad day over there.
Bad day.
But everybody likes to win. That's for sure. No matter how much.
Dan Smith has the ace of spades, 2 spades on board, so that gives him a little bit
Especially when it's the big
of opportunity.
What's the bet?
This is not too big of a bet. Big Al usually goes for a little bit bigger sizings. Dan Smith might be tempted here. It really depends how he reads into this.
You cared so much, probably wouldn't have to strip.
You know, at high pressure final tables, you are incentivized to play a little bit tighter than normal.
It's kind of fun though, battling, you know?
Is Smith going to make the call?
Especially for like this.
He knows there's other short stacks.
Amazing.
He is going to make the call.
Pain
I
avoidance.
think the small bet sizing did get him.
Yeah, because you take it, you really don't like losing.
I can't, especially if it's like, oh, I do the wrong thing. It's like,
Were you a sore loser or never?
no, I mean, I just
Never sore
We do
loser?
have an
You take a loss?
overcard. I don't think Big Al thinks the queen hits Smith that often, although it is always worrisome when an overcard does peel off.
it's not fun, but it's like it's life. Life is suffering.
Yeah,
So you're resilient. That's the bottom line.
yeah, I agree for
Correctly figures out he's got the best hand, it seems. He is reaching for chip. No, he's going to check it. I guess it is scary when an overcard comes. Now the question is, does Dan Smith bet here? He knows the queen looks scary. He's thinking about what better hands he can get to fold.
I think yeah. How many entries did they
I guess mainly ace king would be the
like 80, you come
the
from
obvious one.
I think it says 90.
Wondering, would Big Al fold a middling hand like
It'll have like 100
8-9
people
suited?
maybe, so
It's a
one
rebuy.
by 1 hour.
Check.
Verbal check.
It's a rebuy or no?
Just like make it like 6 hours to register.
Oh,
instead.
Wow, gets there. That's
Big-
a great river.
Yeah. So quick check. Do you think value betting is viable here, face jack?
I think so. I think if Big Al is going to trap on the turn, I don't think he's going to be too greedy and do it again on the river. It's also such an inconspicuous card. If there's an underpair, like how are you going to give Dan credit for a jack here? You know, it's such a better card for him to hit than an ace. I would really like to see some value here.
Yeah, I agree with you.
$1,050,000.
$1,050,000.
Hit the
That's a
jack.
call. Ace jack.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Big Al.
How much is that?
$1,050,000.
Insane bluff on Timothy Adams. He rammed in the ace high, mid and fold nines.
Pre-flop or?
No, on the river. So he called twice with a flush draw, and then he missed the river, got checked to, and then Big Al just like the the chips. Timothy Adams didn't even check yet almost, and he just said all in, and then Timothy Adams ended up folding. So Big Al has been chipping up reasonably. He just got a little bit unlucky, but
Wow.
I don't know. It's been cool to see. Aaron Zhang has been pretty snug, but you know he doesn't have that many chips, and yeah, I don't know. It's kind of other than that, it's kind of what you expect to see, I guess.
That's funny because Aaron Zhang, I've played with him in the cash games quite a bit, and
All in.
he can have a day or two where he plays pretty snug, but so many of the times he goes quite crazy.
Oh yeah.
And so I wasn't sure what he's going to do in this tournament. I wouldn't have been shocked if he just showed up and was firing every hand.
We're actually seeing all in here. Quick call from Vivek. So Bill Perkins at risk, slight favorite, but
Fair fight versus Vivek.
that's a fair fight.
Yep.
Ace, king, 7.
Look how dapper Bill Perkins looks.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that everyone wore a suit to this thing. Except Bryn. What is Bryn doing, man? What was his reason?
He had it tailor-made, so honestly he thinks he's wearing a suit. I'm not entirely
What?
sure. Yeah.
I think we should fine him like 2 time banks. Some tournaments. Be like, what is this, buddy? That's not a suit.
He'd probably be the least to care about that, though. That's like the Mikita Bachikowski. Then you're gonna see some tears, but. All right, so Bill Perkins is real. Big moment for him. So far, so good.
It's a pretty good flop for Bill Perkins.
Some high pressure all-ins. It's all in on the bubble for his
I
tournament
really
life.
appreciate that. It softens the blow. I'm gonna have the big stack and save that to you.
We haven't seen Vivek lose many hands this tournament.
These guys know each other a bit, so some friendly banter going on in the middle of this huge coin flip.
Yeah. So dudes, they give some extra outs to Vivek.
Oh,
now
whoa.
at 5.
Bill Perkins looked like he already lost the hand, even though he's 77%.
Dude, how does it? What is it? Slow down. Hold on. Floor.
Why is he calling the floor? He wants to sit on this turn for more time?
Wow. Gets a full double. Vivek not gonna feel that one too much. He's still at 15 million, almost what he started the day with. But Bill is making a nice rise. He's up to 5 million now.
Yeah.
30 bigs.
Actually makes queens and fives. Trying to think, should I check it back or maybe try to bet? He is going to check.
Yeah, I think for the reasons you mentioned, it makes a lot of sense to check. You don't want to put yourself in a precarious situation, get check raised there by somehow a 5 or get bluffed even. So he does decide to pot control. Pretty safe board.
All right, so now he picks up the 6. I do think Chidwick is probably looking to get one street of value at least in this hand at some point, but he's actually in trouble. Minimum bet.
Yeah, Dan can't know it. But this was basically the best card. His opponent has to hit a 6 and a 6 only to beat him, and he has position. Chidwick, yeah, betting likely for protection. Thinks he could definitely be in good shape here now.
I don't expect Smith to raise because it could kind of float in the pot for no reason. So he does call. So a better two pair for Smith. You look at Chidwick's hand, you're thinking, what worse hand can I get to call another bet? I guess it's just ace high, exactly.
Yeah, it's ace highs.
So it's very hard to get called by worse. Often when you think it's hard to get called by a hand, you usually don't bet, but he is going to put a little bit out there. Thinks it's possible to get called by high card.
You can see Matt just dictate the bet size here. Keeps the pot, he's accomplishing by the sizing here. Even you see Dan, his hand is strong as top 2 pair. It's going to be hard for him to raise. Does block 7-8 for a straight, which is a possible hand he would check the flop, lead the turn with. He has an 8 in his hand. If you're Dan, you're thinking same thing. What am I going to get? What do I raise with? I guess somehow you have a better queen. What can I bet? Get called by? Did I beat? And I'd be surprised if he raises here, but then again,
I think it's possible because he's
1.3 million.
Yeah, I like the raise a lot, and the reason I say that is because when Chidwick bets 300,000 into $1 million, you got to ask the question, okay, well, there's clearly a lot of hands that can beat me, 7, 8, 5, pocket queens. You got to ask, would Chidwick only bet 300,000 into $1 million if he
had a 5, yeah.
It does seem like the small bet is that he's got a value hand, usually a queen, occasionally a 9. It just seems like give your opponent the opportunity to call. You let them worry about it.
Queen 9.
And he makes the call here for this 6.
Really sick play.
So he got maximum value. Look at this. Chidwick has fallen to probably 4th place. Dan Smith's in 3rd, I believe.
Yeah. Check flop there as well. So it's all relative, all proportionate.
Yeah, he has been struggling today so far. Is a short stack. Vivek, start of day chip leader, is going to raise it up, face jack.
An awkward spot for him.
Perkins still with 3.5 million, sitting okay. I mean, it's really jumbled down at the bottom. There's guys between 15 and 19 blinds.
So Aaron's only got 11.5 big blinds. You're up against the chip leader, who's expected to raise a lot. Of course, you don't like that he's raising from early position. It does seem like you don't got anywhere to go. Pay jump from 8th to 7th is a few £100,000. Is going to use a time extension. I do think that's the right move. Is going to shove. I think it's going to be a side call.
How much is it? Like
12 big blinds.
Yeah, Vivek knows he doesn't love it, but it's just...
It's like, oh, it's 100, 200, right? So it's 10 big blinds? 2 million?
Yeah, Vivek's gonna have to work out a call here, but he knows that it's not a great spot. He's
Okay,
probably
no problem.
pretty cool with
I
that.
thought you
As
shoved
we
20
just
big bucks.
mentioned, Rick Solomon's ears were burning. There he is on the sideline, sweating Vivek. It was his addition late in the tournament. Rick went out, the first one out of this tournament, ace king of spades versus queens on a
Same hand, same hand.
queen jack spade board. He's cashed 3 times at $1 million events, 2014, 16, and 18. So I'm sure he's got a little taste of Vivek here, sweating intently.
Chop it up.
It's not a chop yet. It
Bill.
could be runner, hearts.
Bill, don't be that guy.
Little bit.
Is this your first time?
This is obviously a heart, right? I mean, it's
I
been
mean, we saw that before.
just $1 million tournament calling out.
Of course. Takes a lot to sweat a poker tournament.
No, not 10%.
Yeah. Just sweat.
Yeah.
About 4 and change
sure
percent. The
there's no way
runner
I got
flush.
that
About 5%. You see the graphics there letting you know. Gonna make Bill feel silly for a
Yeah,
second or
it's not
not? Oh, Bill. Oh,
Oh.
Bill, you should probably stand up for a second. Rick plays with Bill a lot in cash games, and he took a seat even. He's a little disappointed in Bill. Wild Bill calling for a, saying it's a chop.
Wow, so Aaron Zane can get
Bill
a free
feels-
roll in. 20% chance of it happening.
They have a flair for the dramatic.
It's actually less than 20%, but reasonable chance.
Yeah. And to the river. Oh my Bill! Oh, that's so dirty. Bill. Yeah, that's no one likes to see that. 5 million chip pot. That's a sick. It's really for the whole field. That's sick because it wouldn't have been pay jump, but now this makes it even tighter. Everything's more snug. Short stack doubles. Wow.
Bill feels bad, man.
Yeah.
Good hand, Aaron.
Suck it, Aaron.
All right. Let's see.
You got a good hand and a second.
Oh my goodness. We saw the 4 flush 10s to 10s.
Although he's lost a lot of his stack, he's got this body language and demeanor where he just feels very relaxed. I guess he plays pretty big, I imagine.
Yeah.
So Chidwick is added again. Adams is very short. He's only got 12.5 big blinds. You really can't see him laying this one down. When you're in last position, you got to make a move. You just saw Aaron Zhang double up. Nothing to wait for.
Yeah, and this is one of those ones where Chidwick knows it's like a flip at best, and he's not gonna like it
2.5?
if he puts it in. It looks like he's got to do it.
Yeah.
Price is good.
Price is just right, and just a. Speaking, I'll tell you what, Adams has a little extra zest with the 6s. He was, I think, 14 or 15, 16 players left, got in 6s to Putra, who had 10s for his life in a 3.5 million pot and smoked a 6 on the turn to be in the tournament. So this time he's the 4-1 favorite with 6s, and Timothy Adams, world-class player. It's one of those things. The pay jumps are big. Everyone's, they want to see not only a player get knocked out, but one of the more talented players in the game. So we know who people are rooting for at the table. Very clean flop. Chidwick gonna need a 5 or 5 onlys, 2 pulls at it. There's no backdoor draws. In that vicinity, but still 5 or 5 only, 1 card, or else Timothy Adams will have 5.5 million and actually be ahead of Chidwick. Adams done this enough. Safe.
So another player survives elimination. Chidwick was in 2nd place. He's moved down a lot of spots. He's only sitting on 26 big blinds now. Was trying to make some plays. Sometimes you just lose.
25?
BK would know better than I would.
I would guess it's somewhere around.
I think you and I are next to each other.
No, I shot up this.
Oh.
We were next to each other.
Didn't mean to throw any shade. you and I were like 9-10 or something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. We like flipped 8, 9, 9, 10 for a while.
I will guess I am at 28 million, but it's just a guess.
That is correct. I think it's 27.9 something. Two of the players eligible to become the #1 all time. And Big Al is there kind of hands. He loves these suited aces. Tim Adams gonna raise. He already bluffed them once. If he tries again, this won't work. Go for a flat.
So this might get Vivek to possibly make a play here.
I'll tell you what, Big Al's flirting on that. He's got 16 blinds to start, flatting the ace-8 suited. And this is actually a hand, it's got some good equity against 2 red kings. Got
There's
the
a
over
chance
flush
that
draws.
Vivek might just jam. If he thinks that as long as Adams folds, he doesn't have to worry about Perkins, who's very short.
Right.
Big Al is only playing 15 big blinds. Seems quite.
The wheels are
down.
spinning. You might be right. Or I don't know. Would he ever raise fold versus Tim? Could he go? It was just too shallow. How many blind? Yeah, I don't know. It's a good idea. I mean, it's definitely a viable option to
Well,
rip it here.
you could just 3-bet squeeze. The advantage of jamming is you can get a lot of folds from Adams, who
All in?
Oh,
he
there it
does
is.
shove. Because like 7s, 8s, and 9s, they might just fold if.
Yeah, he's
if you
jamming.
jam.
He's jamming into one that is not going to be able to relinquish, but it is a spot where, and Big Al has an ace, so there's not a ton of
Two
things
aces
out
left.
there. And Adams is going to know that this is just a great situation. Vivek could have a mid pair, ace X, and Vivek knows he stepped into it with the quick action there. Al can't do anything here, but think about it. I guess you could think about it.
Yeah, so Vivek, a little bit of a misstep. I understand where he's coming from.
2 all-ins in a bathroom.
Timothy Adams was a short stack and is in prime position to become possibly even the chip lead of a tournament. Yeah, he would be.
Big Al's in time banking with the raise. He flatted all in, ace 8 suited. It just shows you the Big Al. He doesn't have time bank here. Like he's genuinely thinking, you know what?
I'm just gonna get him.
Yeah, I
I'm just
could
gonna
get
hit
him.
those
Maybe they
trip
have
eights.
kings and queens, or I got flush draw. I mean, it's just maybe he's posturing. He's got a lot of time banks. He
Okay.
can use one.
Okay, that was definitely a trivial fold. But onto the hand.
Yeah, Vivek, the ace 10 offsuit. One ace is not in the deck. Hard to make a straight when your opponent has 2 kings.
So how do I do this? I just take it back and then
How does this tournament poker all in
You done
stuff
it?
work? He's like, I'm cash game. Yeah.
So there's 2 aces left in the deck.
Oh, there's another one. I didn't catch it. There was another one gone. Oh, there's one from Big
You
Al.
had like
One he
5.5
has.
Yeah, there's 2 aces left in the deck.
2 in a regular deck. This isn't short deck or a new game. All right, good. No, I just want to clear it up. A natural 2. It says 30%, but with 1 out,
It's
it's
less.
going to be a little less.
Here it comes.
Oh, my
Oh,
goodness.
man. That is sickening.
You see Tim just can't breathe on that. He knows it's a ridiculous situation,
Oh,
but
that's so
still
sick.
has 2 shots at a king. It's the only way it can come. No runners here. Big swing there. And the whole table's sweating as well. Again, pay jumps start happening, and Tim's super dangerous, talented player. He's going to need a king and a king only, 1 to come. And Vivek is realizing the magnitude of this pot for the big chip lead versus being a middling stack even. And Tim Adams, who was our short stack for a while, I guess he's going to need a king. That's what it comes down to. Or else he'll be our 8th place finisher, and that is it. Knocks the table like the
no, I
true
hit it
gentleman sport he is.
I mean, Timothy Adams got in to this tournament, invited by Horalabaz, I believe,
Yeah.
the very last second. I like that good sportsmanship from everyone, just clapping for him. He got super unlucky.
Yeah, Tim
Played
Adams, unbelievable. He's won a main event here at Jeju, I believe, just this year. He finished first place in the main event. He has been around forever. One of the most impressive 5'10", no limit 6 max graphs I've ever seen in my life. Just so consistent, such a hard worker. You know, I've never heard one bad thing about the guy. He's just class act, smiles, shaking, giving people hugs, and man, great guy, great player. Not the last time you'll see Timothy Adams. He'll be around. He's just one of those guys that's around and you root for.
Yeah, so after a few hours of play, our first elimination, 1.4 million. Timothy Adams, it seems like we're going to get a few words from him.
Really smart. You know, Liv's saying take a little breather, get it, throw some water in your face. It's not fun to do an interview after you lose maybe the biggest equity pot of your life. I mean, it's just a crazy hand, crazy situation. Vivek showing his willingness to go for it, and aggression is rewarded this week, man.
Yeah,
I want to get on there. I'm inspired.
Sure,
I'm
Jeff.
inspired.
Tomorrow you can join the 100,000-pound main event.
All right.
Knock yourself out.
I would love that. It is fun doing that. It's more safe in the booth. It's safer here, I'll be honest. These guys are savages. Holy Chidwick. Get your Twitch clips out. That is a monster moment in poker, in the biggest tournament, biggest buy-in, biggest prize pool stage. I mean, look at the man. Just got to respect the guy.
Oh, now he gets pocket aces. Big Al limps to ace-3 suited.
Al loves that ace-3 of hearts. Chidwick, is he allowed to get aces? We saw what he does with Jack-5 suited, low Motown. I mean, the guy shouldn't have black aces at a final table after he makes one of the greatest calls in the history of poker.
No, I don't think Big Al is going to go anywhere. I mean, you got suited ace, you got position.
What do you mean he's not going to go anywhere? He has 15 big blinds. He can't.
Oh, God, it's an all-in.
This is Big Al had a double take. He's like, wait, I have an ace. How do you have aces? And all the players are interested. This is for another potential pay jump for the table. Ace-3 suited does have life. You'd be surprised it's against aces. It still has 12%. I mean, there's things that can happen, but...
Wow, so just after that big hand for Chidwick, he can knock out Big Al, and we could be down to 6 players. 12% chance for Big Al. It's been super exciting recently. Here comes that flop.
There's got to be a sweat, right? Nano, this isn't just like this isn't a stand-up. It's sort of stand-up-y.
Yeah, this is pretty bad. 2% for Big Al.
You expect the ace-3 suited to bring you at least a back door. It does have a 5-deuce wheel. A king-10, there are 2 back doors, but this is definitely not the flop Big Al was looking for. Who's played fantastic. There's a little something for. Come on,
that's a
sweat.
Little 9%.
12%. He's 9%. One to come. Big Al brought the suit. Great guy, a lot of fun. Paul's smiling. He likes the action going on here. To a river or else. We will see an elimination. Oh, case ace.
GG for Big Al. He is going to be the 7th place finisher. Everyone's clapping for him. He played great. He made that big play against Timothy Adams and showed him a bluff. The ace-3. You know Big Al. I mean, seems like a very friendly guy. High action player. He won 1.72 million pounds. We're down to 6.
I think your signature. Okay.
Does seem like we're gonna hear some words from Timothy Adams soon. But as we see this little clip of Big Al.
Big Al looks the part.
Pause. We just lost 2 players in quick succession, and I'm joined with our 8th place finisher, Tim Adams. Tim, man, it wasn't your day, was it?
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a, well, I can't complain. I mean, last night on the bubble, I got it in, hit a 1-outer. Came today, 3rd out of 8, and I mean, stacks are still shallow. Didn't go my way really, and then yeah, I lost kings to ace-10, and that was it. I mean, it's a tournament. Stacks are shallow. You have to win all ends, and yeah, there's not much you can do.
I mean, you're a seasoned pro, so you've you've lived through the highs and lows of tournament poker, but I imagine this one does sting significantly. What do you do mentally now? Like, what do you do to bluff steam?
I don't know. You just get used to it. I mean, obviously this one you want to win. Like the amount of money is enormous. So yeah, maybe it's going to be harder to jump into a smaller tournament, but I don't know. It's just like it's tournament poker. There's big tournaments coming up all the time. I'm gonna be at more final tables. I'm gonna win more tournaments. Like that's how it works. And there's gonna be scenarios where it's not your time, and when it is your time, it is your time. So I'm okay. Like, yeah, it sucks, but you keep things in perspective. Like everybody wants to win, and yeah, you just got to keep working hard and showing up to the next tournament. That's like pretty much all you can do. That's the mentality.
Wise words, amen to that. Tim, thank you so much.
Yeah, cheers.
Back to the booth now with Randy and Jeff.
Just heard from Timothy Adams. Hey, it does sting, he says, but you can't think about that too much. Otherwise, it's going to affect all your other tournaments.
No, you can't. And it's variance. It is. You just never. This is
top 2 versus an overpair. This is big trouble for Dan Smith.
Really is a just crazy flop. I mean, it's about as cooler of a flop as you're going to get for these two hands. Top 2. The great jungle man told me it's harder to flop 2 pair than make a set one time, and it's still trying to work that one out, but it's not easy to flop 2 pair.
5 seconds.
Dan Smith.
1 million.
Continuation betting. It's a big continuation bet. $1 million. And you got top 2 pair here. When your opponent bets $1 million, like a larger C-bet a little bit, you got to think he's got some kind of piece, whether it's an overpair, it's a 10, it's a queen-jack type hand, 7, 8, king-jack. It does seem like Smith has got a piece and doesn't have a total airball. Is going to make the call. You got position. You don't got to worry about getting checked. Oh, it seems like he threw a time bank chip in.
Yeah.
Thought he called. I do think there's incentive in raising, thinking that Dan Smith has usually got a piece, but then again, you don't want to represent too strong of a hand where your opponent might hero fold.
Yeah, it's interesting too that the hands that Vivek would raise as bluffs would be like maybe Jack Queen. Dan blocks that really strongly with Jack. So when he raises here, what is he necessarily repping? You know, like in Dan's mind.
2.7 total.
So
Ace 10. That's what Dan clearly beats for like a value. Could he have trapped queens? Could he have, 9-10 suited's pretty tough. Would he raise a set of 9s or 10s though? Maybe not.
I mean, if you raise top 2, you might.
But you're also protecting more with top 2, and you're, versus a set, you're just so clean. But, here this is, Dan with a very delicate time bank, realizing this is a huge moment for his tournament. Could be playing for all of it.
Yeah, I think, because Dan Smith continuation bet larger, he did get a raise from Vivek. At this point, since the pot is quite bloated, it seems like Dan Smith is kind of in an all-in or fold situation because he's playing out of position. If you got position, you got, 5 seconds. You might just go. It's going to shove. Quick call is coming. Overpair versus the top 2 pair. Dan Smith, he was at the bottom. Chipped up a lot, and now he's at risk to be our 6th place finisher.
Big moment in the tournament for everybody. Big pot here. If Dan wins, he's going to be the chip leader. If not, there'll be a pay jump, an elimination, be 5-handed. Bill looking intently as the short stack, realizing this is real pounds on the line. Big moment here.
Wow. Seems like we just keep getting all ins. Big pots all of a sudden.
Yeah, we started slow and it's moving.
Got some backdoors.
Yeah.
27%.
Referencing backdoors, Bill guessing 27. Says 30. Bill's in the right vicinity. There's definitely sweat cards here. There's not too many clean cards. Super clean. Let's see it go to a turn.
That's not the one I wanted.
That is very clean. Although a 3, a 4, or a jack would give Dan the win. If a 3 or 4 comes off, he would make a better 2 pair. So Dan needs a 3, 4, or jack, or else he is going to go on his way. He is one of the players eligible to the all-time money list #1 spot if he were to win.
Here comes that river card.
Oh my
Jack.
Well,
wow, you saw his eyes just lit up.
And so crazy for everyone. Vivek flats the 9 suited, gets his It says damn, just a gentle damn. Life of Dan Smith, great poker player, and gets rewarded there.
No, I was trying to go for 2 pair, but
I was just about to say you run my
Wow, that is a
Such
huge
a
pot.
massive. He kind of got boxed into calling there. He lost that one. He lost an ace jack to ace jack to Zhang, where the 4 flush came out after. Oh, and look at this. Wild Bill finds a pretty darn good.
He's got his spot again.
6 blind.
Favorite spot.
Ace King, about as good as you can ask for when you're basically forced in. And Bryn in the small blind. Both players he's dominating. Both. I mean, honestly, if Bryn doesn't call, I think Vivek is. So Bill's going to be looked up here and find himself in a good spot.
Yeah, one of these guys are definitely looking him
Yeah,
up.
Bill is going to see. We're going to see 5 here. Is Bryn thinking of shoving? I mean, I guess that's probably, I don't know if there's, does pass. Bill's been very patient. Vivek's going to hate this. And quick call. There's Lara, Bill's girlfriend, on the rail, watching intently. She's going to get the good news.
Why did I think you had anything different?
This is backwards. Vivek's basically saying Bill's the tight one. Wild Bill Perkins, definitely not known for tight. He has played solid this tournament to navigate down to 6, the final 6. And
6 big blinds.
6 blinds, ace 3. And, you know, it's not a trivial pot for, it's actually more chips in the middle now than what's left in Vivek's stack. So although it's 6 big blinds, it's a huge spot in the tournament.
We battle. Let's hope.
Bill would be in
Survival.
5th all of a sudden. Ace King in the lead. Going to a flop.
Doesn't matter, babe. I still love you.
Get those Bill Perkins emotes out there. I know Thirst Lounge 10 fans are rooting hard. Our last businessman remains staying in the field. Bill Perkins to a flop.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
I don't like that.
The 4 of diamonds. The 4 of diamonds.
Man,
nice
this is
gold.
this got dramatic quickly because
6 of diamonds.
there's a lot of spicy turn
Too many
cards.
runners for me to calculate here. I don't like this.
I'll just
If you're in Vivek's camp, you're looking for a low red card. If you're in
5-9. Okay.
Bill's camp, you're looking for a paint big card. King would be king of spades ideally, but depends which side. We'll see if we're gonna get any extra sweat.
Get up.
That's a big brick, Nanonoko. Bill
big brick.
Bill feels good because he knows he dodged.
Diamonds just for old time's
He
sake.
dodged a lot, but he's still got to get home. He's got to dodge a couple low cards here.
No more jacks. I can't. No more jacks.
Lara's rocking the Triton gear. She knows what we're looking for. Looking hard at the board there, hoping for a big card. Change nothing. See the river here. Big moment.
Get up.
Big card. Paint is safe. Bill Perkins, ladies and gentlemen, showing you how to maneuver the short stack. Little Carrie Katz-esque, they like to say.
That's another double up for Perkins. Just keeps winning the final all-in.
We're still in it. Mortimer, we're back.
See, there's Igor, good sport after Bill got him on the bubble, jacks to 10s. See Mike Watson's girlfriend and my wife there, sitting there sweating, enjoying Bill's ride, having fun on the rail.
Yeah,
Igor,
we got a new short stack.
Unbelievable. The chip leader to short stack.
Well, we're battling now for the min cash.
Shuffle up and deal, guys. Good luck.
The wait is over.
I finally have a girlfriend. And maybe more importantly, the Triton London event is here. And trust me, it's gonna be a big one. And the best bit, London is my hometown, so I know just about everyone round here. How you doing, buddy? We've got 7 events over 9 days, and one of those events is pretty special. The Triton Million, you may have heard of it. Biggest entrance fee, biggest first prize in history. And where's it all happening? The Hilton Hotel. Now I'm inside the Hilton Hotel, walking up a staircase, but I think it's time we checked out the tournament area, because I've heard it's pretty spectacular. As the players enter the tournament area, they're greeted by this amazing walkway. Either side, you've got pictures of the previous champions and a few of the people that have been banned from the casino. Only joking, that's Tim Adams. He's a great guy. Now this is where all the magic is gonna happen. Your tournament area. Here are your 2 feature tables. We'll be switching between the tables as we bring you the best of all the action. And of course, anything happens out here, we'll bring that to you as well, so you won't miss a thing. To say the fields are going to be stacked this week is a massive understatement. I've never seen such a collection of poker brains. And it's not just poker pros, we've got some celebs in the field. Even Boris has turned up. That's Becker, not Johnson. One rule that's been introduced for the Poker Million is that the players aren't allowed to wear anything that covers the face. Revolutionary, but it has meant that we've had to open a cloakroom purely for Christoph Vogelsang. Another new addition here in London is the break desk, where the guys will be bringing you extra analysis and interviews from this very table. Exciting. But my favourite thing about it is the fact that Lex Veldhaus will never get a break again. So in summary, we've got everything we need for the perfect week. The best players in the world, huge prize pools, and some businessmen thrown in just for that extra bit of fun. Enjoy the show.
Million.
Level up there. A little breathing room.
Yeah.
Suit feels a little less tight right now.
It's also... Wow. Not flush draw for Big L.
You know, Adams is the pre-flop raiser, and this isn't... It's an okay flop for you. He's got the best hand, but the thing is, in a high-pressure situation with money jumps on a final table, say you bet and get called, you'd have no idea if your opponent has a jack or a draw.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's very tricky. He's going to keep control of the hand. Just, I believe he's just hoping his opponent just folds.
Yeah, I really like the small bet. At least he keeps it all a little bit marginal. I mean, if you bet 800 here and your opponent calls, you just got to give him a lot of credit for Queen Jack. Jack 10.
Against Big Al might interpret the small bet as a feeler kind of bet, and he might raise here. So I think he said just call.
Yeah.
Would have been
call.
If he made the raise, I think Adams would have folded.
This is a very rough situation here for Adams.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's the good turn card? The 9 and only the 9?
Yeah, then he only has one of them he can hit. I'd say this is pretty good though.
I think Adams is probably, with this hand, looking to put one more bet, whether it's a call or bet himself at most. Don't think he's looking to play for all of the chips. He knows that when he bets small, he does induce players to float behind him with king queens, some pocket pairs, some ace highs. The thing is, Big Al has a really wide range. We saw him limp like 7-8 suited and stuff from under gun. So that 6 can actually improve Big Al, while
So
some
true.
other players, not possible.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think this is the situation where you're up against a player, the only player at the table who could have a 6 here. And that matters, you know?
It's another small bet. And I'm curious to see how Big Al is going to react to that. Big Al might be thinking, A, you're trying to keep me in because you got a really big hand, because you're betting small. Or B, you're trying to get a cheap river. Maybe I can blow you off of it if I make it huge. Looks like he is just going to call. He seems a little bit worried, but that's the calling chips. Does he want to grab more? It looks like he is grabbing more. No? Yeah, let's use one of those time extensions.
Oh, man.
Adams is thinking, please just fold. Sucks to play out of position.
Sounds like a call. Yeah.
4 million in the middle.
Biggest spot so far.
Big Al trying to see if he can hit his hand. Does not. So is Adams gonna do a block bet? I think it's reasonable if he thinks that Big Al might bet, like, say Big Al has like a flush draw, he just bets like 3 million. He's not looking to call 3 million.
That's really that's an excellent point, because if you check here and your opponent shoves, you know, maybe even if you think, well, I could be getting called by a jack, but whatever, I'm just gonna bet 500,000 again.
And there's a reason he bets small on a flop and turn. All in from Big Al.
Oh, he wasted no time.
I love it.
He wasted no time. We didn't even know it was his turn yet.
Now some players you might be thinking, this guy's got a flush draw or he's got pocket jacks. No. Big Al, he can have 6-7, 6-8, 6-5, ace-6 suited. Even a 4, because when you bet small on a flop and you bet small on a turn, someone's got good odds. He's going to lay down.
What a bluff by Big Al. Shows it too.
Ooh, Alfred DeCarlo.
That is incredible.
Don't call him Big Al for nothing.
Big Al taking the kids to the streets. I gotta get some appreciation.
Yeah, no, I opened this
So, not strong pieces for anyone.
He raised the small blind.
No, I folded.
Flop came blank for me. Bet I folded. I was thinking about it as well. You got a nice hand pre-flop there.
I know that I bet like 400 million.
Yeah, nice hand. Yeah, it's 6 of 10.
So I'm just going to check around.
Yeah, he had 15 big blinds.
Okay, now that's the dicey card.
Ooh. 2 spade draws out there. Big Al with the worst of it though. Brinkany also with better gut shots as well. So both players have a straight draw and a flush draw. Meanwhile, Chidwick checks it over.
It's a tricky card for Kenny because he does pick up extra equity, but also it's hard to get everyone to fold. He's going to fire just hoping people have hands like 8, 9, pocket 7s, pocket 6s.
It's a dream spot for Kenny.
565.
But then again, what if you miss and you have to fold and you have to check the river? We know what Big Al is capable of. Well, there's only one way I can win the spot.
Big Al's trying to think, can he maybe represent a big hand by raising? We saw last time we had a flush draw, he kind of called to see what he got there first and did make the big bluff.
565.
It's just gonna give him a lot more credit for hands like Jack 10, King Jack here. Maybe even some Ace Jack. I think he's gonna be much more oriented towards those kind of hands than towards a flush draw. Kenny's mind.
Oh, that actually gives both players straight.
Yeah, that's rough.
I don't think Kenny thinks that Big Al has the under end of the straight too often. Besides, what, 10-9? 10-9 probably wouldn't even call a turn bet. So he might put his opponent on like a 2-pair type hand.
Yeah.
King Jack,
Call.
Queen Jack. It's a quick call.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think we could see from Bryn's sizing there too. He went with about a third of the pot. Exactly for that reason. He's like, I need King Jack and King 10 be able to call me here. So Bryn Kenny moving on up. 8.5 million. Means he's getting, he's the same stack as Stephen Chidwick now. He might even be in second.
Yeah, this can really change the tone. at this final table.
You hit it straight too.
I used straight and flush draw.
Oh, at least you didn't get the.
From center spotlight. You're in the center spotlight.
I am the center spotlight.
For sure. Especially with that outfit and the hat.
I mean, you could say I want to be on TV for a couple hours. That might be the reason, or it could be the money.
Nah.
I'm gonna hang around.
It's just like a good or bad day over there.
Good or bad day.
But everybody likes to win. That's for sure. No matter how much.
And Smith has the ace of spades, 2 spades on board, so that gives him a little bit
Especially when it's the big
opportunity.
What's the bet?
This is not too big of a bet. Big Al usually goes for a little bit bigger sizings. Dan Smith might be tempted here. It really depends how he reads into this.
You cared so much, probably wouldn't have to be strict.
You know, at high pressure final tables, you are incentivized to play a little bit tighter than normal.
Kind of fun though, battling.
Is Smith going to make the call? He knows there's other short stacks. He is going to make the call. I think the small bet sizing did get him.
Yeah, because you take it, you really don't like losing.
I can't, especially if it's like, oh, I do the wrong thing. It's like.
Were you a sore loser or never?
No, I mean, I just
never.
So we do have an overcard. I don't think Big Al thinks the queen hits Smith that often, although it is always worrisome when an overcard does peel off.
It's not fun, but it's like it's life. Life is suffering. Yeah. So you just be resilient. That's the bottom line.
Correctly figures out he's got the best hand, it seems. He is reaching for chip. No, he's going to check it. I guess it is scary when the overcard comes. Now the question is, does Dan Smith bet here? He knows the queen looks scary. He's thinking about what better hands he can get to fold.
How many entries did they get?
I guess mainly ace-king would be the obvious one. I'm wondering, would Big Al fold a middling hand like 8-9 suited?
It's a
check.
Verbal check.
Just like make it like 6 hours to register.
Oh,
wow, gets there. That's a great river.
Yeah. So quick check. Do you think value betting is viable here, face check?
I think so. I think if Big Al's going to trap on the turn, I don't think he's going to be too greedy and do it again on the river. It's also such an inconspicuous card. If there's an underpair, like how are you going to give Dan credit for a jack here? You know, it's such a better card for him to hit than an ace. I would really like to see some value here.
Yeah, I agree with you.
$1,050,000.
$1,050,000.
Hit the jack.
Call. Ace jack.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Big Al.
How much is that?
$1,050,000.
Insane bluff on Timothy Adams. He rammed in the ace high, mid and fold nines.
Pre-flop or?
No, on the river. So he called twice with a flush draw, and then he missed the river, got checked to, and then Big Al just like the the chips. Timothy Adams didn't even check yet almost, and he just said all in. And then Timothy Adams ended up folding. So Big Al has been chipping up reasonably. He just got a little bit unlucky, but
Wow.
I don't know. There's it's been cool to see. Aaron Zhang has been pretty snug, but you know he doesn't have that many chips. And yeah, I don't know. It's kind of other than that, it's kind of what you expect to see, I guess.
That's funny because Aaron Zhang, I've played with him in the cash games quite a bit, and he can have a day or two where he plays pretty snug, but so many of the times he goes quite crazy.
Oh, yeah?
And so I wasn't sure what he's going to do in this tournament. I wouldn't have been shocked if he just showed up and was firing every hand.
We're actually seeing all in here. Quick call from Vivek. So Bill Perkins at risk. Slight favorite, but
fair fight versus Vivek.
That's a fair fight.
Yep. Ace, king, 7.
Look how dapper Bill Perkins looks.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that everyone wore a suit to this thing. Except Bryn. What is Bryn doing, man? What was his reason?
He had it tailor-made, so honestly he thinks he's wearing a suit. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah.
I think we should fine him like 2 time banks. Some tournaments. Exactly. Be like, what is this, buddy? That's not a suit.
He'd probably be the least to care about that, though. That's like the Mikita Bachikowski. Then you're going to see some tears. But Alright, so Bill Perkins is real. Big moment for him. So far, so good.
It's a pretty good flop for Bill Perkins.
Some high pressure all-ins. He's all in on the bubble for his
I
tournament
really
life.
appreciate that. It softens the blow. I'm gonna have the big stack and say that to you.
We haven't seen Vivek lose many hands this tournament.
These guys know each other a bit, so some friendly banter going on in the middle of this huge coin flip.
Yeah. So deuce, they give some extra outs to Vivek.
Oh,
Now
whoa.
at 5.
Bill Perkins looked like he already lost the hand, even though he's 77%.
Deuce, how does it? What is it? Slow down. Hold on. Floor.
Why is he calling the floor? He wants to sit on this turn for more time?
Wow. Gets a full double. Vivek not gonna feel that one too much. He's still at 15 million, almost what he started the day with. But Bill is making a nice rise. He's up to 5 million now.
Yeah.
30 bigs.
I think he's been playing pretty tight, they said, right?
Yeah. He just had a situation with Ace Jack where he could have gone for it, but decided to take a flop. But you know, he gets this one in, so.
It's funny, I hadn't played with him for 3 years or something, or at least not much. He used to play.
Some plays, he's not afraid to go to flops and play post-flop in high-pressure situations. With almost 30 million in earnings, see why.
Very dry board. Does Chidwick want to lead out? Does he want to check? He has been quite passive on these kind of boards where he's expected to bet. I think he's looking for delayed bets because if Chidwick had a queen or 5, he likely would check as well. So he knows his opponent would read into that and he's trying to kind of pretend he's got something. Smith actually makes queens and 5s. I'm trying to think, should I check it back or maybe try to bet? He is going to check.
Yeah, I think for the reasons you mentioned, it makes a lot of sense to check. You don't want to put yourself in a precarious situation, get check raised there by somehow a 5 or get bluffed even. So he does decide to pot control. Pretty safe board.
All right, so now he picks up the 6. I do think Chidwick is probably looking to get 1 street of value at least in this hand at some point, but he's actually in trouble. Minimum bet.
Yeah, Dan can't know it. But this was basically the best card. His opponent has to hit a 6 and a 6 only to beat him, and he has position. Chidwick, yeah, betting likely for protection. Thinks he could definitely be in good shape here now.
I don't expect Smith to raise because it would kind of float in the pot for no reason. He does call. So a better 2 pair for Smith. You look at Chidwick's hand, you're thinking, what worse hand can I get to call another bet? I guess it's just ace high, exactly.
Yeah, it's ace highs.
So it's very hard to get called by worse. Often when you think it's hard to get called by a hand, you usually don't bet, but he is going to put a little bit out there. Thinks it's possible to get called by high card.
You can see Matt just dictate the bet size here. It keeps the pot, you know, he's accomplishing by the sizing here. Even you see Dan, his hand is strong as top 2 pair. It's going to be hard for him to raise. Does block 7-8 for a straight, which is a possible hand he would check the flop, lead the turn with. He has an 8 in his hand. You know, if you're Dan, you're thinking same thing. What am I going to get? What do I raise with? I guess somehow you have a better queen. What can I bet? Get called by? Did I beat? And I'd be surprised if he raises here, but then again,
I think it's possible because he's
1.3 million.
Yeah, I like the raise a lot, and the reason I say that is because when Chidwick bets 300,000 to $1 million, you got to ask the question. Okay, well, there's clearly a lot of hands that can beat me: 7, 8, 5, pocket queens. You got to ask, would Chidwick only bet 300,000 into $1 million if he
had a 5?
Hands?
Yeah.
It does seem like the small bet is that he's got a value hand. Usually a queen, occasionally a 9. It just seems like give your opponent the opportunity to call. You let them worry about it.
Queen 9.
And he makes the call here for the 6.
Really sick play.
So he got maximum value. Look at this. Chidwick has fallen to probably 4th place. Dan Smith's in 3rd, I believe.
Yeah.
Check flop there as well. So it's all relative, all proportionate.
Yeah, he has been struggling today so far. Is a short stack. Vivek, start of day chip leader, is going to raise it up, face jack.
An awkward spot for him.
And like, there's nowhere I can put it.
Perkins still with 3.5 million, sitting okay. I mean, it's really jumbled down at the bottom. There's guys between 15 and 19 blinds.
So Aaron's only got 11.5 big blinds. You're up against the chip leader, who's expected to raise a lot. Of course, you don't like that he's raising from early position. It does seem like you don't got anywhere to go. Pay jump from 8th to 7th is a few 100,000 pounds. Is going to use a time extension. I do think that's the right move. Is going to shove. I think it's going to be a side call.
How much is it? Like
12 big blinds.
Yeah, Vivek knows he doesn't love it, but it's just...
It's like... Oh, it's 100, 200, right? So it's 10 big blinds? 2 million?
Yeah, Vivek's going to have to work out a call here, but he knows that it's not a great spot. He's
Okay,
probably
no problem.
pretty cool with
I
that.
thought you shoved
We
20
just
big blinds.
mentioned Rick Solomon's ears were burning. There he is on the sideline, sweating Vivek. It was his addition late in the tournament. Rick went out, the first one out of this tournament, ace king of spades versus queens on a
Same hand.
queen jack spade board. He's cashed 3 times at $1 million events, 2014, 16, 18. So I'm sure he's got a little taste of Vivek here, sweating intently.
Chop it up.
It's not a chop yet. There
Bill.
could be runner, heart.
Bill, don't be that guy.
That
This is obviously a heart, right? I mean, it's
I mean, we saw that before.
just a $1 million tournament calling out.
Of course. Takes a lot to sweat a poker tournament.
No, not 10%. Yeah. Just sweating.
About 4 and change percent. The runner flush. About 5%. You see the graphics there letting you know. You're gonna make Bill feel silly for a second or not? Oh, Bill. Oh, Bill, you should probably stand up for a second. Rick plays with Bill a lot in cash games, and he took a seat even. He's a little disappointed in Bill. Wild Bill calling for saying it's a chop.
Wow, so Aaron saying can get
Bill
a
feels-
free roll in, 20% chance of it happening.
They have a flair for the dramatic.
It's actually less than 20%, but reasonable chance.
Yeah. And to the river. Oh my Bill! Oh, that's so dirty. Bill, yeah, that's no one likes to see that. 5 million chip pot. That's a sick. It's really for the whole field. That's sick because it's well, it wouldn't have been pay jump, but now this makes it even tighter. Everything's more snug. Short stack doubles. Wow.
Bill feels bad, man.
Yeah.
Suck it, Aaron.
All right, let's.
You got a good hand and a suck it.
Oh my goodness. We saw the 4 flush 10s to 10s.
Although he's lost a lot of his stack, he's got this body language and demeanor where he just feels very relaxed. Guess he plays pretty big, I imagine.
Yeah.
Chidwick is at it again. Adams is very short. He's only got 12.5 big blinds. You really can't see him laying this one down. When you're in last position, you got to make a move. You just saw Aaron Zhang double up. Nothing to wait for.
Yeah, and this is one of those ones where Chidwick knows it's like a flip at best, and he's not gonna like it if he puts it in. It looks like he's got to do it.
Price is good.
Price is just right, and just speaking, I'll tell you what, Adams has a little extra zest with the 6s. He was, I think, 14 or 15, 16 players left, got in 6s to Putra, who had 10s for his life in a 3.5 million pot and smoked a 6 on the turn to be in the tournament. So this time he's the 4-1 favorite with 6s, and Timothy Adams, world-class player. Everyone's It's one of those things. The pay jumps are big. Everyone's, you know, they want to see not only a player get knocked out, but one of the more talented players in the game. So we know who people are rooting for at the table. Very clean flop. Chidwick gonna need a 5 or 5 only. 2 pulls at it. There's no backdoor draws. Comes in that vicinity, but still 5 or 5 only, 1 card, or else Timothy Adams will have 5.5 million and actually be ahead of Chidwick. Chidwick, Adams done this enough. Safe.
So another player survives elimination. Chidwick was in second place. He's moved down a lot of spots. He's only sitting on 26 big blinds now. Was trying to make some plays. Sometimes you just lose.
25?
BK would know better than I would.
I would guess it's somewhere around.
I think you and I are next to each other.
No, I shot up this.
Oh.
We were next to each other.
Didn't mean to throw any shade. you and I were like 9-10 or something like that.
Yeah. We like flipped 8, 9, 9, 10 for a while.
I will guess I am at 28 million, but it's just a guess.
That is correct. I think it's 27.9 something. Players eligible to become the #1 all time. And Big Al, is there kind of hands? He loves these suited aces. Tim Adams gonna raise. He already bluffed them once. If he tries again, this won't work. Go for a flat.
So this might get Vivek to possibly make a play here.
I'll tell you what, Big Al's flirting on that. He's got 16 blinds to start, flatting the ace-8 suited. And this is actually a hand, you know, it's got some good equity against 2 red kings. Got
There's
the over
a chance
flush
that
draws.
Vivek might just jam. If he thinks that as long as Adams folds, he doesn't have to worry about Perkins, who's very short.
Right.
Big Al is only playing 15 big blinds, seems quite...
The wheels are spinning, you might be right. Or... I don't know. Would he ever raise fold versus Tim? Could he go? It's just too shallow. How many blind? Yeah, I don't know. It's a good. I mean, it's definitely a viable option to rip it here.
You could just 3-bet squeeze. The advantage of jamming is you can get a lot of folds from Adams, who
all in.
He does shove because like 7s, 8s, and 9s, they might just fold if.
Yeah, he's
if you
jamming.
jam.
He's jamming into one that is not going to be able to relinquish, but it is a spot where and Big Al has an ace, so there's not a ton of.
2 aces
out
left.
there, and Adams is going to know that this is just a great situation. Vivek could have a mid pair, ace X, and Vivek knows he stepped into it with the quick action there. Al can't do anything here, but think about it. I guess you could think about it.
Yeah, so Vivek, a little bit of a misstep. I understand where he's coming from.
2 all-ins in a bathroom.
Timothy Adams was a short stack and is in prime position to become possibly even the chip lead of a tournament. Yeah, he would be.
Big Al's in time banking with the raise. He flatted all in, ace-8 suited. Just shows you the Big Al. You know, he doesn't have time bank here. Like he's genuinely thinking, you know what?
I'm just gonna get him.
Yeah, I
Just
could
gonna
get
hit
him.
those
Maybe they
trip
have
eights.
kings and queens, or I got flush draw. I mean, it's just maybe he's posturing. He's got a lot of time banks. He can use one.
Okay, that was definitely a trivial fold. But onto the hand.
Yeah, Vivek, the ace-10 offsuit. 1 ace is not in the deck. Hard to make a straight when your opponent has 2 kings.
So how do I do this? I just take it back and then. Yeah.
How does this tournament poker all in
You done
stuff
it?
work? He's like, I'm cash game. Yeah.
So there's 2 aces left in the deck.
Oh, there's another one? I didn't catch it. There was another one gone? Oh, there's one from Big
Yeah, you
Al.
had like
One he
5.5.
has.
Yeah, there's 2 aces left in the deck.
2 and a...
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Triton Super High Roller Series. You know, we weren't going to do a stream anymore for today, but we decided everything's so hype. The crowned champion in the Triton Million, Aaron Zhang, won a lot of money. We're live from the Hilton Park Lane.
Let's keep
Welcome, Jeff.
Let's keep it going. Let's do this. This was the thing. This was a side event table here, playing for over 1 million. It's 1.3 million up top. Pretty crazy, and a star-studded field. Let's keep it rolling, Randy.
Yeah. Talk about like that Triton Million. Just quick recap. Remind them what happened.
Yeah. So this was a big day. This is a history day in poker. The largest payout ever. 20 million US. It ended up being with a deal. There was a deal. Heads up. Blinken got the lion's share. He was the chip leader at the time. He did not end up winning the event. Technically, on paper, it's going to show as Zhang is going to be the one that takes it down, but money-wise, Bryn did get the #1 spot, and he is going to be he's going to go ahead and just claim the #1 hole in the tournament history of earnings. He has over 50 million now, 34 something, $20 million he's adding plus to that resume, so 54 million. Bryn's the #1 slot, and really just a wild day. Action, we saw a great call. We saw a great bluff from Big Al. We saw a great call from Chidwick, and we had it all. We had the drama. We had 4 flushes, all in, ace jack from Zhang, who had 2.4 million at the time, ends up making a 4 flush versus Vivek, and there it is. He goes from 2.4, he doubles to a little over 5, and now he has a champion of the largest, most. What are you gonna say? He's got the trophy, he's got the hype, he has a big score.
And we got the Leroy Jenkins time bank
yep.
call.
Yes, we've never seen that. Chidwick, that's about as much emotion. He showed it on that.
Leroy Jenkins.
Yes, we saw a lot of things today. So, and it's not over. That's the thing. We got another big action tournament here with big money up top going on, and some world-class players to boot. So it's a treat.
Of course, congratulations to Shunu Zhang, Aaron Zhang.
Yes.
For that performance. I mean, he was out-chipped, heads up, 8 million, 40 million. Sometimes you always got a chance, but let's get back to this hand. Look at this. This is a pretty intense hand. So Flink was a pre-flop raiser. Kuhn called in a big blind 5-4 offsuit. That's the flop. Seems pretty reasonable. Call the straight draw. Turns a jack. Flink is going to keep betting because turn top pair.
Yep.
Now Kuhn's going for a huge check raise. And you can see the bet sizing. The Flink actually looks like he bet quite small on the turn, so I think that might have actually induced Jason Kuhn to go for a check raise.
Yeah, Jason Kuhn, no one needs an introduction in poker to, one of the greats, and was in the £1 million here. He is a absolute stone cold crusher. Flink, I can't say I have seen or played with. Do you have any information on Flink?
Flink his name is Robert Flink.
Okay.
And he's also a high-stakes cash game crusher, but he mainly plays short deck nowadays.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think a lot of guys know him from the previous Triton series.
So him and Jason could have some history.
They definitely could have some history. And, some people, they get kind of scared when they see a big raise. Not Flink, he's a good hand reader. And we had him in the booth, actually, back in Montenegro, so it's nice to see him play. And Jason Kuhn right now is thinking, please hit my hand.
Right, yeah, it's going to be interesting. The thing is, the ace would ace would be a big action card, making top 2. He would make his hand.
He could, GG.
Yeah, he could see the queen king though. That's the thing. He does not make his hand. This is definitely a brick in Flink's mind. If he called the turn, it's going to be hard for him to not call this river, I think, if he stuck to it. But I don't know. We've seen Kerry Katz make the board pairing 3. There's times when you can talk yourself into a fold, right? Like, you never know. And Kuhn does have him covered, but it would be a lot of Jason's chips. He was the chip leader, I believe, to start the hand at least. And Jason is. It's actually a little bit interesting. It happens to be like our first hand on the feature. Like, this is on the outer table, but Jason, you're here. You're on the bright lights. There's cameras. There's recordings, and people react differently to all-ins and decisions sometimes. A little bit, right? Maybe even 0.5% or whatever. Who knows? But I think Jason's got a tough spot here to think. Did he?
Yeah, he just checked. So Flink action is on Flink. Trying to think, is there value in shoving? Usually when someone takes this line, they either got a big draw that miss, or they got like a full house trying to get you to bluff your misdraw. So there isn't that much value in betting. Flink is just basically deciding, does Kuhn ever do this with a jack? The answer might be yes, actually, because he bets so small on the turn. So I do think he should think about betting.
The one hand he could have is 10 deuce that Jason would have done. He's in the big blind. He check raises, somehow a 10 deuce suited, defended, and then now he's counterfeited.
Or like a jack deuce suited probably makes a little bit more sense.
Okay, yeah, because the flop it went check
call.
Oh, check call, yeah. So okay. Yeah. So, but that, I mean, that's pretty thin, right? There's not a lot of spots, and I think you're gonna be pretty happy in this stage if you can get check back.
Check. All right, so that was the first hand, action hand already. That's a good sign. I like action.
Jason tabled his hand or no?
Yeah, he did.
He did say you win right away, and showed. Flink, it's a nice pot, big pot. Maybe the chip lead now. I can't see how.
Two.
But he's got 48% stack increase, so he basically. Yeah, he's feeling pretty good. It's a nice start to this final table and moving chips away from the dangerous Jason.
Could I get a still?
Charlie Carroll.
Charlie Carroll, holy chips! He's got a big stack there too, and we saw him try to bluff Mr. Patrick Antonius in an interesting hand in the 25K initial event of this Triton series. He got looked up. You got to say he had a lot of heart, and he did end up bubbling that event, as I remember, the stone bubble.
Did he stone bubble?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. He had shoving ace deuce, ran into ace king of opponent, and I think he was on his way out. But you got to respect Charlie. He had a huge stack in that tournament. He really doesn't take his foot off the gas, so you got to respect it. And here he is, right back in his next event at a final table, and
the
looking
good
really
news
healthy.
for him is there's no Patrick Antonius at this final table to hero call him down.
Right.
It's gonna be a new guy.
Someone else, but it's dangerous. This is fun poker. These guys really do. They mix it up. They go for it. You see some creative bluffs, lines, and oh, look at that. Linus Love just casually in there as well.
Yeah, actually, funny thing is Linus Love is at the final table of the 25K as well. That's going to start tomorrow, first thing off. So he's actually at 2 final tables at the same time, technically.
In London. It's been good to him so far in many regards.
He's entered 2 events.
Yeah.
And he's at the both final tables.
It's a fast start.
More, sorry.
So if you guys don't know, Linus Lowliger,
It's like 1.4
he's
behind.
regarded as one of the, possibly the best online no-limit cash game player. He did defend a 6-4, and to me, this looks like one of those boards where all the chips are going in at some point.
Wow, look at this. 2 overs to the board. King high flush draw. Lowliger got the trips. Seeing the big blinds come in, one of the advantages, opening up your range, defending a little bit wide. I mean, it's not that wide. 6-4 definitely worth the defend. They're deep stacked, rough, relatively.
So the question is, does he go for a check raise or just check call? By check calling, you kind of look like high card. By check raising, you represent the flush draws and the straight draws.
I think he's got just a brilliant hand at check raise. Also with the 4. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of. He could have 4-5. He could have 5-7. He's just got to go for it, I think, here.
This guy is also known to be called a GTO machine.
Okay.
He's literally a robot. He just has studied it so much. So if you didn't know what some of the GTO solutions are, just watch him play, and he's probably quite accurate.
And this is the bad news when you got. It makes a lot of sense. Your hand looks pretty damn good with the King Jack suit. If you're gonna get check raised here, you're thinking, though, I have spades. The board's paired. What does my guy have? Does he have a gut shot? Does he have trips somehow?
All of the chips.
There's a lot of stuff going on here. The good news is, though, if he does have a flush draw, you're probably ahead.
Also, he did just call. I thought the yellow chips were a bit more.
Yeah, there are some decent scenarios. You're certainly not too afraid to peel here, the King Jack suited. So, interesting card.
What do you do here with the trip 6s? So, the 7's an interesting card because some of the straight draws that would check raise here, like 4-5 and
4-5 and 7-5. 7-5 would make a pair. 4-5 makes a nut straight. So it's good and bad. It's good, but
I'm saying, like, let's just say your opponent was hero calling you with like an ace high type hand. They might not want to hero call you on the turn,
right?
Because those hands pair
so
up.
It could actually, it could kill his action here a bit.
So he's gonna bet 350,000.
Yeah, and if you're Flink, your hand starts to look a little less attractive. You got the boards paired, so somehow if your opponent does have a 6.
I mean, you got position for a good price of a king high flush draw. It's pretty darn hard to fold.
Yeah, and like you say, if our opponent does have 7-5 offsuit or 7-5, whatever, now king or jack could be good as well. And fortunately for Flink, he doesn't hit a king or a jack, but he also doesn't make a spade.
Yeah.
So Linus trying to deduce how many combinations of flush draws does his opponent have, because against those hands, he'd want to check. But you gotta remember, some of those flush draws actually pair up, like a 7, a queen. A queen, those hands probably would check back because they put their opponent on a 6 or a nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And then otherwise, you need to think about what hands can call down this bet, shove, check, raise, bet, shove. Probably like, what, any pair, right?
Yeah.
Ace 3, pocket 4s, 5s.
Mm-hmm.
The 7 is quite hard to hit.
Yeah, I think Linus is definitely going to bet a nice size here, because exactly, I think he can deduce his opponent has either an overpair or a Broadway kind of flush hand or a big flush hand. So yeah, that queen splits the uprights on the king jack, but he could easily have king queen of spades or king jack of spades. Well, queen jack of spades or queen 10 of spades, ace queen of spades, and if his opponent did have, let's say this was the king of hearts or jack of hearts, this might really just get paid off.
Yeah, so action is on flank. Little Leaguer does shove quite small because that's all he's got. I don't think you can do anything with king jack. Yeah, like you're holding the cards you're trying to pick off, right? Like the flush draws. Pretty straightforward.
Big stack increase there from Loliger in a well executed hand.
Thank you.
Guy looks serious. He just looks like he knows what he's doing, and that's the word on the street. He knows what's happening.
Oh, he definitely knows what he's doing.
Right? Not a guy you like to see at your table.
He knows how to play 6 max, 5 max, 4 max, 3 max, 2 max. He's a machine. He's one of the. He was like the highlight of the last series in Montenegro. He never played in a live tournament. He hadn't played many live tournaments, but he definitely never played with cards up. And
you just emptied
he
the
showed
clip
up
with the king 5 of diamonds.
to play some
didn't you?
tournaments, and it was really cool.
It was a good fall. No point lying.
Yeah.
Table. I hope that's a lie.
He just
I
Jason
don't think
Kuhn's
so, but
too pure.
I hope so.
I don't think it's lying.
Nah, I had it.
I mean, yeah, be a weird spot.
Jason Kuhn
But I just
speculating the king 5 of diamonds is a joke, but
hope
then
we have a
said,
maniacal
I know he had
sociopath
it.
at the table.
30-minute delay, so yeah, not a lot of point of line. But then again, these guys don't seem to be on their phones too much. I've noticed that the other features, maybe they don't catch every hand. They're focused to the in-game. You know, I found that times where I'm playing at a televised event or cash game or whatever it might be, no matter if it's, you know, for fun or whatever the stakes, it's just kind of like nice to be in the game flow. Sometimes you catch up like, oh, like I want to have someone watching hands for me and tell me like, yeah, it's cool if your friend just texts you a hand like, oh, by the way, you know, he had this. But if you're trying to like watch the stream or see like all this stuff, like I think you're actually hurting yourself. I think getting a hand, like it'd be cool to know like just your buddy texts you, yeah, you had this, that's it. You don't need to like look at everything or just be in the moment at the table. I think, and we see that a lot.
And especially at these stakes, actually, live tells type of things. Well, I don't think these guys give too much live tells. It's definitely very possible still, so you want to at least check that opportunity.
Yeah.
So we got small blind versus big blind. This Kale Burns from Australia. It's a minimum bet from Linus. Loliger. Burns got the open and straight draw. Can really just play this multiple ways. In position, calling seems quite attractive. You know, you don't get blown off your hand. You don't have to float the pot. You can hit it. You'll get very good odds in case your opponent does have a hand. And sometimes your opponent just check and you bet. It's a much safer option.
Yep. He also does have a club in there. Sometimes he can, if a club came, he could potentially do some magic with. But this is going to get checked over to him. Ace-4 not loving their hand on this board when they're called on the flop. Of course, he is beating that specific hand, but there's not many hands that he can think he's good when he gets called, and just maybe an attorney's not particularly in love with.
I like the bet that's coming in. You don't want to check because then you don't really represent the king ever. Just better to bet now. Let your opponent figure out what you got.
Nice hand there with 7 high from Burns.
Gonna have to retire the glasses.
Too much.
Sight versus headache. Choose sight.
It's a reasonable choice.
Yeah.
Got a couple of gentlemen that entered the 1 million pound Triton high roller that are in this final table, maybe looking to get unstuck for the trip right away, not have to wait long.
Well, they can get unstuck
Actually,
in this
better
trip.
story than that.
First
one of my
place,
students first
paying
ever live
1.3,
hand.
2 million.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Even second is almost gets you home.
She was so nervous, and it was like this 10-pound buy-in game at some random place we found online. And she was so nervous about not being able to find the right chips that she got ace-king first hand, and she just mucked it.
Serious?
Yeah.
Jason,
I was like, I didn't teach
What are you
that,
teaching
man.
them, bro?
You should have sent her to Elliott Rowe after that. Work on her mindset a little bit.
Jason Kuhn pop up, pop up the cutoff with 2 8s, and we see Ibinger in the big blind with a nice pair of 5s. That, as Mike Sexton used to say, the wired pair. It's always nice to have a pair.
There is a chance. He's got 25 big blinds, which is a bit, but some players opt to play this fast and just put all the chips in.
Yeah, to be fair, if you want to get that punt out of your
position
system,
raise,
that's the one.
But the call is definitely fine. I didn't want to rule out the possibility that he won't shove here.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's one of those boards where you're both thinking 3 overcards, 3 broadways.
Yeah.
Get me out of here.
I would imagine this is. I think Jason is going to bet here. Notice this a lot. A lot of the small pairs on these type of boards when they're in position, they kind of bet one time. You know, if the opponent has like King 10 or Jack 10 or something where they're going to call one time, and then you get to maybe just say, you know what, I'm not just going to go nuts on this board, but I'm going to get a free river, let them check again. Whereas when you check, you're really giving up the lead, and in a hand like 5s or 6-5 suitors, so you might give the chance to have you be bluff. So I've noticed that a lot. We saw a hand, I believe you and I were in the booth in the million, where Webster bet with 7s against Ace King, and Rui Cow just flatted with ace. It was like ace 4 deuce. Turn was a brick. It went check check, and then the river was the 7. And by betting the flop, you kept control of the hand, and then you get to have a chance even to improve your set. So I like the decision there.
Taking a look at the chip count, Cale Burns is the tournament chip leader. Got Jason Kuhn, Charlie Carroll, Robert Flink, Linus, Loliger, Yap Junhua, and Matthias Ibinger. 8th place was Daniel DeVos, 182,000 euros. We actually paid 15 places in this tournament. There was a
pounds, Nano. No go.
That's right. There's a lot of entries in this one. 109.
Yeah, pretty juicy 50K.
Nice.
Yeah, some people had them.
Pounds.
What do you think the over/under on?
Until it's been a hard tournament.
Main event
Yeah, I don't
tomorrow.
have any bank.
What are you thinking?
Yeah, well, I wanted to talk about the events that's to come.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, the first thing we're going to show you
an
is
extra,
the
like 4 times for
25K
that
final
fiasco
table.
that we had to play through for 40
Event
minutes.
number 1.
At least like 2.
Okay.
So we're
the
going to get
confetti
more Linus
popping, I mean,
love
that
no
was
matter what.
intense.
It made everything pretty confusing.
Then
Yeah, that was
transition into the 100K main event.
Yeah. I was kind of
What
expecting it after he won,
field
just
size
not
do
like
we
20
expect
minutes
in these?
after.
Yeah.
I can't really
Like,
tell you
holy
because
shit.
this has been the
Blowing up
largest.
Blowing up time bank,
Triton
20-second shot clock,
by
pre, and we
far.
got cannons popping off.
Like we
behind
were
us.
getting like 40 people or
Playing
something
a
like that
bubble,
before, I
just like
believe. But then this one could be. I think it's going to be huge.
We should have been a tournament like
Because,
that. Just like the most
109
high-stress
entries.
tournament, just people
Having people like yelling at you.
For our no limit events. So it's good to see.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so after that main event, the main event's actually a 2-day event. It used to be a 3-day event, but I believe made some changes in the structure. People didn't really like to play that long. It's better for the businessman to play a little bit speedier. And then after that, there is a 25K short deck ante-only, but that's probably gonna run on the side. We might only see the end of it possibly, and then we're gonna do the 100K short deck main event, which is a very exciting tournament. And they do have a 50K short deck on the side that will probably show you the end of it depending on how things go.
Okay, that's exciting. Tell me about Yap Junhua. Is he a regular?
I believe he doesn't play he's also a recreational player.
Oh yeah.
Annihilated me.
I saw him.
Yeah, I annihilated you with
previous
all my
Triton
top
series.
pairs.
He only plays short deck. A lot of these guys come out
Crushed
for short
him.
deck. But they're
Just
like,
crushed him raising the button.
oh,
flop
small
top
blind
pair.
at 50,000 pounds. Let me get
all
in.
the time and I don't see half of it, it just feels like I'm getting wrecked.
Yeah, but on the
pretty
other
juicy
side,
to
it's really,
raise.
you're
This
like,
is a under the
man, I
gun
forgot how
raise,
to
and we
play.
see
And the other
a
person's like, I
3-bet
just have
here
top pair or like a flush
from
draw.
Eppinger.
Just have a
Definitely
flush
handle
draw.
it
This guy's so
either way.
aggressive.
Yeah.
Actually, all
Rolling.
options maybe.
Or if he's just getting smashed by the deck.
Yeah.
It's 3-bet large here. A little over 3x, not
Last
too large.
hand, I finally got top pair against him. I was like, here we go, boys. He checks it to the river. I was like playing it slow as well. And he'd check back bottom 2 pair twice.
Wow, yeah. Probably
That was
thinking.
an absurd hand. I don't know. That was a long time ago, Linus. That was pre-solvers, all right?
Why you keep talking, Charlie?
Got him right where I want him, boys. With my uncrackable bottom 2.
I might have some more hands to drop on Linus then.
No, I think I turned 2 pair and check.
No, it was king, queen, 8. Check, 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 check.
You used
bet,
it,
shove, I call. You have queen,
Wow.
8, I have king.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's just not a play.
I'll side bet you if you want.
Just never a play, ever.
I don't know, man. I'd say that maybe
Time flies when you
intuitively
got
you have a
enough.
better solver than Linus has currently.
The 20 seconds again.
I don't know, man.
I might have been able to hear it for the bet, bet,
Pretty-
shove.
Pretty nice to have those 2 pairs. And you have the 1 pairs that can call me.
You got to balance your good plays with your bad plays, because otherwise
Yeah,
everyone's
I
gonna think
definitely
you're
did
good.
that one on that river.
That's a new one. I haven't heard the balance good
Long
play,
time
bad
ago. There was
plays.
some real above the rim stuff happening back then. But hey, to our credit, we were trying.
First
We're
first
being
hand I,
creative.
or like one of the first hands I played against Linus, the 3-bet Jack 7 suited against the small blind versus mid position because I had a live read. I'm pretty sure he tagged me as a fish the whole time afterwards.
That's just a good play. I'm gonna hit you with it here in a little bit, couple orbits.
All
Give me
right,
a
Jack 7
diamond.
suited. If anyone gets it, we've got a target
What's up, dogs?
for the Jack 7 game.
Man, thank God we had that breakfast.
Yeah, man.
'Cause I have.
He remembers.
Really haven't eaten it since then.
First 100
I had a little
first
bit.
high roller.
Great.
Oh, really?
Good.
Maybe not.
Did you bust him?
Oh, nice. It's
I
a
don't know.
quality day. Set in here.
You also 4-bet
Pretend
jammed on
watch-
me, and I said show
I
up
watched my
4.
heroes
and
get
turned
their
it-
hearts ripped
as you
out.
said, point to 1.
But-
I said show up 4.
Yeah, that was sick, dude.
Got those reads.
Ace king to king.
Wait, so you folded and then you picked that he had a 4?
Well, I had like 10-9 off or something.
Oh, okay.
I mean, so
I say it was something that's 10-9 off.
Tim ran it for the chip lead kings against Vivek's ace 10 off. Yeah, and then Stevie opened the cut 30, and I mean whatever. Brendan like covered him and put him in for with king jack off and big, which
Yeah, I love it.
We're gonna be finishing today.
And
Not a
we
chance.
lost the flip. I mean, it was just standard.
We got
stuff.
3.5 hours,
Stevie
right?
played great. They actually both played great.
Not
Dude.
average.
I think so.
You think it's going to get finished?
You guys, seeing how you guys punt around, you think you could be finished in a few hours.
I mean, it's going to get pretty serious in like 2 levels.
If we just recreate how the million was playing, we can finish this in seconds.
I'm gonna recreate the way Bren had aces a lot.
That was pretty sick.
That's gonna be me.
That was a nice play.
I plan on having lots of aces.
Or if you don't, then pretend you have aces. That's also okay.
I will.
That's actually one of the main tips I give to people playing Zoom, like micro-stick Zoom. It's just like, sometimes you just got to pretend you have aces, and that's usually every hand. Every 3-bet pot.
I fold.
Charlie Carell also streams some on Twitch and does a lot of content for the poker community. So, guys, give him a follow, check him out.
This is
He's
such a
also very
beautiful
talkative.
set.
He makes it easy for us in here. We just kind of sit back
They
and
just do a
leads
fantastic job at everything, you know.
It's
the table.
outrageous how beautiful this is.
I agree.
Yeah, I kind of desensitized to it now, but now you're mentioning it again. It's like,
Like,
holy
look at
back
that.
in
You got
hour,
like a
guys.
Ferris wheel
Floating
turn. You
and
got the
What's that?
When you
I said I'll
ran
be
into
back
that
in
normal
an hour.
poker
Yeah,
room and
let me know.
realised the
We'll
difference,
tag-
you'd be like,
we'll
hey,
rotate with him.
It looks like a drug
How
den
about
in
like
comparison.
walking down the hall to here? It was all the final table lists of
Yeah.
the million. Did you notice that? They changed the whole graphic. It was just the people at the final table. It was epic.
Yeah, it's sick.
Yeah.
Did you touch the graphics?
They shocked you?
Yeah.
Yeah, is that
I
my
did it
ass?
like 3 times. That's
Yeah, I did it once. That was enough for me.
What's the blinds? We see a
You're a
nice
masochist.
all in with
You're
King
just
8
like,
makes
yeah.
makes a move here.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's 19 or 17 blinds maybe you had there. Takes it down.
Talking about dexterity, I've been trying to do up this button for like 5 minutes now. Kind of enjoying it instead of fiddling with chips.
How long is it delay is the stream on?
Usually 30 minutes.
Oh, is it 30? I think sometimes it's an hour, right?
No.
30
15
confirmed.
15 at the 25k and at the 1 million, I think 30. I'm not sure.
So does 30.
It was over an hour here.
Yeah, hour sounds.
Oh my god, come on.
Oh, fuck.
Junwoo Yap's got King 10 offsuit on the dealer button. Just shy of 20 big blinds.
Has he?
Yeah.
No.
Hold up, no, he hasn't. He
Dude,
hasn't. Sorry.
psych.
Dude, I'm
It's
sorry.
fine, you gotta balance.
It's like, what?
Yeah, it's not folded. That devilish little box.
Alright, Jason Kuhn got 7-8 offsuit. I think it's
Looks like
a
a detonator.
hand a lot of players do defend.
Yeah, does have about a 2-to-1 lead on his opponent. He's considering though what's gonna happen. What are we doing here? Does call. Jason for sure likes to see flops. Feels very comfortable post flop.
Kind of a weird board for King 10. Just seems it hits the big blind a lot. Then again, if you check, the big blind always bets into you because they either have it or they're going to represent that board.
Yes.
So he is going to fire. Does have a lot of potential turn cards. You can just pick up some extra equity, like, you know, the jack, spade. Well, that's not it. That's the usually give up card.
Yeah, it's a tough one to start going crazy on.
Jason Kuhn debating whether to lead on the 5 pairing. He actually is going to lead. And it's very like common play amongst all the top pros these days. It's just the button's not perceived to continuation bet bottom pair. They're also not perceived to actually have as many 5s in general. So the big blind, because they defend very wide, like 5-6 offsuits, you know, 8-7 offsuits, you know, 5-7s, all sorts of hands, they're expected to hit the trips. So they just lead really small. Oh, he's going to raise. This is very impressive. This looks super strong, especially because Junwoo Yap's stack size is only 15 big blinds before he made that raise.
Right.
That looks, just looks like the nuts.
Yeah.
And the speed, he raised so fast. It's just seems like I know our mat. I look like I've got aces. I want to get it in. But look at this. Jason Kuhn has sniffed it out. This is like some pretty high level play right now.
It's interesting because he does have a club and a spade. There are 2 clubs, 2 spades, a black card on the river. You know, he could maybe just even go crazy with that. This is a card where Jason now, it actually sort of hurts Junwoo Yap's hand because it's just less likely that he has a queen or a 5. And if he had kings or somehow did have a value, would he just like
you would shut down 100%.
So it's like it's actually a spot where Jason is put himself in a tough spot, but he looks very comfortable. You saw he just bet called the turn.
He's basically thinking, please don't shove. But it's very hard for Junwoo Yap to shove because, I mean, the pros, they like to lead their whole range on a turn so they can easily have a queen, easily have a 5, and they would check both of those hands given the action.
Jason gets the good news on a check.
That was a world-class call on the turn because, like, the 7, it doesn't change anything for you anymore. You need to hit the 8, and you even need to hit the 8, still won the pot.
Yeah. Those are tricky too, because even though his opponent's bluffing too, probably has something. He happened to not have a real draw, but he did have 2 overs. Like he could have just whacked a king or a 10 there too. Just you know, it just shows you Jason's comfortability to play boards, play pots, play turns, and set up for a difficult decision on the river.
A little bit more.
Both of those guys played that hand very quickly. No time banks were used.
Yep. There's been a lot of speed of play here.
How many big blinds is that?
You know, it's because it's not 1,000,000 pounds.
Yeah, a little extra.
Don't worry about that.
The 1,000,000 was super quick too. Overall, I didn't see much tanking. The shot clock sort of takes that away. The 20-second pre-flop thing is nice as well.
It's beautiful.
I think it was a good check.
It really makes It almost eliminates that problem completely.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Was there ever like, there was no pre-flop tanks really? Just like Big Al thinking about calling ace-8 suited that one time. Remember?
Yeah.
All right, so Junhua Yap's gonna jam to ace-9. It's gonna get over to Loliger. Interesting spot here, pocket deuces. You put in one big blind, you put in a big blind ante. It's another
970 Linus.
What, 8.6 big blinds?
Sort of sucks because yeah, I think it's a fold. It's just like you're flipping at best, and it's a lot of his stack too. Puts him down to 10 blinds.
I think the importance also is that we're at a final table with
those
you know,
stacks,
big pay jumps.
Stacks are 4.
We don't want to take marginal situations.
Okay, yeah. I was thinking that was
even if it's slightly
solid,
plus chip
500
EV.
stack.
Because you got to think about the ICM aspect of it. It's not all about chip EV if it's very marginal.
That was like my thing. I was like to the
Counting.
chip.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, that was a good counter. Eyesight's getting worse, I think.
You been tested? Did your eyesight tested?
I had LASIK. I have 2015 vision. I'm trolling.
Oh, really?
2015?
Yeah, it's outrageous. I like overperformed the average.
Wait, what's 2015? Is that better than 2020?
Yeah.
I'll go better than 2020. I didn't know you could have numbers that go
You're
better.
probably 2015.
Sick. Not for long
It's
with
something.
these things.
It's actually something kind of high. It's like I think 15% of people or something have better than 20 vision. But but most of them are very young. Yeah.
Most of them are very what?
Yeah.
Very young.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, yeah, shape of your eyes changes over time, especially if you look at, it's not really screens, it's just something that's close up.
Sure, yeah.
Which happens to be screens in most always.
Yeah.
Huh? Mini? 4.2?
I wonder how much people with really good eyesight pick up on micro expressions in comparison to others. I wonder if that's a correlation.
I bet you see things, yeah. I bet you see things for sure that other people don't. Switches and lines and things. Grimaces.
Yeah.
Maybe.
See when these punks are bluffing.
Most people just aren't
vi
like
sitter någon
present-minded
stream,
enough
eller?
to pay attention. I think some people are like actually looking at you when they talk to you, fellas see things. Like I'm just like
monotone board, all clubs. No player has a club. Loliger finds himself top against the middle pair of Burns. This was a limp pot?
Nej, det är den efter. Jag tänkte upp den efter.
Yeah, it'd have to be because of big blind ante. 100, 100, 100. Correct?
Check, back, check. Loliger got to be betting at some point here. There's 3 clubs out there. His top 2. Burns doesn't strike me as a player that's gonna. I mean, I guess he's a good player. I don't know.
He's good.
He's good. I know he's good. I'm just thinking if he's gonna would go for it here, and he's actually super solid. All the stuff I've seen of him is super solid, but not solid as in yeah. I don't know what I'm saying. It's late, man. I don't know. He could go for it. Yeah, of course he could bet with nothing. He happens to have something, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, when you have something, you just kind of want to get to the river. Maybe put in. It's a 1-street game. Quick call. He's like, ooh, ace king.
I'll do it.
Top 2 looks good.
Dude, is that game theory? Weird.
Just tell you, GTO machine, is that game theory? Nothing. Silence. You know, it makes sense that he doesn't respond.
About checking 2 pair twice before I give it a try.
There you go. Inspired
I knew it wasn't game theory. It's freaking sheep play. If there are commentators for this, I bet they're just like, it's probably going to bet this flop for protection. Okay, it's definitely going to bet the turn for protection. Okay, who is this guy? He looked like a pro, but.
Thanks, Charlie. A real nice guy there.
Thought I made some value bets. Not that one.
Good spot to be in.
Yeah.
looking 10-9 suited. Opens up on the cutoff. And oh, okay, I thought that was 4-10, so he's got Jack 10. And he's got about half of what Jason's working with to stack size-wise. He's got some scary-looking glasses. Those are some Blue Shark optics, and also regarded as one of the best in the world. Ibinger gonna take the advantage. He does have Jack high on this board. He is in the lead, but these are one of those spots where position is huge, stack size is huge. Jason is gonna be continuing the most of his range, and this is just one that, even though you could think your opponent's up to no good, you can't really buckle up there. Position is important.
Orpin already get out of here?
I do think so.
Yeah, as soon as he busts, you have to go to Turkey.
I like that dude. I like him a lot.
Me too.
Jason representing Orpin, played the million pound.
I wish he would coach me on how to grow a beard like that. That dude's beard game is out of control.
He grows it bushy and then just gets on to trim it really professionally.
Those Turkish dudes, it's ridiculous. All you see is his lips. It's like black.
Like a perfect
exactly. Just
sketch
black
around
and
it.
Lips.
All right, Charlie's got the Queen Jack offsuit early position. Gonna go for an open here. Flink in the big blind. Nice hand to have in the big blind. Ace-10 suited, 40% to a royal, and it's just pretty. Could be the best hand. Tough, though.
Good luck.
You know you're out of position, and you could be dominated. But still, you're 40% to a royal, and that's not going to get folded, especially when you flop top pair. It's nice, but still, you're driving out of position.
You're playing for the royal, right? You're not playing for the pair value.
Pair's cool, but royals are fun. More fun. And although Carell looks like this isn't the best flop, he does have a nice club in his hand, also a gut shot, and against a big blind calling range, definitely expect him to be c-betting here.
Check.
But some people, I've been seeing some delayed c-bets now, some other things, and he does check that back. Interesting. What do you think there, Randy? I would have expected him to bet, but I guess...
Yeah, a lot of people do bet, especially when you raise from undergun +1. You represent those big cards a lot more, and you can put multiple barrels in.
Yeah.
But, you know, it really depends on what you do with your bluffs. If you're the type to check back, you know, and it depends on what you do with your weak value as well.
Mm-hmm.
Could get more into detail, but, you know, of course, there's so much decision tree. Not we'll get through to every single spot. But Flink here is going to bet out here, and it makes a lot of sense because you expect your opponent to bet out with a pair of aces or better. The fact that they check back makes it look like they got King Jack, King 10, occasionally Queen Jack. You got to charge those hands because those are the type of hands that don't bet when you check to them.
Yeah. Clubs do come home, but Carell didn't bet the flop. Maybe he bet with his flush draws.
I think it's reasonable for him to bet, but he could be up against like a king queen, and it's really not worth it.
Interesting hand.
Yeah, man.
No worries.
Flink is doing pretty good. I wouldn't be
Hey, can I get
surprised
two
that
avocados,
these
please?
two have never played together.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Flink.
Can I get the same?
This is the first time I've seen Charlie Carroll at a Triton
guys
event.
are crushing it.
So this has to be the first time they played with each other.
Yeah.
I don't think
Says we're
Charlie
crushing
Carroll
it.
plays
Yeah, it's strong. Just get two
avos.
avocados out of nowhere.
Macau cash
No
games.
ones.
Right.
Doesn't seem likely.
Pretty strong.
I'm not sure, but yeah, that's safe to say.
Oh. Taking the chips, taking the cards.
So right now, everyone's guareed 238,000 pounds. Then it's a 70,000 pound page up to 302. Then we go to 386 for fifth. Fourth is 481,000. Third is 594,000. Second, 907,000. First, 1.32 million. Ooh, these side events are just
they're
so
juicy.
big.
Junwei Yap with the decision here. Certainly can't imagine folding. Just wondering if he will go all in for his 10 blind stack or if he's going to take a peel and see. Definitely merit for both, I think. I would elect to call and then have some maneuverability after the flop. Get a check raise in maybe even, or you know, certain like an ace high board, for example, might be one to just let go, but he does
call.
Goes call. So
yeah, I think you want to. Okay, you look at your stack size. Jason Kuhn actually opened a 3x. The fact that he opens a 3x means that he's not going to fold for 7 more big blinds to a shove. Had he made a min raise, you got fold equity. So there's definitely more reason to just call and kind of maybe have an opportunity to take it away from your opponent. Maybe save yourself if it becomes a very terrible board. Especially from an undergun +1 position for Jason Kuhn. It's not like he's going to be having 7-5 suited that you want to get it in pre-flop with.
Yep.
It's just unlikely. So quick jam.
I like how Junwei Yap played it and got away. King Jack, it's a little unlucky for him too. King Jack suited such a pretty hand. You know, there's some, it's a pretty, about as bad a flop as you're gonna get other than an ace high. No back doors, just no straight action or runner straight, or just no runner flush, just really not good. Jason Kuhn, another thing when you're able to play so well post flop or make some big calls in spots, you kind of, whether or not, like, listen, Linus Love, so Lolinger, I'm sure pretty much everyone here knows Jason Kuhn. They know it, that he's capable, he's playing well, but on a given day, just like an athlete or a performer, you know, you're kind of set to the test. And I think when you do instill some fear and show that you're dialed in and you're playing well, bringing your game on that day, it does work to your advantage. And that was an impressive hand Jason played with the 7-8.
We got under 8?
Under 9.
Yeah, around 8.
Roughly
8.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
8-10.
I call.
Call?
Yeah. Good luck.
So finds a nice hand, ace king. Being too short, he's not getting.
Jack 10.
He's not getting. Not an easy win here. This is very live, close to a coin flip. He is a favorite though.
Jack 10 versus ace king.
About a 2-1 favorite. Still, would have loved to see a dominated spot. He's not. Jason Kuhn, Triton ambassador, party poker ambassador.
Yeah.
There's the ace. Pretty safe flop.
Yeah. Yeah, he'd have straight draws.
And that is going to be a full double there, and some. So he doubles out of the small, so he gets the big blind plus the big blind ante plus a full double from Jason, and he is back in the game.
Why is it ahead?
Like a lot of straights.
Yeah.
No brick.
Yeah, makes
Starting
sense.
the next 6.
Cool. One pair is not a type of
What's aces versus Jack 10?
Aces against Jack 10 is 60-40 on the dot. I think so, yeah. And 9 suited, I think, is like 41 against aces, I think.
Which rules is it?
9-10 suited in short deck is better than Jack 10?
Yeah.
Maybe. No, I don't think so.
That's what.
Did you just say that?
I thought he said 9-10 suited is better than Jack 10 suited in short deck versus aces.
Oh, versus aces.
Yeah.
That probably can easily be true.
Makes sense actually, because aces would block.
It's about the straight draws. The 10-9 can make like the 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah,
Okay.
You know.
But it's good. It means, yeah, there's equities run closer.
She have roughly, Charlie?
Oh, you'll see later.
They run
You're gonna be like, oh, this looks like a 70-30. No. What do you? Okay, you haven't watched much short deck or ever?
Very little. I played some at Run It Up.
Okay,
like
so
once.
you have no idea.
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
Do you have Linus?
What do you think, like
1-9?
Ace King
all in?
versus Queens is? For the Ace King.
Wait, so on hold, I'm just trying to get hold 'em.
What's the hold 'em
yeah,
one?
It's 53-47, 52-48. So in short deck, it would be. How can I get closer than that?
2.8.
I guess. Wait, so less. I would say Queens are their bigger favorite. Queens is like 60.
Ace King's a favorite.
Ace King. Oh no, because the outs are reversed. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Like flushes are less.
So it's 55-45.
Ace King is better than Queens.
55-45. That's right.
I'm not playing that this game.
Jason Kuhn at the top, tournament chip leader. Robert Flink in the middle. Actually, a lot of guys are pretty close here. He wins game. Junhwa Yap back in it. Still at the bottom. But yeah, short deck. We got a short 100K short deck. Those are unlimited reentries. And then when you go into a short deck tournament, you're actually expected to buy in like, I would say 2 buy-ins on average.
Just that crazy.
Yeah. It's pretty intense.
Well, looking forward to that one.
We get all the odds for you when that one comes up. Let's get back to the full deck, or long deck is actually what they call it. All the guys who play Triton short deck regularly. Let's play some long deck.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Fun to sit and watch intently.
All right, so Charlie Carroll opening the 7-6 offsuit on the dealer button. I would say that's a little bit loose because Linus is a very strong big blind defender.
That looked genuine.
Meaning, like, he doesn't play fit or fold. You know, it's going to be tough to... I like it better against a weaker opposition.
Okay.
That's all.
I get it. Not the number, maybe one of the best in the world. But he is going to win that one.
Yeah, he is. Quick bet.
I mean, close to shopping.
Good flop for the 6-7 off.
Yeah, pick up inside straight draw. Was also good because, like, with a guy in a big blind, he doesn't defend like Jack 3 offsuit and stuff like this. It's very hard. It's ace or nothing.
Yeah.
I think we can do it.
I'm not liking your chances, but
I'm liking your chances.
Can be done. I don't want to say you. Just in general.
That's a real hand.
I was looking away for a second. You said that's a real hand. I look up. I see pocket rockets.
Under the gun. Toughest place to play him. But still always nice to get aces.
Eibinger praying for some action, and King Queen suited. It's going to get at least a little bit of action.
Should qualify. That might be all of it.
Prince King Jack hand.
Junhwa Yap's been pretty aggressive so far.
Very interested.
We're playing 7-handed. I like the cautious play.
One of us is
because
sitting in the
Eibinger's
seat
raising
you're
from under
sitting
gun,
in.
starting with a 20 big blind stack. At a final table, it should be stronger. So it seems kind of like you don't want to close your eyes and just jam.
I mean, I'm just thinking if I would peel or fold, maybe under the gun off of his stack too. It's not like Kuhn's opening with the chip lead. It's just like he's gonna be so tight there. But
when it's suited, you're like,
it's
okay,
almost
that's
feels wrong to fold.
It's the tweener, right, that pushes you over the edge. But I think King Queen offsuit, like, most definitely.
Just winning like a
in the
big
mark.
blind off everyone if you win a hand with 7 deuce.
Pretty big.
Yeah.
It's huge if you get short.
Yeah.
I like the check here. Very dry board for his opponent. If he does happen to have a suited Broadway, if he has a pair even, right? If, let's say, what hands is he flatting with? He's shoving probably ace king. You block the ace X hand, so it's kind of like he likely has a pair or a suited Broadway. So you slip the rope over. If your opponent has a hand like queen jack, queen king suited, try to let him catch up. There's no flush draw on the flop. If he has a pair of fives, eights, nines,
basically harder to win with.
you know, you go ahead and let
I
It's
assume it's
a
harder,
him maybe
harder
try to
go
bet.
up
So I like this check a lot.
Yeah, everybody always has some, but jack six off is complete. And it's,
I imagine it's probably best to like not play it half the
This
time.
guy's
Unless the bounty
pretty
shoots.
good at
we
trying
played- it
to
was
extract
like
some
such
value.
obnoxious
Just keep
bounty.
checking. I like it.
I like the
yeah,
double
20
check
antes a
as
player,
well.
you're just like, the jack six, the strategy.
Oh, he got jack six
The
again.
strategy was if you had jack six off to limp and try to win post flop, and if you had jack six suited to just put it in three. That's what I did.
And he's got what he wanted.
Aces
Oh,
every now
he does go with the small sizing though.
Probably not even any need.
Man, it kind of makes me feel worried for him because I feel like when you bet small, you're kind of inviting calls from ace highs, and you're looking to put one more barrel in to get those ace highs to fold the river card.
Could be.
Is it hard to learn?
Ibinger without a club. Could think now his opponent picked up club draws, but even so, he may just call.
I just like play a few months and get a feel for the way that things go.
Does just
it's really
call.
dynamic and weird. As a tournament game, it's actually quite good.
You can find a line, can't you?
So he's constructing himself a pretty
Yeah,
nice
you can play on-
hand here. His opponent has
Yeah, party
0%.
I will play on party poker.
Play on party poker.
'Cause I don't want to play on Steely Stars, to be honest.
Rob over there. Rob, did you hear that? We're playing on party poker. Rob.
Yeah.
I like
Despite
it.
the software.
Yeah.
Jason's
trying,
making
man.
good suggestions out there.
Everything else fantastic. They look after their players better. They try and do all the right things.
So, Junwon, yeah,
Play
he bet
these
1.5 BBs. I think he thinks Ibinger has ace king and ace queen. And
Yeah,
like
you know
I
what you can buy in
said,
Triton
I'm a little
poker
bit
with?
worried for him because
Party poker, man.
he's probably going to bet again, and
Cryptocurrency.
I don't think his line is
Yeah.
bad.
I have to buy in the Poker Stars event.
It's definitely very consistent.
I have to take a
You know, if
double
he
bet.
bet that 150 on a turn and check the
If
river,
the wire
I
doesn't
would
work,
really
which often it
dislike the
doesn't.
turn
You just
bet.
have- If you're English, you just have to take fucking cash with you.
Roll in gangster mode.
Multiple times I've had to bring like over 100 counterparts. Someone that drops things a lot. It's not optimal.
Now, this is a really well executed aces hand. If you look at spots where you're looking at tournaments and it's so easy just to raise or check raise or something, we see a go for max value in this hand. He got 2 bets out of his opponent, drawing dead, essentially. And then even goes for the check raise, not just call, maybe he has 4s or 6s somehow. Just goes for it. Just targeting all those hands that he has, 8s, 9s, whatever it might be, just goes for the absolute max here, making something out of nothing.
He actually got the maximum so far. He got 2 bets out of his opponent. And you got to remember, let's think about from Ibinger's point of view. Most people would just call river bet, right? Because there's the obvious trip 7s. He's thinking Junwon Yap probably would have bet bigger, at least on the river, maybe the turn, if he actually had trip 7s.
It's just so hard to sub 20 blinds. Like what 7x's does he have? Unless some players may defend. Like Big Al probably calls 7/8 suited. He likes to see flops.
That's a very good point because Ibinger opened undergun 20 big blinds.
Yeah.
You're not going to flat like 9/7
Right.
suited and
So
stuff.
he doesn't really have to worry about that, most likely.
Yeah.
But a really well constructed hand there.
New flag.
We got some of it on ours already.
Sometimes if you really just think about,
I don't have it.
the positions,
Oh yeah.
the stack
I have one
depth,
flag,
you
cool.
can really narrow
It's a
someone's
nice flag.
hand
Yeah,
range.
I like it a lot.
Very precise,
Very
and then you
cool.
can make really
Classic flag.
nice thin value bets and raises.
Yeah.
Which,
Oh, do they use the English
if
one?
you're
Yeah, I think so. Oh, it's blue.
not
and
paying
purple.
attention,
Probably the great
you're going to miss those
Yeah, you're
opportunities.
right.
Yeah.
So why did man?
Really nice hand there. Pretty cool.
The England flag's white and red. But
I like
they
Be careful how you drive that one though, because board textures
Blue
are
and red one's just like very similar.
are different and things happen. It's hard. You don't always just slow play aces into oblivion, but
maybe other
that was
way around.
nice.
It's not similar.
I mean, it's like what's in the corner, the Union Jack.
Yeah.
But ours
Yeah,
is
that's
very
what I
similar to the
mean.
New Zealand one.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, you think about how many times at a final table or a big spot or deep in a tournament you get aces, and you know, you gotta try to get value. And a lot of times, sometimes it's nice to just protect, but.
Oh, I actually just thought that was the same name, or it was just a different name for the same thing. United Kingdom and England.
United Kingdom, I think,
includes Wales and Ireland,
but not Ireland, just Northern Ireland, I think.
Here's
just Northern
Linus
Ireland,
Love.
Wales, and Scotland.
Gonna limp on the
Okay.
button.
I think we just got some UK
Alright.
history. That England is
Yeah,
England,
they
UK
get-
includes Ireland
No
and
idea what the
Scotland.
other one is.
Does that make sense?
2.3.
No, makes no
2.2, sorry.
Is it? I'm
Great
just.
Britain is.
Here they're telling us.
Who knows?
I don't know, man. Such a boring country. Don't pay attention to it.
I learned something new on that's going on in England. When I arrived, my son, who was 3 months old, first trip,
Yeah,
was pretty
I
pumped
love
up
that.
to go to
Not too much
the
is
passport spot, get his first stamp on the passport, and they don't stamp. The passport's starting recently in the UK for Americans, and apparently 7 other countries. So they just, it's just like you don't need to get a stamp. So
if you didn't
Yeah,
collect one before, you're never gonna get one.
Beautiful. It's
I
so much
guess,
to it.
yeah, they just basically showered my son. I was like, can you just slip a stamp on there? And they were like, kind of like, you know,
And we don't
no.
have
And I was like,
dangerous
all right.
weather, we don't have
But
dangerous
yeah, I mean,
animals.
Joseph looked a little
Don't have
confused. And
dangerous people, really.
he was, yeah, he's stampless still.
Oh,
Yeah,
Someone will nick
it's
your
a
bike,
heartbreak.
that's about it.
You should needle him. Needle your son. Just be like, hey, can I see that stamp on your passport?
This guy, someone's gonna have to say prove
Yeah,
it.
some guy jacked his
Never
wife's
been to England.
Range Rover. And they like already like within.
They ban it?
No, apparently like the way they do it is they like steal these cars and get them on ferries and like sell them for like giant markup in Africa or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's the plan.
Super kudos.
Yeah.
Well, markup from 0 is not too bad.
Yeah, 0, and then they sell them like 3 times retail. So they'll sell like a sick Range Rover
Didn't
there
expect
for like
that.
It's hard to beat that
300K
return on
US.
investment, isn't it?
Yeah,
those
Infinite
guys-
is
Ask
a nice
you,
one.
Randy,
Those
on
guys have a
that Queen
really
King
nice
suited in that
business
spot. Ivan opens under the gun. You have 20 blinds. This final table, are you
Giving
flatting or
people
folding?
watching the stream good ideas.
He said that they
It would
got into their
depend on the
garage.
stack sizes of
They had a
everyone
programmer.
else.
This
They got
this
into the
situation.
garage, and within 30 seconds had the door open and drove the car out without the
Curious
alarm.
what he's saying.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, take
Dude,
your
that's
time.
And a
impressive.
digital computerized luxury SUV that's brand new. How is that even a thing?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's worrisome for.
They don't show that on like the TV cop dramas.
Bro, get a Tesla and put that Sentry mode in there, and that's sick. Have you seen Sentry mode?
No,
It's
what is
amazing.
it?
Plays crazy music when people try to steal your car and it records everything.
I needed that. I got my Tesla smashed in Vegas.
Someone hit you?
I'm going for a Tesla.
No, someone's tried to steal shit from. So, sorry about my language. They smashed my window, and
Really?
yeah, tried to rob my car.
You were in it or no?
No, I was eating some food
Where?
in Chinatown.
Really?
Yeah.
Dang, that's.
Feels bad, man. I needed Sentry mode. I didn't have Sentry mode.
What does that even mean?
Sentry mode is basically like like alarm. Like it has like some motion sensor, so it knows to kind of do some and it records.
Whoa.
Records
hold
a
on.
video.
As much as I am fascinated by these type of
Oh, look at
crazy
that
things.
turn
This
card.
was this a lead out of the big blind with the gut shot and rip it? Is that I saw 260 was it? I missed the action. I was fascinated by all kinds of stories going on. And
Let's catch up here. Seems like I think you're right.
because I saw 260 bet, so I mean, unless it was a check raise, I think it had to be. And if you're Jason, you love that flop, top pair, top kicker, backdoor flush draw, and you're just in generally pretty good shape. But you see your opponent lead now. A 4-liner comes out.
A 4-liner, I like that.
And he is gonna be drawing to a chop. And that is there is a spades do come out, so that could slow stuff down a bit, but
Yeah, that's a card that should save Kuhn a bit. Because if you're semi-bluffing a turn, some of those hands got there. Of course, there are some semi-bluffs that Jack 10, I guess, would be the most obvious. 800K. Now, I don't think that this is an easy laydown. The reason I say that, both of these players have a lot of history. They're very good. They're very aggressive and creative. And you can see Jason Kuhn really thinking about this.
I mean, the thing is, the really only hands I can think of beating are Jack 10. You don't have any of that. It's like that's a good hand, maybe to check rate or to lead out and then bet. Jack 8, I guess. Well, Jack 8's a straight. What hand is he leading out? Like, is he just bombing out King 9 and just going crazy here?
Probably not King 9 because it'd have too much showdown
exactly.
value.
So it's like, what bluffs does he have? Jack 10?
Like, Jack 10 is the obvious one. The thing is, like, these guys, they...
Guess he could have a 6.
They make plays that doesn't necessarily mean you look at the obvious draws out there. Like, sometimes they just do... They're like, oh, this board hits my big blind range more than your pre-flop raising range, therefore I'm going to throw out
maybe
the
some
stab.
Queen 10s, Queen Jacks, even Queen Kings hands it.
It could be very wide.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool to see like these new strategies. I think really learn something from it.
Interesting. We saw Jason Hero. We saw Jason Hero, the 7-8 on that board, played a really cool hand, then make the right fold in a similarly tough spot. So 2 for 2 so far.
So again, guys, this is the 50K event number 3, 1.3 million up top.
18 red. Should be 18.
Tell you what, Jason is a student of the game. You can bet whatever you want. He will be on finding that hand out. He'll be taking a look at the stream and I'm sure studying what's going on and making some mental notes. But he is a hard worker. I had a chance to have him on my podcast recently, last week actually, and talked about his preparation and stuff he does, and how he comes over here early, gets over to venues 4 or 5 days in advance. He's the kind of guy you wonder. I find myself in trips like this, even just not playing commentary. It's hard to get in the gym, hard to do the stuff. But this is a guy that has a regiment. He is really treating it like a sport and doing a lot. I even had to go. He was doing 2-a-day study sessions last week. It's the guy. He has a schedule, and he's really puts the time and effort into his game and everything, not just poker, but his all-around benefit lifestyle. It shows. He's one of the most fit people mentally. These things are tough. Long days, long hours, long series. You got to be ready. It's exhausting.
His arms are huge. They're like 4x my arms.
Yeah, well, he ran track in college, so. He's definitely no one's going to question his fitness.
I don't either. I like to call Rob. I like them. Even when you have it, I just like you to make.
He might have been one of the 7 people that was on the list to could have become the #1 all time. He's definitely in the top. He's up there.
That was a weird
one. Take a look.
Let's take a peek. Let's get some stats going.
I had a good one. Yeah, it might just be better to call that one than Jack.
All right, well, we see Jason here. Go open up the clip a little bit with King 9 suited. Definitely on board. He's going to see bet on, and it's not going to work because this is a perfect spot. One of those things: 10 blind, defend, flop top pair, pretty easy check raise here, all in for Junwan. Yep, don't see any other way this plays out. And Jason's going to get maybe a little frustrated because just got wamboozled the hand before in a weird one that he ended up having to fold. And if he just
check raise.
Okay, basically.
All right.
Yeah, I like it. It's actually even more kind of it's a little more. It looks even stronger, but kind of.
Good play.
But yeah, it doesn't really matter because if someone they have a pair, they're gonna go with it anyways.
No Toji. All right.
I'll teach you something.
Does that Joji mean junk?
Toji means bluff.
Bluff, yeah.
Stealing some chickens over there?
Yeah, basically it means chicken. Chicken somehow translated to bluff.
All right, we're learning stuff here. We're learning about passports. We're learning about other things. We're learning about car stuff. We're technology, all of it. And what else happened? Let's finish this.
We're learning about Jason Kuhn's all-time money list is 29 million. So he could have.
Yes, he was on one of the 7. That's right. We were talking about that actually, and that's right. He was Well, we didn't know how much it was going to be, the total prize, but we estimating that, yeah, if it was the largest ever, it would be eligible. So that's pretty crazy, right? Because you think about these guys. Here he is in a 100-person field, final table, one of the chip leaders. He just had that opportunity. It's very rare that you're ever to like jump ladders and that kind of leaps and bounds in one tournament where there's a few spots that can move the needle. We saw Bryn Kinney moving in the #1 overall all-time money list, getting a 20+ million US score today, putting him over 50 million as well. A lot of firsts there. Over 50 million, #1 on the money list. Pretty special day today in poker.
Yeah.
I don't even
crowned a new champion. Well, the only champion in that helping hand for charity, but really cool. It was Aaron Zhang.
Man, I'll tell you what, that guy, you can just it's hard to really know, but just the vibe I got from him, like afterward how he won, he just seemed so gracious, so humble. He saw him immediately. He even, after he did his photos and all this stuff, he came over to Bill, who was on the side, and said he went to him directly and was like, I give the 2% I vouch, or whatever it was, the vouch I tell you, because when he knocked out Bill, I think he either knocked Bill out or when Bill went out. Oh, no, he didn't knock Bill out, but when Bill got knocked out, he went over and said, I'm going to give to your charity and something, and then he said, I can arrange with Paul and make sure it's paid. So it's just like, like he just won this crazy trophy, crazy lifetime. He's like going out of his way to find Bill, who he vouched to give something to and make sure he knew that he remembered and it was good. I mean, it's really cool. And Bill was, Bill was taken aback, and I heard how much, I could see how much Bill really, he said the same thing, like, wow, what a great, gracious, humble guy, and it was really cool to see. But I'm sure you know him better, and he plays high stakes cash. And
for sure.
I'm sure you can testify to that.
Yeah, we'll talk a bit more about that in a second, but just wanted to look at that. Charlie Carroll, super out of line, Jack 8 offsuit. I like watching Carroll play.
Carroll's fun, man. He is out of line. Well, if you want to see his bluff face after a hand, does a pretty good job keeping it together. I find myself, when I bluff, which isn't a ton, I get pretty happy. I got to lock up and put a turtleneck on or something, because there's definitely a little smirk or something. I give him a 9.5 on keeping it together after a move. It's hard not to give a little grimace when you do something good like that. Do a nice play. Toji. That was a Toji. That qualified. I'd say Jack 8 off for rolls.
Oh, that was definitely a Toji.
How do you spell Toji? Like T-O-J-G-I?
It would be a J, I believe. Alright, so Carroll here is going to limp the small blind. Charlie's just such a creative player. I'm not talking about this hand, but I was just thinking about the last one, just Jack 8 offsuit, just like, yeah, I'm going for it. 10-7. Okay, we got a blind versus blind battle between pretty much the same exact stack size.
Looking at the payouts there, if there's a command busted, and that's pretty crazy because Dan Smith was three-handed, one of the ones eligible to take the #1 spot. So that's must have been pretty intense, the three-handed dynamic there.
The four-handed was pretty
four as
cool.
well. Stephen Chidwick as well. Yeah, and that was a big flip. King Jack to sevens.
Yeah.
Chidwick had sevens.
That was a Bryn, I know you're messing with me. Let's go for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got a blind versus blind battle. Limp pot. Charlie just gonna stab.
Using the small blind?
Yeah, the small blind, just a limp pot.
That's a good flop for the small blind, big blind battle. With Jack 10, nice clean open-ended draw.
When you got those straight draws, you're always looking for the clean one, right? You don't want the one gapper, the imaginative runner version.
Yeah, also just because Jason's in there forced in on the big blind, he's not going to necessarily have much. Maybe just win. He didn't have the best hand. So, is there a hard stop? What's the deal tonight? Are we playing to a winner? Do we have a final table queued up early for tomorrow? An exciting 6-max turbo to complete. What's happening here?
The plan is we're trying to play down to a winner. Is that going to happen? It's very realistic. Otherwise, we'll probably play about 3 more hours roughly, and hopefully we crown champion. If not, we'll just finish it up tomorrow. And we got those double featured tables. You got to remember that, so we can have 2 final tables technically running at the same time. But actually, that probably wouldn't happen if one thing happens.
Could have ever called here.
If Linus is still in the tournament, he's at both final tables. And we're not going to have him run back and forth. So we would have to have some staggered start time. So the good thing with Triton is that we adjust the situations, right? Like if we need to, we'll extend the tournament. This tournament, the 25K that we're going to play final table tomorrow it was supposed to be a 1-day tournament, but it became a 2-day tournament.
Yeah.
So a lot of things can
Yeah,
change.
schedule around the million nicely. Look at that. There's a nice little trophy waiting there for someone. 1.3 million pounds up top. Jeez.
It's an expensive trophy.
60, 20.
Linus, you're. Oh no, sorry.
That's all good now.
You did it correct.
Yeah. Put out a small blind for some reason.
Well done, guys. We got there eventually.
All right, Flink +1 under the gun. He's got a nice stack all of a sudden. Maybe the chip lead even, and he is going to open the 7-8 suited. 40, less than 48 blinds, 40 blinds, right? Up to 120.
She just limped.
Okay, he's going to play. Not necessarily. And now this is 12 blinds, right? This is ace-9 suited, and you see a limp.
I'd be very surprised if the ace-9 of clubs just doesn't stuff it in. Wow, just over calls. This is some respect to that limp by Flink.
Well, when you know you got your opponent oversuited, and also then there's a 10s behind you. Look at this. This is kind of precarious for Lolager, who's got to be a little. It's not a normal type of situation. Limp at a final table, and he's like his head spinning a little bit. You see.
So clearly, open jamming is plus EV. The question is, can you make more EV another way? And yeah, I'm curious to see if he was just going to raise large, just going to go shove it.
I think he can correctly deduct that the.
Quick call.
They thought it was a trap.
They're like, they thought it was aces.
Yeah.
He got him to ace-9 of clubs.
Well,
how about this in short deck? That's 40,
that was,
44%.
you saw everyone got silent real quick. It was just like.
Yeah, they thought he snapped it in there like that's like Big Al, like when he snapped it in there like the suited ace, like they really thought he had aces. Listen, ace-9 suited versus 10s. Look at that. Look at the percents, guys. We've done this enough.
I don't blame him for going with ace-9
yeah,
clubs.
Of course.
He was so short, and Linus is going to jam any pocket pair.
No, but nobody's here to call.
So Junhua Yep needs an ace, or he's going to be busto in 7.
Got some backdoor situations. There's one of them.
Well, yeah.
Linus knows he's been here. No, he knows he's not. It's not just that easy. Oh, he knows how. He says 7. Let's see. Not to be. GG, nice fight there. For what it's worth, 7-8 suited would have flopped the nuts.
See for the 100K.
I'll take one for the team. We're up to 302.
Yeah.
Next 386.
Oh my God. 100K tomorrow, so pretty sure.
And now I have Dalton for my
Junhua Yep will be playing that. Hey, cash for 302,000. Pretty good. Oh, sorry, 238,000.
All right, still so about a 5Xer.
I thought you are dust.
Yeah. So everyone got a 78,000 pound page up.
Even if it isn't the best hand, how do you make it out alive?
Your boy didn't come here. Your boy didn't come here to follow, right?
Yeah, I mean,
he's in for 120. He's in.
After
he got a pretty good looking hand.
That's a great hand, especially if he's playing some short decks. That's a great.
All right, so everyone happy to see a knockout get a pay jump, but it does go in the hands of Linus Lolager.
Just trying to get us in the 100K.
He knows how to drive a tournament, and this is good news, bad news situation. I think you're always looking for players to get knocked out of final table, almost always.
Yeah, you get to steam your way back. It's the only game where it's like you're stuck 12 buy-ins and you're like, I can get out tonight.
Dude, did you not get your avocado?
3.15.
Oh, okay.
I think I only get one. How much?
3.15.
They cut me a deal this time.
240.
Charged me fucking £9 an avocado before.
Oh, I didn't give you a final table discount?
Yeah, this time they're £10 for 2.
Crazy. How do they not do that? I don't need patches, but I'm hot. I got to unpatch myself here.
Did I use the timer?
Patched up. Too hot.
Not that hand before you.
So many anyways.
You're a party poker ambassador.
Yeah, I got calls.
Yeah, I need to count first.
Okay. Yeah. 2 years.
Solid. It's a good company to represent.
Jason's saying it's hot. He's got to keep the Triton and Party logos visible there. So as he undresses, we'll see the chip stacks. 39 is the lead. Robert Flink. Linus Lulliger up to 36, very healthy. Jason Kuhn still with 30. Charlie Curl 30, and it's tight. It is not this anyone's game. You've one double into the chip lead. See that 20 blind to 39 blind situation. 238,000 for Junhwa Yap. Daniel DeVoris was the 8th place finisher, and they're playing for 1.3, and hopefully going to happen tonight. We'll see.
Everything I've had to do with stars has taken so long.
They used to be pretty good.
They needed me so hard when I won the scoop, where it took. I'm gonna play this. It took them about 3 months to get back to me. And I was like, all right, I want to withdraw 1.1. And after 3 months, and I put obviously like 1.1 million. After 3 months, they're like, here's your 1.1K.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
They sent us you an email and then they actually.
Yeah, like here's your 1,100. I'm sorry it took so long. Wow. Thanks, guys. Glad you got a good sense of
Someone
humor.
was in the office just having a lol.
Yeah, I had to check to see if it was April 1st or something. Ah, I missed the last level. Yeah, how much was in the pot?
Alright, so got a flop coming, and both players get a
You got
piece.
three stacks of white or 2?
I have 3.6.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, okay, 3 stacks.
Charlie here in position is under the gun raiser. It's not really the type of board you want to bet with middle pair. Ace of clubs is quite bad for both players. Can't imagine Flink betting this. Just seems like whenever a player checks back the flop from a, wow, he's actually reaching for chips. I'm quite surprised. I was going to say that when an undergun guy checks back the flop, they usually have an ace, like ace 7, ace 8, ace king. But Flink has figured out that, you know what? I can still bet even though there's a card that improves your range.
They do. They also have. They also do have. You know, the middle pair like Jack 10 or Jack King,
Correct.
but yeah, I still it is a little bit.
It's interesting.
Peculiar it's to attack that range with that holding.
Yeah,
It's been right. Flink's been navigating pretty confidently post flop.
Yeah, a lot of the cash game guys are very confident in their post flop abilities. Like, so I guess in that spot he's targeting all of the pair straight draw type hands. Of course.
Who thinks he got the Toji
I
through
think
on
the
me with
club.
that little 350?
It was a good play.
I think, yeah, it was a good play.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah,
I
if, there
think
was,
he got a
if
little
it wasn't a
Toji
club,
ball on me there.
Which one?
I think he would have checked actually because
When he did the check raise.
he didn't want to give a
10-5
free
this?
card
Oh,
to
yeah,
like
yeah.
pocket fives, 5
Yeah.
club.
When he had 7-8?
You had 7-8.
Yeah, he had King 10.
You led on Queen 8 5
140.
You check code.
Oh,
led
yeah.
small. Code raise.
Hey, King 10, oh, that's a reasonable one to come after me with there.
Yeah, yeah. Love it.
It's not like.
Flink gonna peel here. Small blind.
Still play like 4.8.
Definitely reasonable.
Dude, you're getting better at counting. Sick.
Just needling.
You just can't stop. Kind of a nudge at his, probably online. You know, he just has everything that's automatically shown. Maybe he just hasn't played as much live.
Alright, so it does go check, check. Flink actually picks up a straight draw. Gonna continue to check. I don't think he's gonna fold to a bet. Linus gonna continue to check. So we've gotten to the river.
Check.
Gotta imagine Linus is gonna go for some value. You can easily get.
Yeah.
When you flap in a small blind, you're holding like Jack 10, Queen Jacks, King Jacks a lot. So you want to bet and get those hands to call.
Right, or the mid pairs, and in this case, he knows that with this play, basically has to assume he has the best hand, and exactly maybe let Jack Queen or Jack King or catch up. Like you said, he's GTO though. He knows. Like we don't have to really cut. We just whatever he's doing is right.
Yeah, we just go.
That's good.
That's a
right.
winning play.
Yeah,
it's a winning play.
Don't worry about it.
Just talk about the weather or something.
Mm-hmm. What's the most Triton trophies that someone's won in a week? 2? It's hard. It'd be hard to win more than 2. I think it's been done a couple times though.
2 is guaranteed done. I'm trying to think if there's a 3.
3 would just be sort of ridiculous.
I don't think 3 happened. I would say there's a chance, but
I know who did the 3-ball in a stop was Dan Smith. Won 3 5K tournaments at Monaco in 2013 or 14. I was there for one of them, and then I remember looking and seeing how he finished because I was deep with him, and he won. And then I checked back like 2 days later, and I saw he had won first. They were like 100.
It's like back to back.
Yeah, 3 in a row first places, and like 100, 110 person, like 160.
Also,
person
these are
events.
big fields.
Yeah, not like 30 person, but I mean it's pretty crazy. If you really, I mean the odds of that, like put in a factorial or trifecta or whatever, like some kind of math equation that's hard.
I've done something pretty similar. I've busted 3 tournaments
You've
in a
done
row.
3 in a row? That's
I've busted 3 tournaments.
Yeah, that's hard to bust Onoko. I think we've all maybe done that. I would think. I would like to think every single tournament player who's played any kind of volume's done that. But actually, on that poker, one of those poker tracking sites, official poker ranking, I think it was, you could see your longest streak. Do you ever see those where you could see how many in a row you didn't cash?
I know. I didn't know you could check that.
Yeah, it shows you. Like I mean, like 20's not uncommon, which hurts, but.
So what's yours? Like 2?
3.2.
No, it's too many. It's up there. I've had a 20 streaks.
All right, so Flink gonna raise the button, gets jammed on by Carol, but it's a bit too much.
You got like 2.4, right?
Charlie Carell is becoming quickly one of my favorite players. I like the speech play. Like I think it's he's got a nice banter to him, very friendly, but kind of some needles, but like literally more friendly. It's not really. He's always like it's obvious it's friendly, but he's got some quickness about him. And I just like that he does provide content. He does stuff for the community. He's done some bankroll challenges. He like interacts a lot with people.
He also has pretty unique and creative play, which is nice to see.
Mm-hmm. He might have a list at home. Like he may have like a poster board where it's just like I'm gonna bluff. I'm gonna go for crazy plays against legends. Like Antonius might have been on his board where he was just like, I'm just gonna go for it.
He's got a bucket list.
Yeah, every time if I'm on TV and I want to make a move at someone, I'm gonna have a list.
He's got the poker bucket list.
Okay, I'll do it. 260.
I fold.
You got like 4.5? That is not true.
Not close.
3.6-ish. Got my hopes up. Then I have 4.5. out.
That's right, isn't it?
Seems right.
That's a complicated way to put out 260,000. Linus, how's your summer been?
Good, good. Haven't played much.
Just hanging in Austria?
Yeah, Austria, back home.
Cool.
Montenegro. That's it.
Yeah.
Gonna see a
you travel
C
with
bet
anyone?
there on the deuce 4 rainbow. Pretty dry. Big
Where?
advantage
travel
there
with anyone?
for Charlie.
Focus stops like here and other places.
Lone wolf.
True online player. Do you have friends you talk poker with?
Yeah.
Other cash, high stakes?
Not necessarily high stakes, but
yeah,
mid high stakes.
Charlie, you doing a little interviewing for us even. This is,
Yeah, it's like
this is
I
great.
would like to get
Keep
some
it
more
going.
information. Should we all tweet at him? Can you ask Linus some more questions?
Yeah. Let's open this thing up.
You could start a brand, man. It's like business, best online player in the world. Allegedly.
It's flattering him.
I could, but
be in the limelight.
Yeah.
But you like how he didn't
Remember
deny
one time, years ago, Full Tilt back in the heyday, offered Phil Galfond a ton of money to be a Full Tilt Red Pro. And he's like, that just sounds like a lot of stuff I don't want to do.
Yeah. Once you hit a certain amount of money, you don't need more. No one has leverage.
I mean, even if it was tons of money, it was pretty cool to see a guy just say, yeah,
nah,
that's too much work. I'm out.
What do you have to do for party?
This?
Sit.
I just have to
Sit and play, look
really
pretty.
try super hard to not be an asshole. But it's hard sometimes. 'Cause I really want to be, you know. Sometimes I really want to be.
No comment, man.
Thank you.
You've got to bury your real personality as deep down as you can.
Yeah. Yeah, I just.
Yeah, that's what my mum always told me.
Don't let anybody see the real you, Charlie.
Exactly.
I just the second I get to the hotel, I order 6 or 7 pillows additional to my house, to my room, and then I put them in a pillowcase, and I just go up there and punch it on break.
Stupid Rob.
Yeah.
Spit in the river.
Yeah. Me.
I got some good news.
We're all rich. We all made it. Bitcoin's 100,000 a coin.
We made it, boys. It's double the stakes.
We can all be wearing pajamas everywhere like Richard.
That's when you know you've really made it.
Been there, dude.
Yeah.
Trini has a wardrobe specifically for pajamas. What am I going to chuck on today?
I actually do have a wardrobe, like hippie wardrobe and then smart wardrobe.
Okay. Yeah, I noticed you got some variety for
it's
sure.
just all in- Polarized.
It's just like quite, it's very polarized.
Yeah.
That's the word I was going to use.
Got a public image now. Apparently people don't take hippies seriously in business.
Oh.
Who'd have thought?
Yeah.
I wonder if Corell's been to Burning Man. I've gone before. It's definitely, I think he would enjoy it.
Matthias, what's poker code?
Look at this. Krell just doing all the dirty work.
Coaching side from Fedor Holtz and me.
Fedor Holtz made a coaching site? That sounds extremely good.
I think it's going to be extremely good.
Yeah, I can imagine. He's a good poker player.
So are you.
Have you done anything to work on the quality and entertainment of the product?
A second. I have aces now.
Oh shit. Probably best not to say it, man. Don't teach that on poker code.
You're teaching that on your side. Just pretend you have it every hand, right?
And you have aces.
I think it's a very entertaining and informative course.
Entertaining and informative at the same time? Wow. That's probably worth any amount of money. How much is it?
It's $15.49.
$15.49.
Oh,
What a steal.
I pay with the
Next
card.
deal. I'm gonna sign everybody up, my family.
I reckon he could have a job doing some promotion in the way he's going. Extremely
sorry.
well plugged. From a competitor as well. You got to admire that.
Yeah, dude, I'm a literal
Likes the
competitor.
competitive spirit.
I'm happy for the market to grow.
I think it's competition. You can still be friends even if you're like in the same business, right?
Yeah.
It's a good thing with poker.
I'm not going to try and teach people how to play at Fedor's level. I'm better at teaching people how to get up to where they can make a living off playing poker. And then I can just be like, oh, you're good at poker now? Just that way. $15.49, you're in.
Yeah, it's interesting on those coaching programs, platforms. There's a lot of them. What the right price point
Your
is, because
competitors
let's just.
I'm just going to tell you something right now. It's not $15.49.
No, right. No, it's not. So don't. Although it may get you in the door to look at it, I don't want to say it's $1,549. It's expensive, but what's the right price, right? Because it's like, would you rather have 10,000 people do it or 100,000? And I think that's very interesting when these type of high-level pros and people do set the course prices for these things, because really they've done the work, they've made the course, so they want to try to get in as many hands as possible, but also they don't want to just give it away because of the quality likely of what it is. I haven't seen poker code, but for example, so it is an interesting guideline. You don't want to sell yourself short, like, oh, it's only whatever, but you also want to, at some point, it's pretty expensive.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we do see
Don't mess up this hand after the plug.
Ibinger with a dominating spot here. Best hand, best position in this current hand. And this could cause some problems for Kuhn.
This is big problem because they're also both pretty short. So
can I also get water?
I don't think anyone's going to get stacked, but definitely going to lose a couple bets in here.
No, it's fine. Got some money.
So Ibinger is the pre-flop raiser. Maybe there's a chance all the chips go in at some point.
Yeah, it's ridiculous how many blinds he's got. Total about 20 to start the hand.
He is going to bet, continuation bet. Ace-high boards are just great to continuation bet as bluffs. You might as well do it when you got an ace.
Yeah, a good one at that. And Jason, this is it's a dry flop, right? Ace 9-5. It's like hard to have too many. I guess I could have 9-5 suited, but Ace 9, Ace 5. Jason's gonna go nowhere for one bet, but
yeah, I would say generally almost auto 2 bets no matter what.
Yeah, 15 pounds.
Third's kind of the tricky one.
that I want.
So like the 4 here. Like if
No, sorry,
Ibinger
actually
bets
don't have
again,
any.
I can't
Need a
imagine
card.
Jason Kuhn folding.
the thing is, the interesting part though, which
Oh, for
could
the Avo?
be the
I
saving
can get
grace
it
for
from-
him is
I can get
there
it
is
from-
no flush draw turned here. It's like, what hand is he really just gonna go with King Queen or King Jack or his broadways like that? It's not like, if it's a 4 of clubs, 4 diamonds, 4 spades, maybe Jason could talk himself into, he could see bet, he could just go for it twice somehow, picked up a draw, or 10 even, right? Like maybe he's got Jack Queen.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
with
this
the
is quite interesting.
4, it's like, what is he just?
I guess the most
savagely
obvious one would be 6-7 suited,
which
right?
I don't know.
And then
if-
you have to ask, does he open 6-7 suited in the cutoff with this stack size
with
at
20
this-
blinds? I don't think so.
with 6 players remaining in
not-
50K.
And likely not on Jason's
Alright, for
big
the other
blind.
card.
Yeah, so it's pretty nice. You gotta really think about the positions, and maybe you can break down the hand to figure out the right thing. Well, Ibinger is actually still an Ibinger. It's not on Kuhn yet. Think about.
Yeah.
He's betting, right? It just seems like you don't take this long to check.
Do you want a tip?
It's you decide.
So now, if you're Ibinger, you get called in the flop. I mean, you have an ace. It's possible your opponent has an ace. So if he does have an ace, does he have ace queen or ace king? Probably not, right? Like, you're not worried about that because you're gonna probably hear from it pre-flop. Maybe there's once in a while Jason would throw an ace queen off in there, but I doubt it. I think at this 20 blind stack, he's just gonna hear about ace queen, ace king. So then it's like, all right, I'm value betting ace 10, I'm value betting ace 8, ace 9 beats me, I'm value betting ace 7, ace 6, ace 5 is 2 pair, ace 4 is 2 pair, ace 3 and ace deuce now have some extra equity there. But you know, if you really kind of think about how many ace X's that you're beating,
No, he is going to make the call.
and I guess
It's a
depending on the
two-street
river.
game.
Yeah, but depending what the river is, like even on a king or a queen would be pretty safe. It'd be a good card, and actually some of the best cards for Ibinger, because you know that is not
That's the worst card. Jason Kuhn's like, I wouldn't shoot too short on a turn, but I'm definitely short on a river.
What a gin card there.
And you made a really good point. You'd expect Jason Kuhn, if he had ace queen, ace king, to just shove it all in pre-flop. Therefore, ace jack is the next best top pair kicker. I think there's a chance Ibinger just shoves here.
But that, like I said though, it's like I guess ace 3, ace deuce, ace 6, ace 7, ace 10. You beat those, you lose to. And is it Jason going to check back, stack the pot ratio less than 1? Wow.
I win.
Good check.
I win has been called.
Very good check.
Lucky. Should just led that 8. Man, I got ace 8. I'm all in. Yeah.
Our equity is looking in short deck.
Make your call range nice and strong when you check.
Yeah.
It's a big smile there from Jason. He knows he dodged a pretty rough situation.
Nice check, Matthias.
Yeah, that's a strong play.
Was a strong play. Strong play from a strong boy.
Learn that at Poker Code. Coming soon.
There's the plug.
Bet 2 big streets with the best of
River's
it.
not guaranteed.
Look at a man and say, man,
How much is
is
Ibinger paying Charlie Carroll right now?
Yeah, right? Did he text him
Check,
something? Is
man.
this? I actually had breakfast with Fedor and a few other gentlemen and got a little demo. Not the whole thing, but just kind of got to see what it's about. It's pretty cool. I mean, I'll be honest, like, there's a handful of guys. You start saying, well, there's this guy has a course, this program has a course. I could think of 4 or 5 strong courses, but there's probably a 50 pool player base or so that I would be very interested in seeing what they're talking about. You know, for the right price or the right situation, like, because everyone's got a little different stylistic stuff. I mean, even if you could pick up a couple things from a couple of the greatest players, like, it doesn't take much to find it worth to. And again, this is not an endorsement for Poker. I've never even seen the product, but anything that you can find that maybe you're working on that, you know, you can add to your game, your arsenal. And it's just, even now, it's fun. Like, when I watch guys at this level as well, or when we, you know, play online, or you see stuff, it's like anytime you can go through and say, you know, I spent an hour or 2, but I feel like I learned something today. Or, wow, that was interesting how he played the hand. Or, oh, okay, I see maybe why he did that. You know, I think there's a lot of value and stuff. So that.
I was pretty stoked.
Yeah, that's a very
about the
good
flop.
point.
I was like super stoked.
All right, so Linus
And I was super
checking
stoked
out
about the turn.
Charlie.
Then you loaded up that
stack.
720, and I wasn't so stoked anymore. But I was like,
Just thinking about,
I'm just calling this dude down.
is it worthy of 3-betting for value? It is big blind versus dealer button, and you would 3-bet this in a cash game a lot for like 100 big blinds deep.
Angry.
I'm gonna call you a lot.
Counting.
Okay, sorry.
Might check the 10 too.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
You really hate maths, huh?
An 8.
I might just lead the king.
Queen or a king. He getting you.
Well, I'm off ace jack.
He getting you for all.
Okay, so just gonna call here.
Did he use the
Alright
turn
guys, I got ace king with the call pre.
40. How much is it? 240?
These guys are pretty darn chatty,
You know how much
given
I
what's up
raised
top.
it? Yeah, like 45 seconds.
I like it.
Oh, no, it's less than that.
You know, part of my, this is a very
Ooh, this is
interesting spot.
This is also a kind of a 2-street hand,
I don't.
assuming unimproved.
It's 7. I'm not betting.
Yeah.
Start the playing time when you're only playing 20 hands an hour instead of 80 on 5 tables.
It is. It's a top. Both players floppy top pair. That's rare. Heads up
250.
pot.
Charlie gonna continuation bet here, and I think Linus can really go both ways. If you're the type of player to check raise bluff, check raise like these inside straight draws, then you want to add some of these top pairs occasionally, because you don't want to just represent only pocket 4s and pocket 8s, because pocket queens would have re-raised pre-flop. That's very narrow.
825.
So I like the raise here.
Yeah, I would say the only thing different here too is the stack sizes are pretty close. It is a final table. There's ICM, this and that, right? It's a little different. Different stage of the tournament, maybe different players may play different ways. At the same time, I think Charlie could check this back, a weak queen on a board where, the problem is a player talented, capable, who on a board like this, if you bet your top pair, you have to think in your mind, what am I doing when I get check raised? Who, this player, Linus, may have done some more, maybe say solver work, other type of things that is going to be more capable. So when you bet top pair against this player in this spot and you get check raised, I don't think you can release it. And having a weak kicker like this, you do open yourself up for some pretty tricky situations.
Okay, so turns 2 pair for Linus Love. This is clearly bad in a sense for Carol that there's an overcard. But then again, if you check raise bluff, let's just say you check raise like Jack 10, 10, 9, Jack 9. The King's a good card because it's quite scary when the overcard comes. If you have a flush draw, you probably would keep betting. Wow. The check. This guy is sneaky.
Check.
The quick check. Ace.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's
I am a little bit surprised on the check on the turn. I guess for a couple of reasons. One, you don't hold a club in your hand. Your opponent called your check raise on the flop. If he did have a queen 10 or ace queen, would he just go away with that card? So I'm a bit perplexed on the check there.
GTO says you gotta check sometimes when you make 2 pair.
I have to double check GTO on that spot. I guess maybe he thought it could look very weak. Whereas you did have a flush draw, maybe you would try. Maybe he's trying to take. Charlie would bet then on the turn.
So he checks again. I mean, Charlie. I don't really see why he'd want to turn his hand into a bluff. It makes a lot of sense to just.
Yeah, like almost you'd be thrilled if somehow he had Jack. Well, I guess Jack 10 even got there. So like if he somehow had 9, 10 or a flush draw, like a 6, 7 of clubs. I mean,
So do you notice that he's kind of grabbing his chips funny? I think he's trying to get a live read on Linus.
Yeah, almost like there's no intention of betting here.
Yeah, that's quite interesting because
I think it's great you made
Charlie
a
has
course, man.
Charlie has been talking to Linus a lot.
Working hard the past few years.
And of course he's like getting interview questions in,
You're
but
on top of your game.
I think he's trying to learn more about him
Remember
for
when
live
you were
reads.
just a young buck?
I
You were
agree.
just a young buck when you and I got heads up in that tournament? That was cool. That was a badass day. Yeah, I know, but I feel like you've come so far in that year, just like playing live poker, getting comfortable,
Okay, it looks like we're gonna take a little break. People need to get a little break.
this.
Linus Love's at the top of the chip counts. Stacks are getting very shallow here. 5.7 million for him. Matthias Ivan got so unlucky with the ace jack, but he's still in it. 7 big blinds.
Pretty special stuff in that hand that Charlie got away with, not having to put another chip in after that flop. I mean, he could have got stacked there. Could have gone a couple different ways, but as it stands, these are the chip counts. Let's take a break.
Shuffle up and deal, guys. Good luck.
The wait is over. I finally have a girlfriend. And maybe more importantly, the Triton London event is here. And trust me, it's gonna be a big one. And the best bit, London is my hometown, so I know just about everyone round here. How you doing, buddy? We've got 7 events over 9 days, and one of those events is pretty special. The Triton Million, you may have heard of it. Biggest entrance fee, biggest first prize in history. And where's it all happening? The Hilton Hotel. Now I'm inside the Hilton Hotel, walking up a staircase, but I think it's time we checked out the tournament area, because I've heard it's pretty spectacular. As the players enter the tournament area, they're greeted by this amazing walkway. Either side, you've got pictures of the previous champions and a few of the people that have been banned from the casino. Only joking, that's Tim Adams. He's a great guy. Now this is where all the magic is gonna happen. Your tournament area. Here are your 2 feature tables. We'll be switching between the tables as we bring you the best of all the action. And of course, anything happens out here, we'll bring that to you as well, so you won't miss a thing. To say the fields are going to be stacked this week is a massive understatement. I've never seen such a collection of poker brains. And it's not just poker pros, we've got some celebs in the field. Even Boris has turned up. That's Becker, not Johnson. One rule that's been introduced for the Poker Million is that the players aren't allowed to wear anything that covers the face. Revolutionary, but it has meant that we've had to open a cloakroom purely for Christoph Vogelsang. Another new addition here in London is the break desk, where the guys will be bringing you extra analysis and interviews from this very table. Exciting. But my favourite thing about it is the fact that Lex Veldhaus will never get a break again. So in summary, we've got everything we need for the perfect week. The best players in the world, huge prize pools, and some businessmen thrown in just for that extra bit of fun. Enjoy the show.
Perkins stack, who's very short. Just gonna call here. At this point, Perkins doesn't really have a choice besides going all in. He's got 12 big blinds, button raise, a small blind in the middle. He's got fold equity, and he's the shortest stack of the tournament.
There's 800,000 chips in the middle.
Perkins is a businessman, and when he plays, he's probably used to big stacks, so hopefully he knows that this is quite likely should be a shove spot.
You know what that means.
You know what that means.
I would throw my hat in the ring.
What a boss.
Oh my gosh.
I was gonna make a joke because I'm all in a $1 million tournament. Correct the smile from Big Al. I mean, Vivek has a legit contender here.
It's under 2 million. Oh no, he snap calls me. I told you that I was sleeping dog.
Yeah, I think this is a fine call.
I can't let him lie when I'm a favorite. Oh. I have one of those in the ring. But bad things known to happen.
Vivek doesn't even have to wager 10% of his stack.
Don't get me, Vic. Do not get me.
Give me a sweat. 3, 5, 6.
Bill, I had a 9. That's not good.
No, it's so stay out of this, Big Al.
It's not that bad, though.
No.
Made the right decision.
There's Igor Kurganov.
Let's go, Reg Charity.
The bubble
Let's
boy.
go, Reg Charity.
Paul Paul, the founder. On the rail. So, first all in coming.
You can muff now, I think.
See that flop. Trying to dodge that 4.
Ooh,
spades. Great space.
Don't lie. Not again.
Safe.
The spade sweat.
Against stand. Was it a 9 of spades?
It actually was 9-5 of spades.
We'll take the 9 of diamonds.
So far, so good. 2 4s in the deck. The only chance for Ashkumar to get there.
safe. Full double up. Bill Perkins, 3.6 million.
Level up there. A little breathing room.
Yeah.
Suit feels a little less tight right now.
It's also, wow, not flush draw for Big L.
You know, Adams is the pre-flop raiser, and this isn't. It's an okay flop for you. He's got the best hand, but the thing is, in a high pressure situation with money jumps on a final table, say you bet and get called, you'd have no idea if your opponent has a jack or a draw.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's very tricky. He's going to keep control of the hand. I believe he's just hoping his opponent just folds.
Yeah, I really like the small bet. At least he keeps it all a little bit marginal. I mean, if you bet 800 here and your opponent calls, you just got to give him a lot of credit for Queen Jack. Jack 10.
Against Big Al might interpret the small bet as a feeler kind of bet, and he might raise here. So I think he said just call.
Yeah.
Would have been
call.
If he made the raise, I think Adams would have folded.
This is a very rough situation here for Adams.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's the good turn card? The 9 and only the 9?
Yeah, but he only has one of them. He can hit. I would say this is pretty good though.
I think Adams is probably, with this hand, looking to put one more bet, whether it's a call or bet himself at most. Don't think he's looking to play for all of the chips. He knows that when he bets small, he does induce players to float behind him with king queens, some pocket pairs, some ace highs. The thing is, Big Al has a really wide range. We saw him limp like 7-8 suited and stuff from under gun. So that 6 can actually improve Big Al, while
So
some
true.
other players, not possible.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think this is the situation where you're up against a player, the only player at the table who could have a 6 here. And that matters, you know?
It's another small bet. And I'm curious to see how Big Al is going to react to that. Big Al might be thinking, A, you're trying to keep me in because you got a really big hand, because you're betting small. Or B, you're trying to get a cheap river. Maybe I can blow you off of it if I make it huge. Looks like he is just going to call. He seems a little bit worried, but that's the calling chips. Does he want to grab more? It looks like he is grabbing more. No? Yeah, let's use one of those time extensions.
Oh man.
Adams is thinking, please just fold. Sucks to play out of position.
Sounds like a call. Yeah.
4 million in the middle.
Big spot so far.
Big Al trying to see if he can hit his hand. Does not. So is Adams gonna do a bluff bet? I think it's reasonable if he thinks that Big Al might bet, like, say Big Al has like a flush draw, he just bets like 3 million. He's not looking to call 3 million.
That's really that's an excellent point, because if you check here and your opponent shoves, you know, maybe even if you think, well, I could be getting called by a jack, but whatever, I'm just gonna bet 500,000 again.
And there's a reason he bets small on the flop and turn. All in from Big Al.
Oh, he wasted no time.
I love it.
He wasted no time. We didn't even know it was his turn yet.
Now some players you might be thinking, this guy's got a flush draw or he's got pocket jacks. No. Big Al, he can have
All right, here we are. This is a 50K with 1.3 million up top. We are down to 6 players.
Then again, I mean,
And Uncle, what do you think? Who's going to take this home?
I'm very excited for Linus Love.
I mean,
he's at 2 final tables.
Where I put it out?
I don't know. He's played 2 tournaments this trip. 25K and a 50K.
Maybe I'll just put my big blind back on my stack.
Won a lot of money.
Was
and he's very good. He's very.
That
He's the
beat he
number
took in
one
the main
cash game
event
player
was the
online.
nastiest.
Which is that's strong. Was there a
Oh
list?
my
Was he
God,
on the
he
list
took
for the
it
million that
so
didn't get
well.
in? Was he actively trying to play? I don't know if I didn't. I wasn't up on the list of people who didn't come in. I saw Helmut or Negrani was tweeting something like kind of regretting he didn't try more. Brian Rass put a tweet out saying, "Man, I've got FOMO. I can't believe I didn't put more effort in looking to come."
With like 30-some people.
Was he on that list? Was he someone that was on the
at least top
business
3, but
list waiting? Do we have any information on that?
Sam Greenwood.
I'm pretty sure he was.
Like 30-something left.
Because on the 25K tournament when they showed him, I think he said some players were talking about joining the million, and he was saying, "Oh, I guess I'm." He said something along the lines, "I'm gonna have to miss it." So it seemed like he wanted to play, but he probably didn't put crazy effort in.
Right.
I fold.
He's just gonna win every side event the rest of the week. That's good. That's another way to do it.
He's chip leader right now.
Should have like 1.15.
Yeah, he's definitely had a good start here in London. This is it is. I've heard a lot about him, so it is a treat to see the whole cards face up because you're not going to get that opportunity too much. It's nice that he's chosen the Triton to come out and play. He was at the last series as well, and Montenegro said he was featured. And
there's actually something that hasn't been released yet. Special cash games with Linus Love, 2,000, 4,000, but it's basically 500,000 euro buy-in, and we're gonna release that for you sometime after the series.
Got to get one of those through every order.
That is exciting.
Come second.
2K, 4K euro blinds.
I'm pretty sure it was, but I know it's 500,000 euro buy-in.
I got you, Bert.
Wow, that's crazy. That'll be fun.
Whose
We just saw here.
responsibility is that? I guess Linus.
I believe Ibinger is
Linus'
under.
responsibility.
He's under 10 big blinds.
Very short.
Yeah, okay, Charlie just going to step
Got a
up.
pretty rough 8 on the river, and he did check back, which is even surprising as well. So a really well executed hand. He bet twice ahead and then checked behind. Jason Kuhn was on the receiving end of a nice river 8 there.
Yeah, let's do some cleaning.
And we see Charlie as well just got in a spot against Linus Love where he could have easily gotten stacked. He got pretty lucky with bull flop top pair. He got check raise called and then got a check to go through. So I like Charlie. Charlie is fun. Like I said, he could be our third guy in the booth. He carries a lot of conversation here. Yeah.
I think 3 point less than that, like 3.3 maybe.
I mean, he's been interviewing Linus. Linus getting chip counts everyone because that's what you do when you're playing online.
And when you're chip leader, you like to say, you see Dan Smith. I saw a lot of Dan Smith sizing up. He does pass it. He makes you think the ace-3 suited. He might have pulled the trigger on it. It was close. The ace-3 off, ready to pounce. It wouldn't have worked, I don't think. Oh, again, this is a 50K with 1.3 million. It's like, we're talking about $1 million difference right now, essentially in pounds between going out now and winning.
I played at 25K. And
These guys have been really chatty and carefree, though.
I realized 20 seconds pre-flop.
And Burns is at the 25K final table as well.
Yep, he's got dual final table.
Let's not leave Burns out. I mean, that's a pretty special start for. And he's also one of the more accomplished players. He's got some pretty strong resume.
As a feature table, I'd like look at my cards, get them over the RFID, and then like look up. I'd have 6 seconds. Yeah, it's crazy.
All right, 3 seconds and 660 plus 80.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you just had to.
168 is nice round number. All right.
Burns was actually at a very unique situation, which was bizarre in Vegas. Do you remember where he was at the final table with Alex Foxon and Kristen Bicknell, who are poker power couple, 2 of the elite players all around, let alone female, talking about Kristen, who is here playing these events.
I mean, I just thought in my head you had
They were 3-handed, and it happened to be televised. It was like a Venetian event that they caught on the live stream. It was a 5K, I believe.
Yeah,
maybe not this. It wasn't this summer. The summer before.
And you just said like Jack.
I think they offered a chop.
Time to party, you know.
Because it kind of brought up the issue about, like, it's like your brother, sister, your girlfriend, your husband, your wife. Obviously, there's like emotional they're not trying to, cut you up, but it's like, all right, maybe in a spot that like you could go like there, like the ace-3 off. Maybe just choose not to 3-bet where you would in a spot, So they offered a chop. He didn't take it, but there was like a really crazy hand, like aces and jacks, and one of them flop top set, and like there's like 25 sub blinds, and I mean, it shows you the level they play at, but also anyway, it was like a controversy in the poker world about was there soft playing or colluding, but really they offered up a deal, and I don't think they went out of their way. But you remember that? That's like the thing I remember Burns being a part of. I don't know what place he finished, but I think
he finished third.
Okay. Well,
So.
there you go. But that was an interesting situation that I don't even remember how it all came out, but that was he was there for that.
Burns, I remember they asked him about it
Yeah, they
after
said
the fact, and he said, I'm still happy with the decision. And he said like maybe some of my friends didn't agree, but he still felt pretty confident about it.
Right.
But regardless, hey, he's here.
Yeah, he's here.
Playing for 1.3 million pounds.
And he's at another final table.
With this guy right next to
playing
him.
now?
And we're going to play that final table tomorrow. First thing, 25K. And also tomorrow is the 100,000 main event.
It's a lot of action.
And you got to remember,
good for the mental math.
all of these tournaments, besides the $1 million tournament that we ran, are unlimited re-entry. So for some people, it could be another $1 million tournament potentially, but probably unlikely. But the prizes get really big, and these guys, every single one of them will fire 100 rebuy 100%. No questions asked.
That's I don't know. That is pretty crazy, and also giving this man 2 kings is a little crazy in late position at a final table with the chip lead. He's going to open up the kings. We see a fold, and gonna go over to the big blind here. And Mr. Carell, quickly becoming one of my favorite players to watch, looks very interested at the open.
These two guys have been battling mentally
Yes.
and at the poker.
Yes. And Carell may be feeling he's on a little bit of a free roll after the top flop. He is looking extra interested here. You don't see this often, a time bank chip pre-flop for the min raise. But, to be fair, like, he's a very creative guy, and I think
cool.
It is actually important. The reason is Ibinger is so short, so it's basically wondering, does he have enough big blinds where he doesn't get pressured too much?
I knew this like a second ago.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
I actually wouldn't fault him for folding, but he feels that maybe he can just get the showdown.
Yeah. Oh, it's all right to take. Well, it's actually, to be fair, it's 20 seconds pre-flop, right? Too, which isn't like. I mean, it's nice to keep it quick, and there are once in a while spots, especially ICM, meaning the independent chip model, when it's deep and there's some big money on the line, to think about things a little more clearly. Do I want to continue? Do I even want to call? Do I want to find myself? Like, let's say this comes queen high, 7 high. It's like you're talking about risky elimination. There's a guy very short. There's other things to consider, and you can't always make all those calculations or rationales before that time frame. So it's not really an angle or anything. It's not get aces or, even then it's still justifiable. But whatever the case, he puts a time bank chip in and he sees a king high flop, which is top set for.
It's a minimum bet. It's a minimum. Can't bet any less than this. And it worked. Charlie Caro gonna open up to 700K with just the queen 7. And you know what?
Did I time back?
It's a very small thing, but I do feel that that time bank you're talking about pre-flop kind of feels like you're a little bit extra invested into the spot. And then you see the small min bet, and it kind of feels that it might have got Charlie Carroll to make this play right now.
Interesting. Also, maybe from a leveling perspective, yeah, that it's like almost like, I had a really tough decision. Like I was gonna raise, I didn't, and
or maybe you got like, a hand that could 3-bet all in, and then you're like, maybe I'm gonna slow play. So it's a lot of leveling here. You saw that face he made.
Yeah, that was bizarre, wasn't it? He made a almost disgusted look.
I feel like Charlie Carroll is trying to get in the head of Linus, and it's just not working. But you can see these are things that you just normally would never see him do.
What a spot. Top set. You get check raised massively, and as you have it, Charlie has queen high no draw against top set, and there's just pretty dry.
140. I feel like I just got bluff, but I don't have enough chips to do anything about that. I got bluff.
I don't know. I'll have to wait 30 minutes.
Yeah, make him wait.
Yeah, get him. Time bank, please.
Did he use a time bank? Linus did?
don't recall.
I heard him say, "Get him, time bank police," and he threw something. But
Like these small babies. Huh? Looks like my small babies.
You can't catch them in for anything else.
it's pretty cool to be regarded as the best online, especially in the world of kind of some computers, some programs, extra stuff going on, crazy things happening. Just to be like, you know, there's you think of our time and online and the Isildurs and the Durs and the
Great, man.
you know, Jungle Mans
It's been
and
a tough
everyone who's
day,
just
man.
playing
It's
so
been
much
real
poker
tough.
and online, just
Came
to
in
be
with
like
some
currently
sweats,
in
they all got
2019
slaughtered.
considered the
Trying to
man
get
out there.
unstuck.
It's
I got 3-time banks.
it's big,
Got fucking
big,
Linus Love
big
on my
order.
left, chipping up. What are they trying to do to me today?
Solid. All in.
All right, we see small blind, big blind. Mr. Carroll gonna make a big pick. You gotta think a big pickup when you shove there. He gets 320,000.
I really thought there was like a 20% chance that 4 was an ace. And I was gonna.
I always think there's a chance that I see ace 4 and it actually is aces, but it never is.
I've never had that once happen to me.
Yeah.
I know people have said that. I've never once
Just
had
a
ace
lie, I
4 and
think.
thought I had aces, ever.
It's just some really meta deep troll.
Yeah, exactly. I had to pay for it.
Yeah, I always have
Lace
another
it.
look. Every time.
Yeah, I don't. 4 doesn't trick me. I've had other cards trick me though in weird spots.
Queen and a 6.
Yeah, that one gets you sometimes, or even like the top of an 8 once in a while, maybe.
Queen 6. I haven't had that one. I
Yeah,
don't think.
exactly. Yeah.
That well, I guess it looks like a queen.
Depends on the time of the day, right?
Do I have avocado on my face?
No.
Sick. Good day.
Good to go.
So Charlie Carroll, ace 4 suited, going to lay it down. You know, I remember something now actually. From the 25K,
Like 4?
Charlie was, we saw
slightly
Charlie
less.
playing the 25K,
Oh, 4.4.
and he was having a lot of discussions
Alright.
with like Haralaboss and some others. And Haralaboss was actually like really interviewing Charlie and kind of going back and forth.
With you, Rob. I'm on the 2.5x. by time in.
Charlie claimed that he was the best live
Don't we
reader.
mean business?
And some of the other guys were just kind of
Smart. Smart
They-
move.
they didn't feel confident in his statement.
People didn't believe it. They weren't buying what he was selling on the live read specialist.
Yeah, he basically said he thinks he's the #1.
You know, another player prides himself on that openly is Chance Corneth. He likes to give himself
Get
that
those
title, and I
Diamondbacks
think he
for a call,
definitely
right?
is good at it. And he may be. You know, it's hard to really. That's one of those things that attribute-wise, it's hard to
hold.
You don't know. It's
yeah,
hard
it's
to
like
measure.
hard to really understand.
You
what
can't. You
it
can't
is.
make a. If you can say, oh, I made a good fold, but you don't actually
get it
know
through
because the
four
cards are going
twice?
to the
Nope,
muck,
nope.
right?
Right.
Oh, that's a definite.
Yeah, so you're right.
But even so, it's just like
Trapped his ass.
Let's get back to that conversation in a second. Burns, Nybinger.
First time you shove the napkins, get him through. The second time he'd had enough.
I was like, yep, that's a qualifier.
Yep.
He obviously hasn't heard. He meant to only play strong hands under the gun.
So 302,000 for 6th place. So if he can,
It's not the worst.
Not the worst either.
someone
yeah,
can knock
it's
him
not
out,
the
we'll get
worst.
86K pay jump.
Yeah, it's above average for you for sure.
2
It's
9s for
above the median.
Burns.
I don't know if it's above the mean.
It's a below average.
That's pretty
So full double up for Nybinger.
Okay, 160?
Yeah, the reason I
Thanks,
brought that
Tess,
up
We weren't gonna check, but
was that it
He
seems
mentioned
that he was trying to use his live reads on Linus. because I thought it was weird he made that face. I thought it was weird that he's kind of grabbing his chips. Kind of. There's no reason the way he did, right? Grab 5 chips, grab 5 more chips, grab 5 more chips
Probably
when
get
he was
a chip if you
tanking
hit
with the
nuts.
queen 6 hand. So I think if you're playing against him, you want to kind of be careful because while he's clearly a very chatty guy, very interesting, he might be trying to get like some reads on you.
Right.
And you are
Yeah.
on like 2.
Yeah.
I'm on.
Well, it's interesting to know. It's just interesting to know when someone really focuses on that or thinks on that to a high level. We like to all think we're in tune to the table and know what's happening with people, but some people really, that's part of their DNA at the table. Yeah, they're not on their phone. They're locked in. They're watching you. They're talking. They want to know: are you here for a hobby? Is it your living? When's the last time you played? You see this all the time. People try information. Where'd you come from? Or how long you in town? Or and a lot of times it's not a secret, but when you don't know someone at the table, it is important to really get some information. So that's he may do that more so than others, but either way, there's 6 remaining, and it is a 43 blind to 10 blind sandwich happening. We see Burns now down to 10 blinds. I'm gonna be at 14, still relatively short stack, but there he is, the man Linus Love, getting a lot of love out here on the Twitch streets and across the board that are watching. He is the young phenom. They say maybe the best online player, but him, Jason Kuhn, Flink, all up the top, and anyone's game, man. Anyone's game.
These
That's
guys
what's
are
fun.
all world class.
Yes. This is serious level of poker happening. It's good to be here with Randy Lou. We're enjoying it. Late night.
There's the night shift. This is the late
Yeah,
night
this
shift.
is the late night shift. Do we have to? Yeah, it is late. That's for sure. I don't know where you guys are watching in the world, but it is 2. It's late. It's past 2 a.m. here.
Yeah,
in-
everyone else is
in
asleep,
London.
so just
People
me and you, Jeff.
We're talking. We're learning.
Oh, this is fun though. It's fun.
It is. It's nice when you get to see elite level play.
You have like 1.6 here.
So Linus got 6-3 suited on the dealer button. He's very aware, wants to be aware of the stacks and just jams.
Love it.
I like it.
That's so fucking good.
Six 6-3 suited gets it done. And that goes to show a lot of cash game guys. You might think, okay, do they know tournament poker to some extent? But that one just shows me that he does. He knows that Kale Burns is can't really call because Matias is so short. Kind of vice versa.
Yeah, I was live. Kind of. Better for me not to be dominated.
Yeah. How many bigs do you have now?
What you can. We do it after. That's plenty of time then.
Mr. Jason Kuhn in the hijack. He's got 4.2 million still.
Maybe not think. Think fast.
Instagram to 2.5. Man, if you would.
Can open up to 400 as it plays. No one has.
Yeah, 4.25.
Did see Flink flat the 8-3 suited and check raise Jason on that board and hit on the 9 high with the gut shot and turned it. Got some extra value there. But 8-3 off looks like he's going to pass. Also,
once. No, but it's close. That's close. Yeah, slightly worse.
there's a look at the payouts. Juicy. That's over $1 million US for runner-up even. 1.3 million pounds up top, and payouts are getting pretty healthy. Man, it really is it's got the feel. It's like you said, like a just very relaxed vibe, but this is serious money here.
This is very serious money.
It's a big 50K. 50,000 pound entry. Over 100 runners. Triton SHR series in London 2019. Hopefully a stop on the Triton tour for years to come. I mean, it seems like it's just all around a great location, great event.
Yeah, I spoke to some of the organizers, and basically they say it's very successful. Definitely going to try to make another stop here sometime. I think it's going to be a regular spot.
I fold.
It seems like a good time nowadays. There's so many poker events, extravaganzas, series things. So for it to sort of falls in a nice time slot. And also the Triton just becoming the high roller standard. It's like there's, it's nice to go because these other series, they're great, and they kind of have a mixture of one of like every, maybe a 1K, 5K, 10K, 25K, or vice versa, and like a couple of some that are great. But it's nice if you want to see the high stakes all at once, and guys make the trip and sort of.
And it's only the high stakes, right? We don't have a
There's
random
no 5K, 10Ks, yeah. So it's pretty cool, and it's a treat for viewers and to broadcast it as well and all that. It's just nice to get it all at once and all in a row, and it's really, really, really special stuff here.
So, Ibinger does shove the button for 11 big blinds. Flink in the small blind, A7 of clubs. This seems like a really good spot to go for it. Unfortunately, he is behind. It just seems that Ibinger should be shoving pretty wide on the dealer button. But then again, Burns is pretty short too, so maybe he wouldn't shove too wide. He is going to make the call. I don't blame him. Yeah, suited medium ace.
Wow, yeah.
Ibinger's going to shove any ace. And of course the king queens, the king jacks.
It's really close. I mean, it's one of those things too about putting your chips at risk.
Sharp 11 bigs.
Maybe I'm sweating a little more that you did participate in the £1 million. So it's like, it's hard. That's what we're talking about. When you have that extra anomaly of a buy-in, it's sort of hard to get back to, now I'm playing 50Ks, you're min cashing or getting deep, and it's I did find it.
A lot of clubs for Flink.
Nice to meet the ball.
No, this is certainly.
Oh, now that they both get
God, what are you doing to these guys?
Wow, it's the ripping it off like a Band-Aid, and it's gonna be clean.
Ibinger.
You gotta go there?
3.8 million.
Tournament poker, wow.
7-6 or 8-6 or something? Huh? Yeah, the 7-6 or something?
Little drama.
I mean, they both had me dominated, but I would have sucked out. I faded everything.
You're folding an ace?
That one is, I'd be curious to plug in, just like take all the stack sizes. Not that you can see how close that really was, but I just don't know. Like even, your opponent does have king queen or king jack or king 10 suited there, and based on the ICM, the payouts and everything, that's a very close call. I'm not, I just, correct or not, I think I'd find myself folding that spot, but it's like this is where the nuances of the game, and you really can do some work and do some plug-in calculations and see what maybe the ranges should be. And of course you can adjust based on what you think your opponent's shoving or not, but I don't know. I mean, it's close as it gets, and you did see he was just.
Well, it's clearly a plus chip EV.
Right.
I think that's a no questions asked. But Flink primarily plays cash games, so I don't think he studies these kind of spots.
Right.
2.6.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not saying I know the answer. I'm just saying in my head it would be thinking of those scenarios and what he is shoving there, but also what I'm risking, even when I'm ahead. Even when he has ace-5 suited or whatever, it's like, yeah, okay, it's cool, but it's like you're rarely going to be in that good a shape, right?
Yeah, and I want to point out that Matthias Ibinger and Cale Burns were the two short stacks. And Cale Burns is the first one to hit the blinds. And they had like the same exact stack, about 10 to 11 big blinds. So technically speaking, Ibinger should open shove tighter slightly, right? Because there's more pressure on Burns. And most certainly, Matthias Ibinger, a tournament player, understands how important these pay jumps are. So these small little nuances, if you don't pay attention to them, you might miss some information on the hand strength of your opponents.
And that's like 2? Cool.
What day is it? Is it Sunday morning? Yeah. Tomorrow's, so it's Sunday today, coming up.
Okay, cool question.
Just making sure it was blending together.
Real nice. Well, technically, yeah.
Sunday now, yeah.
We're blending.
It's a lot. It was already 3 tournaments now. So we've done the 25K, the million, the 50K, back into the 25. And I don't know if this is going to get to a winner tonight. These guys are very sound technically. They're not tight. They're technical. You know, a lot of these guys have a lot of experience in tournaments and situations. But then again, you see 6-3 suiteds being jammed and stuff, and that does, you know, it's aggressive maneuvers that are right. But you know what I'm saying? It's hard to know. Like this, they're not just giving it away, but they're making plays. So you just don't know how a tournament's going to break. Once in a while, you see like the aces, the kings, the queens. Every blue moon, you'll see a double knockout. Some kind of cooler happens.
Sounds like you really need to play some short deck. Yeah, you would crush. Just get it in and pray.
But I'm afraid I'm not disciplined. Like every single hand looks good.
They are.
Even in the full deck, it's very hard for me to fold. And in the short deck, it's impossible.
All right, we see Flink now with like 12 bigs in the hijack, 2 3s. One of those hands gonna see the ace-8 there from Corral fold. We got Jason.
1.8.
Gonna give it a think, but
no, I mean it's just rough. Yeah, that's close enough for me. I fold.
Almost 1.9.
Oh my God, what a tragedy. I see a flop. Oh my God.
It's all about hoping
Suited
other
Broadway,
people
man.
call so you can see a flop if you're queen 10
Oh
suited.
my God. We were just talking. See if I had short deck, I could have just called. Just whatever.
I was gonna say what is 3s to queen 10 suited in short deck, but then I caught myself. Nah, it's not a pass. 3s are not allowed.
Not possible. You're gonna find that out.
I can't wait to see this. It feels like a game though.
It's not for you. I guarantee you, Jeff. Game is not for you.
You'd be surprised. You should see me at a roulette wheel.
Okay.
I'm the opposite of a hold'em table. I'm a little more splashy.
You're
I like
getting in there.
Certain things you just gotta loosen the belt. Short deck could fit in there, but there's a lot of gambles. What I hear you saying.
Yeah, it's a lot of variance.
Here's a real hand. I like this. This was earlier. I think Lex touched on. I was at the in the middle portion of the day. We saw Vivek jam a few hands, ace, queen, 7s, and then raise queens actually specifically. I mean, it was a little bigger stack, but I like the jam in some of these spots when you're in an awkward the 14, 15, 17, 18 blind stack. Because if you're min raising all your aces, kings, and queens, you know, your ace king suited, and then you're shoving all the medium hands, you know, it's sort of predictable. But it's also in a vacuum if they don't have a lot of experience with the guy. You don't, you know, you can still go exploitive, and it's not necessarily a bad play, but I think balancing is pretty cool.
Yep.
To just, especially if there's some information or people have seen now or know that this is like what you're doing.
If you're trying to like create ranges though, if you don't have a raise folding range with this stack depth, then you don't want to make that play.
Right.
So that's why, like you said, you know, you should just open jam like you would do with your weak hands as well to get that balance in there. Oh, Jason Kuhn, aces. But see, he's got a lot more big blinds, so he can raise and not just open jam.
Right. And he does have a pretty one, the 2 aces. One hand too late to meet those queens, but lucky for Flink. And we're seeing the small blind, big blind, and don't think Jason's going to get any action with that. There's a classic matchup, the worst and best hand in poker. Got the aces and 7 deuce off.
First time all tournament.
Nice.
I'm surprised they didn't get it in.
Yeah, right. That's just it's rare. Top and bottom of the spectrum.
Yes, get him off.
These chips look nice. Have you had a chance to check on?
I haven't touched these ones.
They look. They just look like a nice set.
Yes. Too big.
Jason Kuhn's got a fair amount of talk in his pep too. He likes to
always does.
chat up a table, check on
Nothing like
everything,
that.
comment and
Like
stuff, which is
that.
nice
Like
because I
two,
think
three, five.
something that's been
Yeah, like I see them
mentioned that there's not a lot of that in the high
Second,
roller
yeah,
or
so
just
fair.
too serious, too button up. He's in
Never
a
gets
t-shirt,
That's the thing you don't get to.
and you
experience
can
in
see
online
that it
poker.
loosens
That's
up the,
true.
the vibe.
Yeah, it's a really Killing Kings is like really dramatic and beautiful too. Kings are so big, the cards. Some ways it's like crazier. It's a little mystery to Kings. Like maybe you're beat, maybe you're gonna find out. In most circumstances, you're gonna find out.
Feeling Kings in short deck, however,
Not so good.
not that great.
Kings and short deck are just stressful. You're still gonna find out a lot of the time.
What's your favorite hand?
Short deck? Outside of the obvious?
Cannot say obvious, obviously.
Jack 10 of spades, I think, man. Jack 10 of spades.
Oh, that was the obvious one.
Oh yeah, I thought Jack 10 was the obvious one as well.
Not an obvious one. Spades, very specific. Like spades.
I'm fond of 2 jacks in that game too. Just call a raise with it. See what happens. Flop a set. I'm fond of 2 jacks.
How nice is it to flop a set?
It's fucking nice.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Even though a flush beats a full house?
It's real nice to flop a set.
Sick.
You just go all in, regardless what DVR is a set.
Well, I don't know about that, T, but
But pretty deep, right? I mean,
All in.
the equities is a play.
Mr. Krell gonna put it in, blind on blind again.
Knee limp call flop, King 10, 8.
Ace 8 suited, nice hand to have. Blind on blind with that short of a
Or-
stack.
it comes Queen Jack 10, and they have Ace King, and you've got a set. You're a favorite.
Are you a favorite?
Yeah.
Queen Jack 10, it comes.
That feels a bit unfair.
No, it's very fucking
You
great.
have the nuts, so
Fucking great.
I mean, it's like
Not a hit.
I mean, you can have the nuts in PLO on a flop and be behind mathematically too.
Yeah. That's the more obvious one though.
All these free
That's so
tips
much
Rob
stuff.
and I are giving you guys. You gotta come play short deck.
Dude, you want to buy my action? Then I'm not getting hustled.
You can make us a little bit better.
Yes.
What do you reckon our ROI would be in like a 25k? This 25k, we obviously haven't played before.
I have no idea.
Not be too bad.
Hold on.
It's a lot of gambling, right? And I'm real good at all in. I did not just say that word.
Yeah, I was like, whoa.
Okay, so maybe a spot here. Flank jams the
How much
cutoff
was it?
pocket threes. Ace
2.1,
10 offsuit for
35.
Kuhn. I think he's, what do you think about this spot? 15
What's
big
the upper?
blinds? About 15. Maybe 14.
2145.
It's uncomfortable, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Jason's gonna fold. Suited, he might call. I think it's that close. Ace Jack.
Ace Jack.
Ace Jack, I think he'd probably call. I mean,
Ace Jack's probably good enough.
yeah, Ace 10 just feels the table like just feels like one of those tournaments where you just don't want to be the one calling off here. Yeah,
I feel like pre-flop and
Kuhn
final
agrees
table
with
we
you,
could get more time.
Jeff.
it's really close. It might actually be. He might even go. I wonder if it's 1 pip higher for him, like a Ace Jack off. I wonder if he calls. I don't know.
Heavens enough. You get to the end with all of them,
But we know where the
I'm taking
tweener
your
is
time
at.
enough.
It's about Ace Jack.
Yeah.
I.
Thought you were calling there where you hooked up.
Me too.
Yeah, me too. Tease.
I thought I was calling too. Weird one.
What was the shuffle?
15 bigs. Just under. 14 bigs.
My big blinds. What have I done there? Yeah, that's right then.
How many whites are those?
He's gonna have to go in too, I think. Is what's he got? 19. Oh no, I guess 18 bigs. He could still raise and It has come to that point, though, where it's pretty shallow.
Oh, should I playing too?
Linus Love is.
Like 3?
And the reason I think he's thinking about jamming.
Yeah.
Because Burns is so short.
Yeah, looks like that.
And Carroll really can't call unless he's got a premium.
All in.
Oh, my
man.
God. Linus Love is really giving it to Carroll.
This is a bit much.
Snap folded.
Many raise folds there.
This guy is pretty good, isn't he?
It's
pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Many raise folds against him.
It's a huge swing of events too. Like to pick up that raise with the blinds. It's also a tone setter as well, you know.
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter what he has. Like just the fact that it just doesn't feel good. Like
This is a weird setup we got here.
Yeah, it's strange. Hope you all been doing your ICM revision. Will I be able to learn that on Poker Code? Yes. Fedor goes through ICM. Brilliant. ICM is really important for making those big decisions.
It certainly is.
This is why Fedor does the talking.
And I do the
Blank is
marketing.
got pocket jacks. He's not really participating in these conversations. He's just like, guys, I'm just trying to win this tournament.
Yeah.
Get on with it.
This is also awkward to raise or jam, and he did jam queens, but he had a little less chips at the
This
time.
is one
So
of
now
those
he's under the gun.
relaxing
Looks like you just jammed.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know why. These jeans are pretty.
It would have been the same result.
Damn it, man.
Grinding.
Random. I'm happy to
Just
see
keep
I played.
swimming.
Sometimes you've got to fold for an hour.
All the game. Bit on the fence.
It's nice to see the
Had
blinds
me on
go
the
up.
fence. Huh?
Nice to see the blinds go up. I feel like some all-ins need to happen soon.
I'm pretty sure like the last 4 hands have been all in.
No, but like all-in and cool. Like actual all-in. Not like fake all-ins.
It's definitely time for some collisions. They're running out of daylight.
3. You have
2, 4, 2, 6.
Daylight coming for
Should
us.
have
too.
around
Yeah,
2.7.
late.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's.
It's late for them too.
Yes.
Same location.
Yes.
All right, so ace 8 in the muck. Minus 10-9 suited.
Sure, he's going to be participating in this hand. It's fun to emerge as a chip leader in these junctures because you really do get to loosen it up versus those that have to tighten it up. And we've seen Flink be pretty sticky. This is definitely one where he's seen Lolger start getting very active, although it's still only queen high and you're out of position and don't really see any other option than call.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, Flink trying to keep him honest.
10 more.
Excuse me. If I get a glass, please.
Well, that is the life of Linus. Look at this flop.
Alright, so does Linus bet the flop? He has been going for very small bets. Minimum bet. And there's no reason not to bet very small. You got a hammerlock on the hand. You don't mind if someone continues with some overcards, and it is going to get Flink to come along.
Wow, I mean,
sometimes Flink makes a pair and you make a flush.
Right, but it's also it's a pretty speculative call here.
Is this still, please?
I mean, that's one of the turn cards
One
you
of
want.
the best ones, yeah.
Gives Linus
Wow.
2 pair. So I believe Linus thinks that Flink, well, couldn't easily have an ace, but he's going to have some of these high card, king highs usually. Some 9s. The 10 does overcard the middling card.
How many king highs and queen highs does Flink have? He's got 16 big blinds. He was just floating Linus out of position
Well,
with queen
he
high.
floated him with queen high, so...
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's surprising, but this is a difficult card here. Because even if you think your opponent's bluffing, like what bluffs now? Does he have 7, 8, 6, 7? Like there's not a lot that... I mean, he is playing a big range, but...
Yeah, it's better for him to call here than to raise.
Yeah.
It's just too risky, given, especially with the short stacks out there.
I may have an intention of bluffing this because I just like you're really thinking drawing light on these rivers like with queen high. Just
all right, so Linus, he bet small on the flop, bet smallish on the turn. He's got a pot size bet remaining. He might just jam, putting Flink on, you know, ace X, getting maximum value. I don't think he expects 9X to call down 3 barrels. So you don't need a value bet target those type of hands. You want to target the ace X.
he really looks like he's in the Matrix on these decisions. He like kind of goes into the zone. It's crazy.
All in.
Yeah, so he is gonna jam.
Flink
has actually hasn't done well post flop. It's not that he's playing bad. It's just that it just never goes his way.
Right. Yeah, you wonder if he had king queen if he might call, like with no, you know, he has no spade as well. He could. I mean, his opponent did have spades, just happened to have two pair with it.
I don't think.
I didn't get enough time.
I think king queen is still actually reasonable to call turn because you have the nut non-paired hand against all the straight draws. Like you'd be king jack, queen jack. Of course, the good part about queen jack is you got the open-ended straight draw, so it's a little dicey. But Linus has been very impressive. Chip leader of the tournament, 9.2 million.
And
I mean, you haven't seen him play before this first time. I assume, Jeff, you're pretty impressed, or?
Yeah, of course. Look at what he's doing. He's 1 of 6. He's jamming 9-6 in the spots. He's getting tricky, doing min bets and getting check raised. The king queen one is the one I'm surprised about with the queen 6. So he didn't bet that turn, but I guess
he's tricky.
Yeah, he's doing some creative stuff.
Oh, maybe he randomized it.
That's
Remember the randomizer conversation?
Ruiz owes us a video on that.
Yeah.
I just told you.
I don't think he did, but because he randomizes in his head.
Right.
2.5. 2.5. 1.
All right.
Did you play?
You know what that means when Linus starts asking for
Well, he's been
for your
asking
inventory.
everyone.
All in?
Every hand just jams. And he did it right at the last second because he didn't have any more time to figure out the stack sizes.
Dramatic effect.
Everyone is gonna fold.
It's so funny how these things work, like jockeying, and different guys are going to drive differently. He's obviously laying it down a little harder and more elaborately than maybe some would, but it just sort of separates, and all of a sudden everything just sort of shifts, and it's like it becomes a, you know, you're just hoping it's not you who's getting abused specifically, and maybe other guys are getting shorter, because right now it's definitely separating. There are some super short stacks, and people are handcuffed.
Yeah, and you know, like at the million final table, there's a lot more respect kind of going around. Like, okay, I'm not going to raise any 2 cards per se.
Yeah, what's the one?
Here, it's kind of been the Linus show. He's just like, yeah, I know you guys are good players, but I'm the best player. I'm going to make you fold your hands because I know you respect the ICM very hard and things like this.
It's just funny too, because you know, everything it's just got to be in line though. There's times where you do that and they just waste. Like we saw it on the first day. KC player who's not normally playing tournaments just jammed 3-4 off on the stone bubble at 25K into jacks. You know, you just look silly when it
doesn't work. But
1.4. So Flink
He opens the button, jam, for about 11 big blinds. And this is kind of a similar spot, right? So Carol jams. Remember, there's another spot where Flink had ace-7 suited. Ace-8, I think, is just about the same.
Just always have the goods. Got the ace-10 right there.
That's what I was thinking.
Crushing.
So Flink is at risk.
Yeah. What position did he shove from? Oh.
Button. Oh, man.
The curls in what spot?
Yes. Small blind.
Okay, dead.
Yeah, so Flink, it's just been sick for him.
Re-celebrate.
Just been losing a lot of pots.
Can't do it. I can't. I'm neutral.
Dude,
I'm a neutral party.
You on the ladder?
Yeah, but it's my homeboy. I can't pound my homeboys all in.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah. Best man.
Good
luck.
GG, dude.
Good game.
Nice man, dude.
Well,
Flink's like, man, what
What's
was
happened?
that? Like, why are you trying to fist pound someone before the river card
Yeah.
comes? It's a little.
Well played. See you tomorrow.
A little weird.
Good game.
GG for Flink. Yeah, I don't think Charlie knows Robert Flink. That's why.
Right.
But Flink, just things didn't go his way.
Yeah.
He's a high stakes crusher. You guys might not know him, but if you watched the previous Triton series, you definitely would. He's very good.
He plays the highest. He's playing in that cash game.
He plays the highest stakes, and he's very good.
You got
Actually.
3 million. You got all the millions. Okay, let's think what I'm doing here.
Oh yeah, it's a huge 8 there. A couple big 8s: ace-8 to ace-jack, river 8, ace-8 to ace-10.
I'll count.
8.
I think I might have just taken a drink.
92% stack increase.
Like 4.2.5. 4.25. You got. You don't know. Too much stuff for you.
And again, noted as a strong cash game player, but these guys are definitely the tournament studs. You know, he played great. Nothing to say about just in terms of repetitions and volume. Look at their hand mobs and results, and this is going to be quite a lineup here.
Thanks.
All right, so Charlie Carroll's got pocket 6s. You know what's crossing his mind is that he just shoves all in here. He's just basically saying, "Look, Linus, I'm not gonna let you rejam on me. I know it's some plus chip EV to just open jam. That's a really big jam, like 27, 28 big blinds.
Yeah.
A little bit more.
Yeah, he's got over 30 now.
That's Charlie's adjustment. It's like, well,
I
all in or full.
like
I got a lot of it, man.
Yeah.
Probably not the time to get the bottom 1% distribution. But it's alright. Got a ladder, it's alright. We'll take it.
Yeah, I thought Robert Flink played very well, and he did get in some good spots. Just didn't go his way.
How should I play?
Is that so hard to count?
It's hard to count. I can just ask you. Trying to get some reads.
Charlie Carell on the cutoff now. Getting some pretty good hands. 6s, ace-jack suited, sort of
party
equivalent.
Caption. You remember that? That was old.
He's just jamming.
Yeah, that was the shit.
He just doesn't want to let Linus. Oh, Burns. That's some perfect timing for pocket queens. He's so short stack.
What?
I don't know.
You should be saying what if you got called by that.
Right. That would exactly. This is actually not. This is the best case that anyone would call. This is shortest stack.
Maybe.
Minus love would have just been. That would have been the shell shock look.
I'm feeling neutral.
Still very live.
That's my high card.
Got some stuff.
Now the high card's gone, man. I can have a flush or nothing.
Burns gets a clean turn. No diamond backdoor there or
He's doing the
straight.
prepaid,
So
trying to soften a bit of equity.
This is genuine. High card's gone.
and big double up.
Yeah, Burns has been super patient. Up to only 7.5 big blinds. It's okay. You got a pay jump.
Caught a pay
Right,
jump.
this is the start of the spin, all right?
Yeah,
It was an epic spin down. Now here comes the epic spin up,
It wasn't a
right?
spin down, it was a dribble.
Yeah, it was a bleed. Huh?
Would have gotten the walk as well.
Yeah, for a
Queen's
sec.
how is that felt?
I would have felt absolutely savage.
As the chip stands, Burns 7 blinds after that double up, still in a dangerous spot. Jason Kuhn's below 20 blinds. Him and Charlie Curl are battling at 20 blinds basically in second, and then Mr. Linus Love 46, Linus Lolliger chip leader, and on with the 5 spot, Kali Burns. They are in a final table tomorrow, so the 1 and 5 seeds still remain in 2 tournaments currently in the Triton series at the moment.
Yeah, so if you look at the chip counts right now, 3 guys with that 20 to 15 big blinds, those guys are gonna just play super tight. And as you can see, Charlie has just been open jamming his hands to shut out Linus from making a play at him, because say they raise, Linus, he could flatten you, he can rebet on you. You're just gonna fold because there's a guy with just 7 big blinds.
Be interesting to see if Charlie gets a big hand, kings, aces, if he min raises or how he plays it, or if he just stays the same, you know, at this level.
Yeah, I'm quite curious too. So you see Linus just open jamming here because Ibinger can't really call. Burns is an interesting spot. He's gonna fold. This is some good play. It's just free chips.
Yeah, it's interesting too when you know your opponents pride themselves on ICM or some of the stuff. You can really take advantage of it when you just know they're gonna not say, you know what, F it. Like, I'm just playing this way. Like a Bryn Kinney or someone might just say, you know what.
But that's why we're discussing, you know, in the Triton Millions, that we've got some of these businessmen that probably aren't gonna play ICM to this hard.
Right.
And it really does change the dynamic of, you know, all the hands.
Whoa. Okay.
He's thinking about it. Nope. He doesn't really do much posturing.
Oh my goodness,
He's a man who knows what he does. Alright, so Kale Burns here is going to jam here with the suited king. He needs to find spots to chip up.
Yeah, finds a good spot. Did get a ladder when he was shorter than
Don't want to put
the
that in
player,
there.
so
That's
he's
the wrong one.
feeling pretty good.
He's all in. He's all in dark. Sorry, mate.
You touched it.
The gods have spoken.
No takebacks. I like how this is a lot more chill than if you play like a 100-pound final table.
Yeah, it's funny, sort of, you got to the high stakes and everyone's sort of having a laugh.
Yeah.
They sort of seen it all at that point, so it's
Actually,
whatever, right?
the 100 pounds pretty chill. The 1K is not chill. That's where they get serious.
Maybe also because it was the million today that, like, in comparison.
Yeah, it just feels like, oh, we're trying to compete for a buy-in here.
We are like the low stakes, and the winner gets a satellite ticket or something.
So Linus going to open up King 6 offsuit under gun. Oh, ace 2 deuce quick in the muck. King Queen for Jason Kuhn. Don't think Jason Kuhn's going to fold.
No.
All in.
He's going to go all in. And, you know, sure, you're at risk to busting because there's a guy of just like, what, 7, 8 big blinds? But if a guy you know is opening 100%, this is a big win, chip EV wise, and you know,
Pretty good hand.
He's just gonna work so often.
Charlie didn't.
No, a queen 7 diamond. That's not check raise. I did not get bluffed yet. Top set. Good read, Charlie. Good read. Check raise, top set. Why did you look so relaxed with top set? I guess you thought you weren't getting action.
I don't know. Did I look relaxed?
Yeah.
Hey, you hear him say you look so relaxed that I'm pretty sure that confirms that he's looking for live reads.
So relaxed.
Yeah, because I had a good hand, right?
Yeah.
Man, Jason with this tough seat here, with the chip leader on his direct left. Wow. Does give the walk there. I guess he just sees what's happening. He just knows he's likely to get some business. He happened to have
Could
a
have told
hand.
me that. Maybe then I would have checked.
But Jason Kuhn giving some respect, and that's just one of those things where you win a lot of other pots, and your opponents know what you're doing, or you're capable of. That you're just gonna win a lot of more uncontested pots and spots when you're dangerous. Similar to Jason Kuhn making a nice play with the 7-8. And when you show strength, when you show capabilities, people are gonna generally. Jason Kuhn's no slouch. Jack 7 suited, he could argue putting in the call there, but
Whoa.
he's seen enough.
Are they face up?
That was just bad luck.
I mean, you've done it. You've done it quite hard a few times, to be fair, actually.
Yeah, anyone see it?
Did the cards flip over?
I didn't see any.
Oh, they're face down. Nice. All right, sweet. That's fine.
Charlie's got pocket threes. Is he gonna open jam this hand? He is gonna do it.
Works. No talk of a chop, even at this caliber. These 5 guys, I haven't seen any talk of deal or anything.
Not big enough yet.
Just one more hour.
Yeah.
One more hour. Hopefully. Hopefully, I got one more hour.
I'm trying to think. When's the last time one of these guys made a 5-way chop?
How are they going to structure that?
We can't do it tomorrow. We're playing the
Like
20
never.
Okay, no.
There's a mention of the 25K tomorrow. 2 of these gentlemen of the remaining 5 are in the 25K final table. That's Kylie Burns and Linus Lolliger. Both are in tomorrow. It starts at 1:30 p.m. local time. 1 p.m. local time it starts, I believe, actually. 1 p.m. Someone's going to win the 25K 6 Max Turbo tomorrow. The 100K is underway. This may still be going. We're not sure. We're going to find out here very shortly. Blinds are large. Large, and we're going to see some all-ins coming here, no question about it.
Hire out the room for a day afterwards or something.
We'll figure it out. I mean, you're here for the short deck. What about you?
You have to decide either this final table or the 25th final table.
Shut up, it's hard.
21 blinds, roughly and a half, and
Well, you multiplayer
Multi-table.
in the main event.
Keeping it consistent.
Right.
you hope to get someone on the hook with ace queen or ace jack suited.
Learn how to play good with poker codes, learn how to run good with Epiphany Poker School.
Right. And make your reads.
That's true. Jungle said he'll play me at deuce 7 single draw. Heads up.
for like relatively low stakes where there'll only be like 10k swings, which apparently is just pure, well, not pure reads, but a lot of polarized spots.
Dealer button here, ace-5 suited. Saw him shove king-4 suited. This is definitely worthy.
And a easy shove for him. Gonna get 2 folds.
How much was that for?
Huh?
The all in.
1.5.
Big
1.5
pickup,
that was close.
25% stack increase.
You got 2.2? You got me pipped by 30k. You have me pipped by 30,000.
I covered your nice.
Yeah. Yeah, any two.
It's hard to make hands, short-handed poker, 5-handed. Don't see a lot of premiums.
Is he gonna pick up all of his chips and shove this? It's kind of interesting the way he's picking up his chips. He's got 10 big blinds, so pretty much committing almost all of his chips, just in case the other two guys get it all in.
You haven't had one wake up yet, have you?
No.
Faded them all.
Yeah. So good.
You had a close one.
Oh yeah, that was super close. That was weird. That was in the big blind, I recall.
Yeah.
Ace-10 offsuit.
Yeah, I thought it would be like that.
Suited, I would have went.
Yeah, 100%.
Not with you, Matthias.
Thought you might have ace-8 suited or ace-9 suited as well.
Yeah, ace-10 off.
No, the way he got you with the 8-3, that's dirty. Love it. Love dirty play.
Charlie's saying he encourages dirty play. And not referencing that like as in cheeky, I think, but that he's referencing the 8-3 suited.
He went and made it straight, didn't he?
Must have felt pretty good.
Okay, so this is one of those hands where I'm not sure if he's gonna shove. You know, like pocket fives and ace king, yeah, you know you want to get all in. He is gonna shove.
He's going for it.
He's just done with.
Oh,
Linus.
But the thing is, this is one of those ones where the pressure really gets.
Okay, he does lay it down.
Interesting.
Whoa.
Shows you.
So the big shoves is.
I don't want to be lying.
The good thing about the big shoves
We
is
found his kryptonite.
you get more. You found a kryptonite.
Oh, Linus.
He can't handle the big shoves.
Doesn't like big shove. 20 pluses. Like, I wonder what he calls. I'll type it.
8 million.
He's
He's like,
full
hey,
ace-9
is
suited
that
pretty
the one
quickly.
above 7?
That's a big shove, but I guess I'm out.
Like, he has to call ace-jack suited probably, right? Or does he? Maybe just likes leveraging his stack without putting it at risk.
That's a definitely good point because there's a lot of short stacks out there. If he calls there and loses, then he pretty much just has to wait, right? And
My mental
to be
maths
fair,
actually got really
even
bad
though he
when I
was
was
ahead
doing
there, Charlie has
It
been
was
shoving
just
ace
better
king,
better
so he
than
probably
me.
shoves ace
So I'd be
queen,
like, how many big
ace
blinds
jack, and
is
ace
this?
10.
And he'd be like, 32.374. I'm never doing that. Never working out myself.
Yeah, this it's also interesting sometimes when you're short and if you're into the big blind as a big stack, it may seem like
Yeah,
it's
we've been pretty nitty on the calls.
not a
Look,
good
what's
spot because he has so
happening?
many
I
chips, but
finally
oftentimes as
made a call
demonstrated,
and,
people don't like to call off, and a big stack doesn't necessarily leverage their stack by just calling to try and knock you out. They leverage it in spots where they don't have showdown. So that's an interesting spot to think about if you're ever in a tournament, you're short, and you're thinking, oh, this guy's got a huge stack, and
just a little
I
late,
just don't
like
want to shove into him because, but table captains don't generally, that's not where they don't mind just giving up the little blind and then picking up all the other spots, so it's another little trick. Grell gets the best of that matchup. Loliger, he's taking this spot a bunch. Jack 4 doesn't fit in the profile, even though it would have worked. It hurt him.
You can see he's like super staring to see if like if maybe he should have.
And this is same thing. See,
I feel
Burns
like when
finding
you
a
look
spot.
at
Good spot
cards
to
like
shove on
it's
that stack.
destined to be trash.
He's looking at him like he's disgusted.
Yeah.
He's like, ugh, what is this filth?
But the best is you either have ace king or like deuce free, then
Yeah,
you
no
don't
decision.
You have no close spot.
I love the close spots.
You do?
Yeah.
It's nice to be at this final table and have a final table.
It reminded
at
me how
noon
little I play
the next
online
day.
is.
That's about as short as of a distance you're going to get in between
I
two.
remember once knowing this.
Or one tomorrow.
And I doubt they'll make him multi-table.
Fold.
It just seems so unlikely.
The thing is, though, there's the 100K tomorrow. So
The main event.
Yeah, the main event. So it's almost like you have to put this at the end.
Yeah, I
look at
think
it
if we
seriously.
extend this tournament, we're going to just find another day sometime in the future. Got to finish the 25K first. It wouldn't make sense to keep delaying the 25K.
One of the best hands unfolded. I believed you when you said way better. That's not like a 10-6 suited. King 8.
Five-handed. All very impressive resumes. Looking to add a Triton trophy. Who here has a Triton trophy? Jason has 2 at least, maybe 3. 2 for sure.
I know he has 2. Yeah, I wonder, does he have a 3rd? Yes, he does.
400?
Almost certain. No, I'm 100% certain. At least 3.
Yeah, I think I saw it on that impressive hallway they had here. Flashing. And we saw Kuhn pick off a nice under the gun light open and shove King Queen.
The flop. I feel like it's been a while.
Yeah, this has been not really flop for a bit. This time he's going to call again with the best hand. Queen 7, Jack 9. He is going to flop bottom pair as Lolagur's got a spot here. Interesting, with really no equity immediately. This would work if Jason didn't flop. Not anything, but he does have a little nick of it. With best hand, still some tricky turns.
That's a tough one for Linus to multi-barrel on. Just, what would he, betting doesn't do anything, yeah, so you just gotta check. Jason Kuhn likely to win this pot. Linus loses a little bit of chips.
Petrangelo has been called in the chat. Yeah, Petrangelo, I'm working on that.
You got it.
How did you fold?
Huh?
What did you fold?
You just said it so many times that I just started cracking up. I just
Gotta
had
have some race folds in there, man.
A lot of respect for him in his game. That was not a troll, but did kind of stick.
Dude, that's
surprised no one's ever said that before. It's like a thing, you know?
Yeah.
Just that Jello is
I love it.
it's cool. Who doesn't like Jello?
Same suits.
Yeah, but really unfortunate for him at that Triton million, I remember. Well, onto this hand. Burns jams the pocket tens.
And not a lot of potential customers here.
Keep doing it. Just keep doing it.
Alright, what do you raise fold in there?
I don't know.
Ace 8 suit is a good one.
I don't even know how much he's playing.
It was like I was on 20 bigs,
20
and
and
he
he
was
had
on
10.
no, he was on like 8 or something.
You wanna live?
Like 6 maybe.
You want to post straddle? Oh.
I've got to have like
Small mistake.
a few hands.
Not a good calling spot.
No, it's not. But it's not a good
Get
shoving
around
spot with
style
nine
for the
six.
boys.
That being said, I love it.
You said it wasn't a good shoving spot with 9-6?
No, it was a great spot because I folded.
Yeah, I was
but-
gonna say, it seemed like pretty
Yeah.
effective.
I like that too, little metagame. Charlie
to
letting
scare
him
off
know
next
that I
time.
know
Give
you're
him
shoving
in-range
6-9, letting the table know, in case you weren't watching the shenanigans you're up to. Kind of funny to say it out loud, you know? Like, you may know that someone may watch it, but to actually just announce it, like, hey, dude,
Yeah, that's-
I'm sick of your shit. Like, and there he is, 6-3 off.
He's trying to. He really seems to
It's like,
want to beat
you
him.
see the main event Martin Jakobsen won? He reshoved like, it had to be 15
Infinite times, right?
And never got called.
Yeah. I think it was actually one. It was like 18 times.
It was
Were people
crazy.
making
It's
weird
insane.
folds?
Not really, no. They just like always had queen jack off and just like, I mean,
And
it
he
was
just
like,
had like ace 8 off.
yeah, and it was
suited
just
aces.
sick.
He's just
I
getting
mean,
it through
it was
every
just
time.
So it's like, wow, everyone must be folding crazy stuff. It's getting
Yeah.
mental.
I mean, like to fade a couple, sure, but like
Yeah.
fade
Yeah.
18, that's
yeah,
some
it was
fade.
unbelievable. It's just raise, all in, fold, raise, all in, fold, raise, all in, fold.
So you win.
Is there a Lolliger pronunciation? How do you say it?
I
You'd think at
personally
some point
say
he wouldn't be on a 3-bet shove stack.
Loliger, but I'm not sure what.
Well, he did, and
I-
he 3-bet called
I'm not
ace
sure. I'm
10
gonna go find
suited
out
and-
tomorrow. I'm curious.
And the guy ripped ace 9 suited.
All right.
Maybe
I saw a couple references in the chat. I don't know if anyone knows specifically.
That sometimes I call him Linus Love.
Yeah, Linus Love is a cool name.
I like it. We want a little story time.
Yeah.
So did you know? So you got an avatar online, and Linus Love he uses like a Pokemon, like
Yeah, I heard
Chansey.
that.
Yeah.
I did hear that, but I don't know anything with the story about it.
Yeah,
It just
it was
hurts
sick.
to lose.
Well,
to-
basically, I think he was playing like 2,000 no limit, so 1020, and then he moved up to like, or maybe 2550. I can't remember which one. And then when he moved up the stakes, he changed his avatar to a Pokemon, the evolved form of it. And then when he was battling all the really tough opponents,
Live reads would go pretty well, yeah?
he changed his avatar to like the final form of this Pokemon. So I'm not sure if you're aware about Pokemon, but they have like different stages. So as he moved up the stakes, he changed his avatar and eventually got to the final form, where he was like battling people heads up and winning and stuff like that.
Wow. So that is not what you want to see at your table.
No.
It's the most advanced form.
All right. Battle it out, boys.
Good luck.
Like a little bit of blood, maybe?
Feeling it.
Thank you.
No blood.
One needed. Yeah, it's all
Do you have bullets?
Ace 8.
I hadn't looked at my cards. Good try.
Yeah, with that win today, Bryn Kinney not only moved to #1 on the all-time list, but moved over 55 million. That is a 10 million lead on Justin
kind of
Bonomo
punted
right
my
now,
main
which is
That's very hard to catch up.
significant. Dan Smith went from 9th to 4th,
Slowly without me really noticing.
passing Eric Seidel by a pip.
And I tried still opening my 9 off.
Fedor Holtz now in 7th, Stephen Chidwick in 8th.
A plus for effort.
Jason Kuhn in 10th, so yeah, he was on that
Make
list.
you count.
Jason Kuhn's still in 10th. Or, well, he's in 10th now. I don't.
4.2.
Take a couple
Such a thing can just make you
big,
count.
you need a bunch of Triton events to catch up, but you can get there. All right, Linus gonna open jam the King 10 under the gun. Charlie Carroll's got pocket jacks here. This
Oh,
could
wow.
be,
How much you got?
this should be a call.
Right there in the corner.
4 and some change. After I fold under 4. And now right under 4. 3.957, 3.995.
So it is going to be an all-in and a call. Charlie Carroll is at risk, but he
Wow.
gets it in
Nice
good. Gets a lot of big blinds, 22.
Your spot.
Yeah.
I'd like to get fucking jacks as well.
Man, it's under the gun,
I mean,
five-handed.
I'm
I guess
second and I'm up
it
against
just it
first
seems
chips
like
all in, so it's not
it's a
like
little
green,
wide. Like
but
maybe that could be
I'll
a
take it.
raise. But hey, listen, I'm not gonna. I'm just saying it seems a little bit like a.
Well, I mean, there's the pros and
What do you
cons,
guys
right?
think
If you raise, you can get jammed
I
on.
like you, Charlie.
But if
There
you
we
just
go,
open
just end it
jam,
there.
you can force folds that would jam on you, like pocket sixes or
Also,
sevens.
still can do stuff.
Queen 6 deuce needs to hit a king to knock out Charlie.
3 of hearts. Damn it.
We know who everyone's rooting for.
One more chance.
Good game. Good game.
You told me before.
So we flip-flopped here, and now Linus is down to 22 big blinds. He's going to need to change his strategy. And Charlie, he might be the one shoving now with 9.2 million.
Yeah. Yeah, also the one that could hurt him the most. He is up to 9 million. Chip leader healthy.
That was me. Little 5-6 of diamonds.
You got me in there.
42%, almost half the chips in play five-handed.
Yep. And 95.
So far, lately, it's been the Charlie Carroll versus Linus Love
Yep.
show, and right now,
Time bank chip as well.
Charlie Carroll's gotten the best of Linus with that one hand.
You're such a time bank police. I love it.
Yeah, very interesting.
Interesting turn
Dynamic
of
has
events.
changed a little.
You think?
A little bit.
For me, really, I'm just hanging out, man. I'll join you.
Just having some
Yeah.
fun.
You got the get out of jail card here, huh? The get out of jail card?
What do you mean?
Give him, you know, the big one.
Oh, you mean this is
Yeah,
my
this
get
is-
out of?
yeah, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Do you have any time banks behind?
If I get the exact dub, the only way out.
How much do you have now?
Oh,
7 time back.
referring to Jason from busting the £1 million.
You don't have to get out of jail card.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, like,
No, yeah, it's
having it in your
cool.
back pocket's still good.
Yeah, it's a nice little. It's definitely like a.
Like 4.2, I think.
Yeah.
You're like, sure.
So Kale Burns, Jack 10 of clubs, 12 big blinds. Gonna jam.
I like you, mate, but hoping you get called.
Hold.
It's reasonable.
Nah, I hope we get to hang out like this. This is fun.
Nah, that's cheap.
Even second though, second's 900,000 pounds and some change, right? That's basically.
It's a lot.
Yeah, you take that to get you out of the hole.
I mean, all these scores are very nice right now. Everyone guaranteed 386K. That's a 100,000 pound
We've got another
pay
half an
jump.
hour left, boys. Told you there was no chance of
Then
winning today.
I think
No
we're-
shot.
I think we're still going to make it.
100,000 pound pay jump roughly.
Yeah.
And then we do a 300,000 pound pay jump. And then a 420,000 pay jump.
Hold.
What's that? 2.6.
You tell me, mate, how much is it?
3.1.
This is such a fun game.
I could get another time bank chip out of it too. 2.8.
Linus thinking about shoving here. Gonna limp. So Burns can get a free flop here. But he's also thinking, why didn't you shove this time? Definitely gonna keep that in mind going into post flop.
Yeah, maybe so that's the thing. Could read it as strength, right? Like he maybe could. We've seen him be tricky with some big pairs. Could have limped aces or kings, but
Burns has got nothing.
Check, check. Not a particularly great looking board for Linus Love. Linus Love.
You
We'll
got
just
it,
go
you
with
got
that.
it.
That's stronger, but the 5-3 suit has 0%. Lolger can't know it. But what's he gonna do here? His board's not so sexy.
You know, the ace, actually, I like the value bet. And the reason I say that is the ace is not a scare card because Burns would ship it for 12.5 pre-flop. And he would have bet, Burns would have bet a jack on the flop because it's quite connected.
You're not good at this, are you?
I'm just extremely tired.
Well, Linus is saying he's
You guys
tired.
Be nice to Linus. He's a young boy.
I think we're allowed to mock the stupidity of the best online player in the world. I think that's a fair balance.
No.
Yin and yang.
Some good banter. Charlie Carroll, the new tournament chip leader. And look at the chip counts. It's 10 big blinds, 12 big blinds, 19 big blinds, and 22 big blinds. This is a bit of a waiting game. I mean, I haven't really seen Ibinger and Burns and Jason Kuhn play too many pots. They're just trying to wait each other out.
Yeah. Burns has made some moves. He's been shoving some hands here.
Mm-hmm.
We saw him Jack 10 suited. We saw a couple other spots he picked that were not.
But nothing too crazy. Like
Yeah,
no
and-
one's like, oh yeah, I've got the 9-6 suited. Let's go to war.
Yeah. Yeah.
How much you playing in the BB? Don't worry.
Corral finds himself in the chip lead all of a sudden.
7.4 million.
Not a lot of big hands. It's been rare to even see one decent hand, let alone matchups. A little bit rare. I mean, even 5-handed, you're gonna see some pairs, an ace queen, or ace jack, ace 10. Oh, this is
You can't do it too slowly because that's
this
rarely
is
a good
close.
Oh, well, it's not close for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty short.
That's a nice hand to get snapped by.
He's the one that's got to look for opportunity.
Could be much worse.
Does call correctly.
You're standing up? Is that how you get the extra equity?
I was able
Two
to
can
sit
play
down
discount, huh?
every time so far.
So the stand-up I think is pretty outdated. I don't think it works.
But like, if he siphons the equity, I
You
gotta
think
stand
it
up
works?
and
Oh,
take
it works
it
for
back.
you? Fair enough, man. Fair enough.
I'll stand up with you guys. My legs are tired.
Have a stretch.
Maybe I'm gonna stand
Yeah,
up
I
too.
kind of got a wedgie actually.
Stand up too.
I could, yeah. It's not, can't be
I'll
wrong.
take 1 pound, I'll figure 80.
So all in the call.
That's nice.
Pretty safe. Gotta dodge that queen or 9. And this will do the 2 short stacks going at it. Turn is a 4, so 1 more card to come. Ibinger. Oh, it's a queen on the river.
Wow.
Brutal.
GG, dude.
All right, brother. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, indeed. $100,000 buy-in main event. Ibinger out in 5th place, 386,000 pounds. That's a very good payday.
Yeah, pretty tasty. No complaints here.
And he's ready to go to bed.
He's out of it.
I warned you guys about the spin. You were laughing, but we got some spin.
He's out of earshot now. You can celebrate.
Kale Burns up to 18 big blinds.
If there's one thing poker needs more of on TV, it's celebration.
You think so?
Oh man, the poker pros that are just sitting there trying to have a straight face competition when they win
You
a
see that
fucking
in the Carolus
$5
when he
million
won that all in?
chip pot.
That was epic.
The which one?
Did you see Coon?
Oh, if you don't feel like it, then don't. But I think it's just disingenuous straight facery that people are just trying to be cool.
I'm happy.
It's dead
obviously,
small blind.
But it depends. Like, you might have the view that you don't want someone to celebrate loudly in your face, so therefore you won't do it to others.
I agree. I think there are like spots to not do it. But if I knock any of you guys out, I'll be like, yes.
Close that big blind yet? Don't have to.
Can't tell him what to do.
Charlie Carroll says he thinks people should celebrate more, poker players. I want to see him do it then.
seeing much of it.
Players referencing they're tired. I know it's been a long day. It's been a big day, historic day in the poker community. Bryn Kinney, #1 all-time spot, $20 million score, a lot of firsts, largest prize pool in the history of poker. Not prize pool, first prize awarded, and also the largest buy-in. So those boxes
So now you have
checked.
5.
Prize pool. Wouldn't shock me if Triton grabs that pretty quickly here.
Yeah,
They're
just
not.
give
They're
it a
not
couple
gonna-
years.
just a couple of years, couple stops. Who knows what they got? Who knows? They might throw one at the end of the week. There might be a surprise, something. Who knows?
The 5 million.
Yeah. 5 mil buyer. Yeah, it doesn't take much. I guess they could probably find 20.
I do.
Yeah, it looks
Yeah, these pens are.
I mean, they don't mess around on the quality things they do here at Triton, so I can imagine they're pretty nice.
Yeah, it's Paul's niece. That's her fashion company.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
It's out of Malaysia.
That's
Malaysia
cool. I
ballet.
didn't know that. Burns has a very interesting posture as well. He's very upright, erect. Like, he seems in very good shape too. Seems to be really in tune to live stuff. I see when he raises, he really looks over at everyone, watches it kind of systematically go through. Another player I'd add to my short list of routine that seems, you know, pretty in touch with the happenings.
Yeah, Burns is actually a cash game player. Plays in Macau, of course in Australia as well, and I just lost my train of thought for a second, but yeah, he's definitely very disciplined. I remember talking to him, and he said he was toning down on playing Macau, not because he didn't want to play the games, because he didn't really like the really long hours that happens there. Because sometimes you got to stay up like, I don't know, 24 hours just to get in the game, possibly. And like you said, he just seems like a man for routine. And it's true.
Yeah. I see a pretty wet flop in terms. There's flush draws, straight draws, and top pair versus open-ended. With Jason having a spade as well, this is probably one that he could get a little saucy with. He doesn't have an over to the board. He's got 2 unders though, and he does just check call.
Okay, so we got top pair versus the pair straight draw. I think the queen 8 can look for another value bet. His opponent has what, 11 big blinds? Often the best hand, a lot to play for. Check out the stack. There's 2.15 million in the middle. It wouldn't surprise me if he just jams. You're up against a lot of these combo draws. You're not worried about King 10 too much. King 10 would probably check raise you on the flop a decent amount. Yeah, it is gonna jam. I like this play, and Jason Kuhn actually kind of a tricky spot because he could have the best hand because he could be up against a lot of draws. Then again, if his opponent actually has a hand, he is behind 20%. It's not very good. Jason Kuhn trying to figure out what his opponent can bet the flop with and jam the turn that he actually beats. Spades, clubs. But these spades and clubs have to have no pair.
Fold.
Just gonna lay it down. Good lay down.
Yeah.
Did I ask how much you have?
Yeah. 4.4 before.
Alright, cool. How much you got?
6.1, 6.2.
Yeah, 2.5.
You guys are enjoying this high level stuff. We've seen Corell now take the chip lead from Linus Love, and it is his turn to show us how the big stack is played. And it's going to work. Just kind of a clinic on the big stack here. You see huge prize pool, down to 4 players, and you see the kind of hands these guys are jamming and what kind of spots. Being first in is so powerful. Oh, this is a spot where
should be a raise and a jam.
Yeah.
Now the question is, does the ace-8 suited call here? You've already committed 2 of 10 big blinds.
2.43.
Pretty strong hand. Is going to make the snap call. Jason Kuhn in good shape to double up.
Yeah, Corell. Both of these players were on the right side of an ace-8. One was an all-in. Kuhn hitting a big 8 versus Ivanger on the river when they both had a pair of aces. It's a huge swing spot for Jason. Wasn't all in, but it was a big pot.
Oh, that is some trouble.
Not all the way there.
Kuhn might get knocked out if almost 4s, 8s, or 9s come. Okay, there's a lot of
kind of feels like a win almost.
A lot of chop outs.
Certainly worse cards.
Yeah. Lord Jack of Hearts. That'll do it.
All right, so the queen will play.
2.43.
Jason Kuhn up to 5.7 million chips. Charlie Carroll 6.6.
3.
Playing hell.
5, 5, 5, 7, 5.
Yeah, 2,430,000. 2,400,000. That's right.
Yeah, big swing there.
Dynamic shifts.
Big pay jumps right now too.
Yeah, they're very big. Actually,
Everyone's got a bit to play with now.
Yeah.
110K, about 100K pay jump.
Are you still a chip leader? How much do you have?
Event number 3.
6.4, 6.5.
Yeah, you still got the chips.
50K.
Take away 250.
I keep finding these blacks and my whites. I'm loving it. Done 3 times.
Rich people problems.
Jason Kuhn going to start this hand off with a raise. Don't see his whole cards just yet. King 6 for Carroll. I'm interested to see if he'll defend this.
7, 2, like 3 behind that. Or I'm sorry. I believe 5 behind that. 4, 4.7. It is really late. I have 5 behind it.
Alright, so Charlie's going to start with defense. Pairs to 6. Jason Kuhn is a pre-flop raiser from Undergun. Is perceived to have those aces. So I think that whether he's got it or not, you'd want to bet this flop a lot. If he's checking, probably has a more showdown value type hand.
Oh,
just gonna jam. That's quite interesting. It was a very big jam.
It's quite hot under these lights, huh?
Sorry?
Quite warm under the lights.
Final four, one spot away from a podium. Generally how it works, right? The top 3 spots is where the lion's share is, but this in particular, 50K buy-in pounds, 26 of those, well more than actually, it's 50,000, 13, yeah, I mean it's just, yeah, 1.3, it's a lot, it's so much. It's actually, if there's 2 basically people satelliting into the £1 million here event, I mean it's just a huge, huge payout.
I mean,
Broke Mogul, what's up, brother? In the chat, see some funny people, some funny names. It's getting late at night. I'm seeing I'm seeing things.
What you saw, Broke Noko? What'd you
Broke,
say?
no, not Broke Noko, Broke Mogul. Scott Wiener from Vegas, but yeah, he's some Twitch royalty in here, guys. We got a long night. We've had a long day. We're coming right back. That's the thing. When do we sleep? Nano Knuckle. When do we get to sleep?
No, we don't get to
Don't
sleep. We just
stream.
go straight into the 25K.
All right.
Well, just to let you guys know, the stream tomorrow starts at the same time the stream started today. We're going to crown another champion.
I was talking about like what I had.
Play the main event.
In case that wasn't clear. Yeah.
And all your favorite guys are going to be back in it.
You have like 6? Late.
I mean, what's next? The color shot clock's been one of my favorite little cool things. How I haven't really had to deal with it. It's so fast. I don't know if they have it out there, right? But it's not been used really. 20-second pre, 25 flop, 30 turn, 30-second river. You get time bank extensions. What's next in the inventions? I mean, in poker, we've seen Big Blind Ante add. There's been some cool things happening across the board. What about like a button? You know, people ask how much chips do you have. You think there's like a sensor or something that you just have to see?
Yeah,
how
I
many,
think
like a big
eventually
blind?
maybe we'll get like those chips that can kind of get read electronically, and then you can you push a button, you can just see someone's stack size. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
But you know, the shot clock one is really nice.
Yeah.
You never would have thought that you would have a variable shot clock.
No, that's what I'm saying. Stuff like that seems like it's like people have thought of it. I'm sure, right? In their over the course of poker, it's like, oh, that would be nice, or this would happen. Then you start seeing these things, and then the modifications and the adjustments and because it's actually the concept of a shot clock. It's pretty cool, but to actually sort that out, where there's different buttons for colors and streets, because it makes sense, and it's annoying. A general shot clock, you can't have a dealer like resetting every time, every street, different things. So I mean, they worked it out, but. Yeah, what's next? I don't know. What do we think what's the next innovation in poker that helps speed up the game and player friendly and benefits everyone? I don't know. It's gonna happen, right? It took forever for the Big Blind Ante. It seems so simple, but it just happens
no, the Big Blind
out of
Ante was
nowhere.
great. I mean, I was trying to find a solution for the Big Blind Ante. I was like, what if there was a bunch of like a little circle in front of you. You had to put your ante in that little circle to know it's yours. I was like, well, how can we do this? But the Big Blind ante is much better. But regardless, let's get back to the hand. Charlie Carroll opens the button, base 8. Linus check raises bottom pair.
Ooh, this is very Bonomo-esque in that massive hand against Petrangelo.
Well, Linus here is actually quite short stack. Does get the fold, and it's pretty cool to see, right? Like, I guess with the 4-3 offsuit, clearly a weak hand. The vulnerable hands, bottom pair, has merit to check raise. Because you just don't want to give your opponent 2 free cards. They often have a lot of equity, and you're not looking to check call a turn bet.
I mean, I'm just so used to it at this point. It's like, I know I'm doing damage. We're all doing damage to our bodies right now, but...
We're trading it for cash.
Yeah.
We know it. mean, I played my fair share of Macau, and so it gets pretty real over there. 40-hour bender sessions and stuff sometimes.
Some of them are nasty.
Yeah, probably
Mr.
not too big
Kuhn.
I've
Red
done
Kings
like
on the
100
clock.
hours in 4 sessions before.
At the same time, like, you get indigenous tribes that can stay up without sleeping for like, you know, like 50 hours, and they're still a lot more energetic than we would be, even if we got like 4 hours sleep.
Burns in the big blinds with 6 mil. Burns in the big blind. He's got some moves. Does go for a call. Whoa, big flop here.
This is a someone's gonna get hurt flop.
Yeah.
Jason Kuhn looking to get value out of, 10-9. These kind of random pairs, some single hearts. And the question now is, we know, oh, he checks it back. I was gonna say he's probably gonna bet. Quite surprised.
That is surprising.
And so it does go check on the flop. Burns has the nut flush draw. He senses the weakness, even though it's not actually weak. I think it's a good candidate for him to bet. I think he can get a lot of better hands to fold. It is going to bet 425,000. Designed to get, some ace highs out, some pocket pairs like 5s, 6s, 7s that don't have a heart. Even like an ace 8 without a heart would probably not want to really call this bet. Jason Kuhn going to make the call. Got 2.2 million in the middle. Her card is the 4, so it's a complete blank. Now Burns knows that when he bets the turn pretty small, he's inviting a lot of more calls than normal, besides just top pair. So maybe he can put a big bet out there to try to get an 8 to fold, a 9 to hero fold. I don't think he thinks the ace high is good too often. You can see he's really thinking about it. What's the perfect size to make a get his opponent to fold a big hand? He is using a time extension, 30 more seconds. Whenever someone uses a time extension, they're basically usually thinking, what's the perfect sizing? I never really see him check after this. Possibly he's thinking about like some kind of overbet, possibly. Trying to represent like a flush or a full house.
Yeah, he does have he's got the key card, board pairs. Kuhn is sitting real pretty with the check back to his hand, super disguised.
It is a huge bet. It is an overbet, 3.1 million.
Wow.
Now I know Jason Kuhn's going to like snap any bet.
Yeah, absolutely obscene
But
fold to make.
now he definitely's got to think about this. Check back the flop.
Absolutely obscene. Like I don't think. Yeah, I mean that's like a absolutely just like ridiculous fold to make.
He's
like it's like absurd fold.
sort of sick though, Jason. I mean, 10 jacks there. There's hearts were already home on the flop. A 4 gets home. You start looking at kings and you set a trap in.
Well, I mean, when he checks back the flop, he knows his range looks quite capped, and Burns' range is actually quite strong. He can have all the flushes, the straight,
Just even consider folding this hand and I
all the
want
full
to.
houses.
It's just unbelievable.
And you can see Jason Kuhn's
Almost disrespectful to you to fold this hand.
saying it's disrespectful.
Not what you want to hear
for
when
me
you
to
got
fold
ace
his
high on
hand.
the river for overbetting pot in a $1 million situation, essentially. Equities.
Dude.
He really wants to fold, but something else is telling him to call.
You heard him say it would be almost disrespectful to you
Yeah.
to fold. It's like almost like saying you're just, It's like would be calling him, and he's not calling him one. He's saying if I fold this, it would almost mean that you just can never bluff.
Correct. And that's kind of like, a GTO player would basically think, I need to make certain calls. If you have no calling range,
You're a professional poker player. I can't fold this hand. That's all.
You win.
All right. It's an effective play, that's for sure.
Kale Burns down to 2 million on the bluff.
Can't feel too bad about it then, I guess.
Absolutely not.
High level hand, big.
Yeah, there's a lot of small pots, and then we just played this really big bluff, and no one's really made that play yet. So I think it actually probably would have worked if Jason Kuhn had the hand he usually should have in this spot, like 10-9, ace-8, some weak
2.1
queens.
maybe?
I think that's sort of what, with him checking back the flop and with his hand so under-repped, I think ultimately that was the kicker, but see how much he did not like that.
I mean, it's a great play. You saw what I just took all day to call you with.
Yeah. I wasn't really liking the speech. So I was like, that's not good for me. You get the speech.
I mean, it's 4 in the morning or whatever, and that's just face the giant bat. And
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you did anything wrong.
It's not like
I'm just saying I'd like to not hear a speech.
If you just get like the quiet tank, and you're like, this is.
Well, the quiet tank's sick because you might just get shoved on.
Oh, Charlie's gonna take a walk.
What you got? 30 minutes left.
So we're just going to the end of the level.
3:30?
3:26 now.
Yeah, I guess we're going to the end of the level.
Yeah, I go to the end of the level and we're gonna
Mm.
come back.
All right, back to spin.
Can happen.
All right, we see King 9 suited, jam it, King 5, and there's Mr. Kuhn, who is waking up with some premiums after being patient. Ace King suited.
So Burns, after making that big bluff against Kuhn and getting caught, it's now risk against Kuhn.
How you feeling about it?
It's in there now.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
And he is in big trouble. Looking for running spades, running straight cards.
Hey.
Okay, that's the one he wanted.
It's an above average card.
That is above average.
Way above average.
Been a lot of spade, big turn spade sweats. One that comes to mind was the knockout was the 1 million one drop jacks to tens where Bill Perkins flopped a set of jacks on a king jack flop versus Igor, and then the turn was 9 of spades brought him a.
That was crazy because like on the bubble.
Yeah, it's a stone bubble, the largest bubble in the history of poker, and did get a clean one on the river. But there's a nice score for Burns, 481,000 pounds, and he gets to come back and play this 25K final table, which will pick up him again. So he's in good form. 2 final tables and 2 high-profile events. So
yeah, he guaranteed 481,000.
yeah, he's got himself playing for probably well, I don't know first in the 25K 6 max, but probably what's it 600 something I believe. It's been a few days, but
I'll find out for you.
Yeah, so he's got a shot over $1 million score as well between the two, but we'll confirm
It's
that.
690,000 first.
And so and they're down to how many?
They're down to the final 7.
Oh, wow. So yeah.
And Cale Burns is in good position as well as Linus Love.
Yeah.
Also at that table will be Michael Soiza, Timothy Adams, Elior Sion, Kerry Katz and Lucas Greenwood. So we're going to be doing that final table tomorrow, but we're still going to continue today. Jason Kuhn is a massive chip leader, 12.3 million in chips, 50 big blinds roughly. Charlie Carroll, Linus Love, it's got exactly the same stack. Plan is to play, I believe they can only play about, well, I just heard Charlie Carroll say we're going to play the rest of this level and wrap it up. But it's possible the tournament could just end before that happens.
All in.
All in shove for Jason Kuhn.
Should have just big fucking hand here.
Even have to look.
Big fucking hand right there.
Not big enough to just raise.
No, it wasn't. But
So guys, I have time to play 10 minutes into the next level if you'd like.
Yeah, let's take it. Because if you bust,
a
then
good
we can
chance,
play
yeah.
it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll play 10 minutes into the next
Yeah,
level.
we'll take as much as we can.
But then we have to, I guess.
I believe me, I'm in full support
Yeah,
of that.
yeah, we'll back quick.
Just because if you gamble, you have to be out of here by the door at 4. You have to be
Out the door? Jesus.
Okay. No, the entrance of this.
Oh, okay.
No, out of the Hilton.
Okay, so you heard it. You got to be out by 4 a.m. So we're wrapping up no matter what. Even if the players wanted to continue playing, we can't.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, some fun stuff today. Some interesting hands, bet sizings, decisions. Saw some big stack poker executed, and three powerhouses here battling for this.
Dude.
Doing it.
7 left.
You're doing it.
Yeah. Well, it's all even stacks. It's a fake chip lead.
Yeah, those are brutal too, because like your family doesn't understand that, so they have
No
high
way.
expectations.
And you come fourth, and you're like,
yeah,
what?
That's about average, Mom. And they're like, no, you were chip leader. What?
Ace 8, pretty good hand.
Does look nice on the puck as well.
All in.
Just gonna open
All
jam.
in, they just buttered him up. Told him how.
Yeah, sweat. Yeah.
Guys final table
Got a
tomorrow.
first hard
Loosen
sweat.
him up a little. Charlie does have some serious metagame. He knows how to. He knows what he's doing. Jason Kuhn just caught
button
heat
there.
there.
Sneak.
Caught heat and held.
250 lines.
That's a good combination.
Yeah. Pretty nice to play million pound tournament, not go your way, and not have to stew long. You just get to hop right back on the saddle and basically recover that, which, as we mentioned, being such a higher buyer than even the 50, 100Ks maybe normally play. You know, you min cash or get a few scores. It's hard to recover that gap, and that happens a lot at series where you play. Even let's say the World Series or in the summer, you play there's a 100K or a 50K or let's say a 10K, and then you're playing 500s and 1Ks. It's sort of frustrating. If you brick the 10, you gotta. Takes a lot to make up for that gap. So Jason Kuhn getting to not have to stew long on this.
That's true. Yeah, catching up the million would definitely be a lot of effort.
Just like min raise aces, you jam, he overcalls, I call. Just finish it.
You need to hold first.
Yeah, it's tough to do too, three-way.
These are
Had some
final
dramatic
3
holds
players.
tonight.
The million?
No, in this I've had some dramatic holds. I had to fade the open ender plus the 8.
Yeah, that was a nice one.
He turned the flush draw. Had some serious holds here.
That wasn't very dramatic, but King 9.
I mean, turn to flush draw is a hell of a lot more dramatic than it was going to be most of the time.
It's like 6 big blinds or something.
No. It was
It
more.
was 1.6 to 250.
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
They all seem dramatic. I mean, when there's big pay jumps on the line, it's hard to finish off people. We saw Brinkini with the big chip lead heads up. He did get the deal, the most money, but he had a big lead. Everyone wants a trophy, but it's like Bryn just set history, and he actually didn't technically win the event, but he did.
Correct.
So, it's hard to win.
Well, now we let 2 people kind of share that.
That's true.
history. Of course, Aaron Zhang did win the Triton million earlier today. He was my pick. You know that?
That's strong.
Yeah, during the dinner break.
Wow.
Break desk.
Look at this hand. This is interesting because there is a super money action card. The 6 would cause 2 pair versus
Oh, yeah, that'll be a
straight.
nasty card.
That's the one that could cause real pain. There's also a couple other ways to create creative minds. That's not one of the more action cards, but.
So does Charlie Carroll want to bet here? He's got position. Yeah, I like the bet because a 10 would just call the flop. A 10 would bet the turn. A 10 would never check. You got to keep your lines consistent. It's like so fast.
Just kind of figures it out. Oh, there it is. But the 10 on the turn does take away the 2 pair action of Carell. I'm sorry, Vlolgar. So he just still has aces and well, he has 10s and 7s with an ace. So there's a chance. His hands really doesn't look that great. I mean, it does. It's very interesting.
Charlie trying to figure out. Does Linus have a 10? Did he definitely want to jam an ace? He want to bet big. 1.6 million.
Yeah.
And this is trying to target.
You got it.
You know, an ace.
Yeah, sure.
A 10 for sure, of course. 10 would never fold. And now action on Linus, trying to think of some bluffs he beats. And there are some, you know, the Jack 8, the Jack 9. Since it's a blind versus blind battle, Charlie could have floated the flop with like a Queen X of spades. Probably would play this way. King X of spades occasionally.
How shallow is he? I was thinking, is there any way he could ever try to rep? Like,
no, I don't know about that.
No, I'm saying, like, is there? Yeah, it's just I guess he missed. There are stuff misses. Things miss. A little bit. Whoa.
Whoa, he did what you said. Snap call. Wow.
I just saw. It was weird because he was like thinking.
Yeah, I think so.
Wow. I'm just interested because he has like the block, but it just seemed weird. I just didn't think I thought it was too shallow to try that. Even though sometimes that looks so strong, right? It's almost like I don't know.
That was
all the boats.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got all the boat blockers.
And maybe gets off like a chop somehow, or like an ace. Yeah, an ace would have a hard time there calling that re-raise. You just think, how could he bluff
Sorry
in?
if it was in your head.
Wow. So Linus, he's officially eliminated from the tournament after check raising all in less than minimum.
Wow, and he says, yeah, sorry if I was in your head.
How much? Sorry?
Something, I think.
Oh, Charlie just told him that?
So.
Yeah.
He even like said, yeah, it's a crazy moment there. There's the action card. I mean, obviously. Sick.
Ew. Yeah, that was
really sick.
It shows you how sick of a player he is. Of course, you know, he's going to make mistakes or makes plays that gets called.
Big game, man.
And break down those. Big game, brother.
And
break down those blues.
Linus.
I'll throw him blacks.
Out in third, cashes for $594,000. That's a $313,000 pay jump for everyone else. $907,000 guaranteed for the remaining 2 players.
Wow.
Thanks.
Oh, and I can give you a white chip too, because you got some more blues laying over there as well.
Jason Kuhn, like I said, there it is. He's basically up to that. He's at 907. Crazy.
Thanks.
Spot. You know, the thing is he
what
blocks.
Might be smart is if we play this.
I don't know on that one. I'm not sure. My head's still spinning.
I think the hand.
Oh, I guess we're in the 43
It's a good.
seconds.
That is the perfect kind of bluffing hand.
So you want, let's ask them,
you just
but
need
yeah,
a little bit more chips.
I'm totally cool
because let's just say Charlie was betting like a 10. You got.
I'm pretty beat
he
up.
might just side call thinking, oh, we chopped
levels
with the
ending
10. right?
Yeah, let's just call it and play it out tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because
Sounds
neither
like
him or
they're
I
gonna
have
wrap
a final
up.
table tomorrow. Is that cool? What time you want us here?
Wow.
I mean, we should deal like the one hand at least. I mean, it's whatever. I don't care. But we did blow up about 2 minutes. I mean, it's whatever. I don't care.
Yeah. And you get slightly higher EV now because the blind goes up.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I don't. Where's the button actually? I was just the big blind. I don't know how this works. That's up to us.
You big blind?
I was just the big blind. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Fair.
So,
That's 6.
coloring up the blue chips, it seems. They might play another hand. They were discussing that.
7.
Looks like they're doing the
7,
countdown here, but maybe they're just coloring up.
Yeah, I guess 6.
I mean, it is
Congrats.
420,000
Yeah, that's really fun.
for first.
Of course.
I mean, not for
I'll go round two
first.
heads up.
$420,000 heads-up match coming up tomorrow. It does seem like they're wrapping up. So that means tomorrow we're gonna go do the heads-up for this match. $1.3 million for first. Tomorrow we're also going to run the 25K event number 1 final table. Linus
guys.
Love
What time would you like
and
us
Kale
here
Barnes are
tomorrow?
going to be at that one. And that's going to run at the same exact time. We got 2 featured tables here at Triton, so we can go back and forth and show you all of the cool
That
hands.
is nice. That's a special day tomorrow.
So we're going to crown 2 champions tomorrow, and we're going to play the 100K No Limit Hold'em main event. That's a 2-day event.
Look at my man Joe Gyron down there, just still firing shots out here. 4 in the morning, he's just taking shots like this.
He was just waiting for this moment.
Unbelievable.
This is great. Awesome. Whew. All right, guys. See ya.
Good night.
The wait is over. I finally have a girlfriend. And maybe more importantly, the Triton London event is here. And trust me, it's gonna be a big one. And the best bit, London is my hometown, so I know just about everyone round here. How you doing, buddy? We've got 7 events over 9 days, and one of those events is pretty special. The Triton Million, you may have heard of it. Biggest entrance fee, biggest first prize in history. And where's it all happening? The Hilton Hotel. Now I'm inside the Hilton Hotel, walking up a staircase, but I think it's time we checked out the tournament area, because I've heard it's pretty spectacular. As the players enter the tournament area, they're greeted by this amazing walkway. Either side, you've got pictures of the previous champions and a few of the people that have been banned from the casino. Only joking, that's Tim Adams. He's a great guy. Now this is where all the magic is gonna happen. Your tournament area. Here are your 2 feature tables. We'll be switching between the tables as we bring you the best of all the action. And of course, anything happens out here, we'll bring that to you as well, so you won't miss a thing. To say the fields are going to be stacked this week is a massive understatement. I've never seen such a collection of poker brains. And it's not just poker pros, we've got some celebs in the field. Even Boris has turned up. That's Becker, not Johnson. One rule that's been introduced for the Poker Million is that the players aren't allowed to wear anything that covers the face. Revolutionary, but it has meant that we've had to open a cloakroom purely for Christoph Vogelsang. Another new addition here in London is the break desk, where the guys will be bringing you extra analysis and interviews from this very table. Exciting. But my favourite thing about it is the fact that Lex Veldhaus will never get a break again. So in summary, we've got everything we need for the perfect week. The best players in the world, huge prize pools, and some businessmen thrown in just for that extra bit of fun. Enjoy the show.
Shuffle up and deal, guys. Good luck.